Mu Xiaocao opened her eyes and saw a man's face full of disgust. His hand was reaching for the buttons on her clothes. Without thinking, she slapped him hard twice. Ignoring his shocked expression, she quickly looked around the room, then ran out barefoot. Outside, she saw the familiar military compound from her fading memories. So, she really had come back to the third year of her marriage with Lu Guoqiang, January 5, 1981. She suddenly clutched her chest. It felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing her heart so tightly that she could hardly breathe. She remembered that before she died, Lu Guoqiang had been celebrating another woman's birthday, his beloved white moonlight. He even brought along the twin sons she had given birth to with great effort, singing a birthday song for that woman. She had died without seeing her children one last time. For more than 20 years, she had never managed to warm the cold heart of that man. If he never loved her, why did he marry her? On their wedding day, he had ridden a bicycle to bring her to the Lu family home, then immediately returned to his unit. It wasn't until 3 years later, today, that he called her to the base, and they finally became a real couple. Fine. Everything could still be changed. Even if it cost her life, she would never again have children for this man. She wanted a divorce. Actually, she had returned that afternoon. But when she opened the door, sweating and tired, she saw Hu Lily leaning against Lu Guoqiang's shoulder, looking at a picture book together. One looked gentle and affectionate, the other blushing with happiness. Back then, young and impulsive, she had rushed forward to pull Hu Lily away, but Lu Guoqiang pushed her aside. Her head hit the corner of the table, and she fainted. When she woke up, that man was trying to take advantage of her. In her previous life, she had ended up a mother without even realizing what had happened. In this life, she wanted nothing to do with men or children. On this same day in her past life, she had tried to win Lu Guoqiang's heart by apologizing to Hu Lily, washing her clothes, cooking for her, and even giving her a pearl necklace that a friend had gifted her. But no matter how humble or kind she was, she never earned Lu Guoqiang's love. Before she died, she was full of resentment. After death, she was full of regret. Now that she was alive again, she would never let anyone walk over her. Lu Guoqiang, now dressed, came out and saw Mu Xiaocao standing blankly in the courtyard, lost in thought. Have you made enough trouble? Since you're awake, go and apologize to Lily. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Lu Guoqiang went to open it, and Hu Lily, looking weak, leaned against him. Brother Chong, forget it, don't make things hard for me. I'm fine, please don't be angry. As she spoke, she quietly hid her right hand behind her back. There was a red mark on it, left by Mu Xiaocao. Lu Guoqiang noticed her small movement, and his eyes turned sharp as he glared at Mu Xiaocao. Did you hear that? Apologize to Lily. In the past, that look from Lu Guoqiang would have made Mu Xiaocao nervous and afraid. But now, she saw everything clearly. How could she still lower herself to please these two people? She brushed her wind-blown hair behind her ear and looked at Lu Guoqiang coldly. Did I do anything wrong? Why should I apologize? You hurt comrade Hu for no reason, so you must apologize. Lu Guoqiang said sternly. Don't you know why I did it? I only know that you acted like a troublemaker and scratched her hand. Fine, I'll apologize. Mu Xiaocao bent slightly, then suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Hu Lily's hair, and pushed her against the wall. She gave her a few quick slaps before Lu Guoqiang could react. By the time Mu Xiaocao pushed Hu Lily toward him, Lu Guoqiang finally came to his senses and hurried to protect the crying woman behind him. Mu Xiaocao, are you out of your mind? He shouted angrily, his face dark and his eyes full of fury. Hu Lily held her head, crying in pain. Mu Xiaocao looked at Lu Guoqiang calmly. Lu Guoqiang, since you care so much about her, let's get a divorce. You can marry her and live happily ever after. Mu Xiaocao, watch your words. Lily and I are innocent. Don't say things that could ruin her reputation. I'll take her to the hospital first, and then we'll settle this. No need to wait. Let's settle it right now, Mu Xiaocao said firmly. In her past life, she had been so weak. watching the two of them act close in front of her, yet not daring to say a single word of complaint. Even her own child was distant from her, secretly calling that woman the Fox Lady Mom. Lu Guoqiang was about to get angry when Hu Lili leaned softly against him, speaking in a weak, pitiful voice, "Brother Chang, my head hurts so much." That woman had hit her head against the wall several times, and it was probably swollen. Lu Guoqiang glared fiercely at Mu Xiaocao, then picked up Hu Lili and strode away. Mu Xiaocao watched his tall figure fade into the distance, her eyes slowly filling with tears. She and Lu Guoqiang had grown up together as childhood friends. Since he was young, Lu Guoqiang had always been an excellent student. His awards covered an entire wall of his family's house, making the neighbors envious. He went to school in the city, for both middle and high school. In those hard times, to ease his family's burden, he joined the army after graduating from high school. Because he was hardworking and smart, Lu Guoqiang eventually became a battalion commander. At that level, he was allowed to bring his family to live with him. But in her previous life, she had only stayed in the military compound for less than a month. After returning to the village, she never came back because Lu Guoqiang said his family couldn't manage without her. Later, she learned that Lu Guoqiang had met his first love there. Hu Lili's father was also a soldier. When Lu Guoqiang was in school, Hu Lili had transferred into his class. She was fair, neat, and elegant, making all the other students feel plain beside her. Even though they were classmates for only a year, her graceful image had taken root in Lu Guoqiang's heart. Years later, when he was stationed in the north, he unexpectedly met Hu Lili again, who had become a leading performer in the army's art troupe. But by then, he was already married, and Hu Lili's husband had died honorably during a mission. Hu Lili had been expecting a child, but due to grief, she lost the baby and could no longer have children. So Mu Xiaocao became the one responsible for continuing Lu Guoqiang's family line and caring for his parents. During all those years, Lu Guoqiang gave half of his salary to Hu Lili, kept 1/5 for himself, gave 1/3 to his parents, and only the small remainder to Mu Xiaocao. He claimed it was because Hu Lili was the widow of a hero and deserved to be cared for. That care lasted a lifetime. With a cold laugh, Mu Xiaocao went back to her room, soaked her feet, and made herself a bowl of egg noodles. Since she came back, she hadn't eaten a single warm meal. After eating, she decided she would go for a divorce tomorrow. That night, before going to bed, Mu Xiaocao locked the inner room door and even propped it with a wooden block. Early in the morning, Lu Guoqiang returned home, still carrying the chill of the morning mist. When he entered, he saw Mu Xiaocao sitting in the living room, eating a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun. Inside the bun was a golden fried egg and 2 slices of cured meat. His anger faded a little at the sight of that breakfast. He sat down at the table, his face still dark. Mu Xiaocao ignored him, eating her porridge and bun with quiet satisfaction. Lu Guoqiang frowned in discomfort. She was really acting up now. How dare she show him an attitude? Wasn't she supposed to serve him as usual, helping him wash up and eat? But no matter how long he waited, Mu Xiaocao didn't move, didn't even glance at him. He thought she had become too spoiled. He got up and went to the kitchen. But when he stepped inside, he froze. The kitchen was spotless, and even the pot was turned upside down to dry. Mu Xiaocao, where's my breakfast? Mu Xiaocao stuffed the last bite of her bun into her mouth, took a sip of porridge, and said calmly, "Doesn't your workplace cafeteria serve breakfast?" Lu Guoqiang was speechless. Yes, the cafeteria did serve breakfast, but he had given his portion to Hu Lili, and he hadn't eaten yet. Still, why didn't Mu Xiaocao save him any? Why did you only make food for yourself? Is there a problem with that? Go ask around the neighborhood. What kind of wife doesn't make breakfast for her husband? Mu Xiaocao put down her bowl, her dark face showing clear sarcasm. Then you go ask around, what kind of husband only cares about others and not his own wife? Lu Guoqiang was stunned. He looked closely at her. This woman seemed different. Her words were sharp, her manner bold, and she even dared to talk back to him. His deep eyes studied her carefully. She came from the countryside, with little education. Before and after their marriage, no matter what he said or did, she had always been gentle and obedient, living entirely around him and doing whatever he wanted. But today, this woman was acting very differently. Was she trying to play hard to get? He never fell for that kind of trick. If you didn't make breakfast, forget it. I'm going to work first. Cook some lean meat porridge for lunch. Lily wants to eat it. Mu Xiaocao drank her porridge, feeling a deep sadness inside. In her past life, she had kept the house spotless and tidy, cooked delicious meals, and waited every day for this man to come home and give her a complete family. But loving a man without a heart had always been her tragedy and her foolishness. She didn't blame her child for choosing someone else as a mother. Compared to Lily, who was the same age, she looked older, dressed plainly, and worked hard in the fields. In every way, she couldn't compare to the well-kept and employed Lily. But what about Lu Guiqiang? Why couldn't he just let her go? Why did he have to keep her trapped, wasting her life in misery? After she died, he married Lily, and they lived happily as a family. Did he ever think about how much she had suffered, how much she had endured? No, Lu Guiqiang knew it all. But to him, she was just a wild growing in the mountains, too small to stir up any storm in his world. Since she couldn't, she decided she wouldn't try anymore. Seeing her ignore him, Lu Guiqiang snapped. Mu Xiaocao, did you hear what I said? His tone was harsh. Mu Xiaocao finished the last sip of porridge, looked up at his angry eyes, and said coldly, "You want me to serve that woman? How shameless can you be? What woman? What nonsense are you talking about? I've already explained. Lily is my comrade's widow. She's not in good health. What's wrong with me helping her a little?"
Mu Xiaocao sneered.
Do you really just pity her, or have you never forgotten her? Meeting Mu Xiaocao's dark eyes, Lu Guiqiang felt his breath catch. He didn't like this version of her, always talking back, always challenging him. He preferred the timid, gentle Mu Xiaocao, the one whose eyes lit up when she saw him, who tried so hard to please and admire him. He liked the Mu Xiaocao, who treated his every word as law, the one who revolved her whole world around him, never complaining. He watched as Mu Xiaocao carried her bowl into the kitchen, and he followed her inside. In a few days, the army would have a mission, and he wouldn't have time to take care of Lily. He needed Mu Xiaocao to take responsibility for her own impulsive actions. Lu Guiqiang's tone softened a little, but his words were still cold and commanding. The doctor said Lily has a mild concussion and needs to stay in the hospital for 2 days. If she weren't so forgiving, I would have sent you to the military court. I'll be busy these days, so you'll go to the hospital and take care of her. Remember, her meals should be light but nutritious. Take her clothes home to wash and bring them back clean. She has a performance in 10 days, so make sure she's well cared for and not affected by this. And another thing. Lu Guiqiang kept talking endlessly. Mu Xiaocao put the bowl on the rack and suddenly turned around. Lu Guiqiang, I don't have the heart to serve someone who has nothing to do with me. And I won't keep living with a man who gives his salary to another woman. Lu Guiqiang, let's get a divorce. Her words stunned him for several seconds. He couldn't believe that the word divorce came from her mouth. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. I said I want a divorce. You can submit the request to your unit. Lu Guiqiang's heart was in chaos. Why divorce? He had already decided to start a real life with her. Why are you being unreasonable? Lily already agreed not to hold you responsible for hitting her. What's wrong with taking care of her for 2 days? Whoever makes a mistake should face the consequences. Unreasonable? You never really liked me. You married me only because your parents said I looked decent, was hardworking, and could manage the household well so you could focus on your duties. But in your heart, you've always kept Lily, haven't you? The woman from his past, the one he could never forget. No matter how hard Mu Xiaocao tried, she could never replace her. You're talking nonsense. Lily and I are just friends. Mu Xiaocao swallowed the bitterness in her heart. Whether you are or not doesn't matter anymore. I just want a divorce. If I say I don't like Lily, will you still want to leave? She gave a faint, bitter smile. Don't like her? If that's true, why can't he let her go? If he didn't care about her, would he really let his wife suffer just to protect another woman? If he didn't care, would he have brought their child back to Nanchang just because Hu Lily said she liked children, ignoring his wife's desperate pleas, and kept the child there for 10 years? If he didn't care, would he allow his child to call Hu Lily mom? If he didn't care, would he stay with that woman for a lifetime? Thinking of the humiliation from her past life, Mu Xiaocao's eyes grew hot. She said coldly, if we don't divorce, am I supposed to live like a widow forever? Lu Guoqiang sneered. All you ever think about is that kind of thing. Isn't it just because you want me to be close to you? Fine, I'll make you happy tonight. If it weren't for the fact that Lily couldn't have children, he would never have gone near Mu Xiaocao. Let me give you a little kindness first, he said, stepping forward. His tall figure loomed over her, his strong arms wrapping around her waist as he leaned in. Mu Xiaocao felt no joy, only disgust. Just as his face was about to touch hers, she pushed him away and slapped him hard.
Get out.
Don't touch me. You disgust me. Lu Guoqiang froze, his handsome face turning sharply to the side. After a long moment, he turned back, staring at her in disbelief. You foolish woman. You hit me again. Once last night, and now again today. Did she really think you would just take it? Mu Xiaocao stepped back, glaring at him. Lu Guoqiang, don't push me too far. Anger surged through him, his eyes turning red. He stepped forward again, but Mu Xiaocao quickly grabbed a kitchen knife and swung it toward him without hesitation. Startled, Lu Guoqiang dodged and caught her wrist. Are you crazy? Mu Xiaocao's eyes were fierce. Push me again, and I won't mind ending this for both of us. Her cold, determined gaze pierced his heart. He snatched the knife from her hand, staring at her in disbelief. Back in the army, his comrades used to tease him. You're a lucky man. Even if the whole world turns its back on you, Mu Xiaocao never will, because to her, you are the whole world. Whether in the village or in the army, everyone knew how deeply Mu Xiaocao loved him. But now, she actually dared to raise a knife against him. The man's dark eyes flickered with restless anger. He had only skipped a bath last night, yet she called him dirty. Mu Xiaocao gripped a chopstick tightly in her hand. If he tried anything again, she was ready to fight back, no matter the cost. The man watched her for a while, taking in every movement and expression, then put down the kitchen knife and left the house. She had spoiled him too much. He wanted to see how a village girl like her could live without him. When he finally left, Mu Xiaocao let out a long breath of relief. Without wasting a moment, she went inside, took out paper and pen, and wrote a divorce request. Divorcing a soldier was never easy. But no matter how hard it was, she was determined to separate from Lu Guoqiang. After finishing the letter, she went straight to the political officer's office. Officer Wang glanced at the document, surprised. You want a divorce? A military divorce required background checks and investigations. Just the approval process alone could take half a year. Comrade Mu had worked so hard to marry Lu Guoqiang, and now she wanted to leave him. Wasn't that asking for trouble? In those days, a divorced woman could be drowned in gossip alone. Mu Xiaocao nodded. I want a divorce. Divorce is a serious matter. Why didn't Guoqiang come himself?
He's busy.
He went to the hospital to take care of Hu Lily. Officer Wang fell silent. Guoqiang was capable, smart, and even a high school graduate. But about him and Hu Lily. Last night, many people in the family compound saw Lu Guoqiang carrying Hu Lily away. You really want to divorce him?
Can you let go?
Officer Wang asked again, unwilling to give up. A soldier needed a good wife to manage the home front. Though Mu Xiaocao was a bit plain and simple, she had taken care of everything, family, elders, and the fields. She was a good military wife. Mu Xiaocao sat upright, her back straight, her eyes calm. Officer Wang. To say I don't care would be a lie. I've liked him for more than 10 years. Everyone in the village said Lu Guoqiang was smart and handsome, and that a village girl, like me, marrying him was reaching above my station. I also felt that I had married into a higher family. After the wedding, I worked hard every day, never daring to complain, just so he wouldn't have any worries. His mother called me a hen that couldn't lay eggs. I endured it. His sister said I was a vine clinging to her brother. I endured it. During the busy farming seasons, when I couldn't handle all the work, his parents and sister stayed home doing nothing, not even cooking. I endured that too. But it's been 3 years, and he still hasn't treated me like a real wife. He even gives half of his salary to Hu Lily, leaving me with barely enough to buy a Commissar Wang. I'm a person too. I'm only 21 this year. Do you really want to see my best years wasted on a man like this? I know Hu Lily has had a hard life. Her husband died for the country, and she lost her chance to be a mother. But she has government support and a job. Why should Lu Guiqiang give her half of his pay? Commissar Wang lowered his eyes, silently cursing Lu Guiqiang in his heart. Indeed, Lu Guiqiang had gone too far. Comrade Xiaomu, Hu Lily has suffered a lot. Comrade Guiqiang is just being kind and wants to help her. If he wants to help her, I don't object. But if that's the case, I'll divorce him. Then he can marry Hu Lily and help her openly. What will you do after the divorce? Commissar Wang felt sorry for Mu Xiaocao. Such a good young woman. Why didn't Lu Guiqiang cherish her? Looking closely, her features were actually quite delicate. It was only because of hard work that her skin had become rough. Mu Xiaocao spoke calmly, neither humble nor proud. Commissar, it's already 1981. The wind of reform is blowing across the whole country. In this world, anyone can live without someone else. At that moment, her eyes shone with a light he had never seen before, a light filled with hope and determination. Commissar Wang couldn't help but admire her. He thought that if Lu Guiqiang really divorced Mu Xiaocao, he would regret it one day. You should go back first. I'll talk to Comrade Guiqiang this afternoon. After leaving the office, Mu Xiaocao walked around the military compound for a while. This was the north, far more prosperous than her small county town. In her previous life, this same year, she had been accepted to a university in the capital, hoping to be closer to Lu Guiqiang. But in the end, that university spot was taken away by Lu Guiqiang and given to his sister, Lu Guixiang. At that time, he said, if you leave, what will happen to your parents? Guixiang has never done hard work since she was little. Can you really bear to see her spend her whole life farming? Of course, she couldn't bear it. How could she? In her past life, whatever Lu Guiqiang said was like an order to her. How could she ever go against his wishes? Following Lu Guiqiang's wishes, she watched Lu Guixiang go to college under her name. After graduation, Guixiang married a good man and lived a happy life in the capital. She herself spent more than 20 years working hard in the fields. After sending off her in-laws, she thought her hard days were finally over. But on her way north to look for Lu Guiqiang, she was hit by a car and seriously injured. The nurse called Lu Guiqiang using the number she had given. Lu Guiqiang said, I'm busy with work. I can't leave right now. Yes, he was busy celebrating Hu Lily's birthday. He had no time to visit his wife, who was struggling in a hospital far away. She really had been foolish. Mu Xiaocao raised her hand to block the bright sunlight, feeling heavy-hearted. After Commissar Wang talked to Lu Guiqiang about the divorce, would he agree? If he refused, would she have to live the same miserable life again, trapped in that village forever?
No.
Even if it caused a huge scene, she would still divorce Lu Guiqiang. You countrywoman, how can you be so mean and jealous? Lily already lost her husband and has had a hard time. What's wrong with Captain Lu taking care of her a little? You're so cruel. You even hurt Lily and made her end up in the hospital. If it weren't for Captain Lu's sake, we military families would have sent you to jail already. A sharp voice came from behind Mu Xiaocao. She slowly turned around. A woman with braided hair, dressed in light blue cotton clothes, was pointing at her and shouting.
Xiaocao rejoknizetesh.
It was Hu Lily's cousin, Hu Ping, a distant relative. But Hu Ping's son was a deputy company commander, and in her past life, to please Hu Lily and Lu Guiqiang, she had bullied Mu Xiaocao many times. Mu Xiaocao looked at Hu Ping coldly. If you point that dirty finger at me again, don't blame me for what happens next. Before Hu Ping could react, Mu Xiaocao broke off a willow branch from a nearby tree and struck her hand with it. You're so generous and never jealous, right? Then, why don't you let your own son take care of Hu Lily? Why don't you ask him to give her half of his salary? Hu Ping covered her hand, speechless for a long time. She looked at Mu Xiaocao in surprise. Wasn't this just a simple village woman? Where did she get the courage to talk to her like that? Mu Xiaocao glanced around. A few soldiers' wives and family members were washing clothes and sewing in their yards, but their ears were clearly listening. Mu Xiaocao twirled the willow branch in her hand, a faint, amused smile on her lips. Are you blind? I'm away from the military base most of the time, and Hu Lily keeps getting close to my husband, ignoring what others might think. Whenever he has a free moment, she runs straight to his room. Tell me, as Lu Guoqiang's wife, shouldn't I be upset or jealous? And you call me mean? Try putting yourself in my place. I traveled for days by train just to visit my husband, and when I opened the door, I saw Hu Lily leaning against him, looking at a picture book together. Wouldn't you be angry? I lost my temper and accidentally scratched her hand, but my husband pushed me away to protect her, and I hit the table and fainted. Yet early the next morning, Hu Lily came to demand that I apologize. Tell me, isn't that too much? If your son defended Hu Lily like that, what would your daughter-in-law do? Hu Ping's eyes flickered. If her son ever dared to talk to Hu Lily like that, his wife would have caused a huge scene long ago. There would be no peace at home. But Hu Lily was her niece. Of course, she had to take her side. How could she help an outsider? You countrywoman, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you even understand what revolutionary friendship means? Lily is a leading performer in the song and dance troupe. She's talented, beautiful, and respectable. She wouldn't chase after Captain Liu. It's your own heart that's dirty, so you see everything that way. Lily is just too kind and warm-hearted. She only cared for Captain Liu because life in the army is hard. Don't twist their friendship into something shameful. Mu Xiaocao glanced behind Hu Ping, her eyes full of mockery. Actions speak louder than words. Madam, if you don't believe me, just turn around and look. Not far away, Hu Lily was leaning half her body against Lu Guoqiang. Her delicate arm was wrapped around his, and her face carried a sweet, happy smile. Anyone who didn't know them would think they were a couple in love. Mu Xiaocao admitted that Hu Lily was very beautiful. Her skin was fair and smooth, glowing softly under the sunlight. Her figure was graceful, dressed in a gray wool coat and round-toed leather shoes. Her shiny black hair was braided and hung down to her waist. Walking beside the tall and handsome Lu Guoqiang, they looked like a perfect match. Then there was Mu Xiaocao herself, short shoulder-length hair, thick bangs covering half her face, wearing dark blue coarse clothes and black cloth shoes. Her loose outfit hid her figure, and her tan skin made her look older and plain. Looking at the two of them, Mu Xiaocao gave a bitter smile. If she had the chance, who wouldn't want to look beautiful? Who wouldn't want to stay young? But who had ever given her that chance? In this life, she would give it to herself. Hu Ping turned around, seeing the scene, and didn't know what to say. Mu Xiaocao looked at the few military wives craning their necks to watch and said with a hint of irony, "See? They're the real family." Hearing this, Lu Guoqiang quickly pulled his arm away, his eyes cold as he looked at her. Lily isn't feeling well. I was just helping her, so she wouldn't fall. Don't talk nonsense and spread rumors. Mu Xiaocao gave a short laugh. And what is she to you? Do you need to stay with her all night to take care of her? Lily's parents are gone, and her brother and sister-in-law live far away. What's wrong with me helping her? Anger flashed in Lu Guoqiang's dark eyes.
Mu Xiaocao sneered.
I never said you shouldn't help her. If you really want to take care of her, then divorce me. Once we're divorced, no one will say a word about what you do. The word divorce made everyone nearby gasp. Well, that's a surprise. Who would have thought the woman who loved Captain Liu so deeply would be the one to bring up divorce? Not far away stood two men in military uniforms, one around 30, the other about 25. The older one was the one who spoke. He looked at Mu Xiaocao, his face full of disbelief. Everyone knew how deeply Mu Xiaocao loved Lu Guoqiang. She used to think everything he did was perfect. But now, she was the one asking for a divorce. That was unbelievable. The young officer's name was Qin Muyang. He was tall, almost 1.90 meters. His skin was bronze, his eyes sharp and cold, and the chill around him seemed even harsher than winter itself, making his handsome features look distant and unapproachable. He was so good-looking, yet his coldness scared the passing female soldiers so much that they didn't even dare to look at him, let alone get close. He glanced over casually. "You're not young anymore, yet still so nosy." He straightened his back and was about to leave with long strides. But for some reason, he looked that way again. Just one glance, and he stopped in his tracks. "Is Lu Guoqiang's wife named Mu Xiaocao?" The middle-aged officer, Xiao Mingqiang, answered yes. Then he saw something unbelievable. The always expressionless and cold Qin Muyang suddenly softened, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. That was truly shocking. Everyone knew Qin Muyang was famous in the northern military district for his cold temper and quick anger. Even Commander Qin, his superior, had to stay calm and patient when dealing with him. None of the older soldiers dared to meet his eyes. His fierce reputation came from countless life-and-death battles in enemy territory. Qin Muyang's name was known across all military regions. But he never left the northern district. Everyone thought he should have been promoted long ago, yet he stayed, always surrounded by an icy air. He was from the capital, with a powerful background. Only Commander Qin seemed pleased about it. As long as Qin Muyang was there, their district always won first place in the national military competitions. Even though Qin Muyang treated everyone with the same cold face, no one in the entire district dared to cross him. Not even the commander himself. Qin Muyang rarely stayed in the base. Most of the time, he was out on missions. He probably wouldn't stay more than a couple of days before leaving again. Two female soldiers secretly glanced at him, then quickly lowered their heads and hurried away. Captain Qin really is wasting a good appearance. A man like that is not someone you should marry. Just look at his fierce expression. He might even raise his hand against his wife. Qin Muyang stared at Mu Xiaocao, who refused to back down, showing her true strength in front of Lu Guoqiang. The small mole on her earlobe overlapped with the image of the little girl in his memory. "Big brother, are you hungry? Here, have some wild berries, they're really sweet. Big brother, look, I found some wild duck eggs by the river. You can have them. Big brother, can you stay? I don't want you to leave. If they treat you badly, just come back. I'll work the land and take care of you." That day, he left by car. She ran after it for a long time. He was 15 and she was 10, until the dust from the car's wheels blurred his sight. Lu Guoqiang's eyes burned with anger. "Mu Xiaocao, can you stop making a scene here? Can't we talk about this at home?" Mu Xiaocao spoke firmly. By now, a crowd had gathered around her, and she didn't notice someone watching her intently from a distance. Some things are better said face to face. "We've been married for 3 years, but we've never truly lived as husband and wife. I don't even know how much you earn each month, but I only ever see 5 yuan. You refuse to let me follow you to the army, yet you spend all your time with Hu Lily. I know you love her. You've loved her for years. If it weren't for your parents thinking I was a good match, you would never have married me. Lu Guoqiang, I'm tired of waiting and being disappointed every single day. I don't want to live like this anymore. I want a divorce." With that, Mu Xiaocao threw away the willow branch in her hand and walked out of the courtyard with her head down. Oh, dear. What a mess this is. It's already hard enough being a soldier's wife, taking care of the family and working in the fields. And this man? He's out there getting close to another woman while expecting his wife to stay loyal at home. Isn't that shameful? Indeed, that Hu Lily and Captain Lu have been far too close lately. What woman could stand seeing her husband spend money on someone else? TSK. You give Hu Lily dozens every month, but your wife at home gets less than 5. Captain Lu, that's really unfair of you. Well, Hu Lily is the star of the art troupe, isn't she? She's beautiful, talented, and graceful. Which man wouldn't be charmed by her? Honestly, Captain Lu is handsome and capable, while Mu Xiaocao is dark-skinned and uneducated. They don't really match. It's good that she asked for a divorce herself. Hey, watch your words. No matter what, Captain Lu married Mu Xiaocao. He shouldn't treat her coldly. And no matter how good Hu Lily is, she shouldn't be getting close to a married man. As people whispered and pointed at Hu Lily, her eyes filled with tears. Lu Guoqiang's chest rose and fell with anger. He strode off to chase after Mu Xiaocao. He wanted to bring her back to apologize to Lily. He had never really thought about divorcing her. If they divorced, what would happen to his parents in the countryside? What about his younger brother? Lu Guoqiang. Someone called his name. He stopped and turned around. It was Political Commissar Wang. Wang frowned at the chaotic scene and took him back to the office. What on earth are you doing? Why has it come to the point where Mu Xiaocao insists on divorcing you? Wang looked at him with disappointment. Lu Guoqiang's mind was filled with the word divorce. His chest burned with anger, but he had nowhere to let it out. After a long silence, he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. So, what if she wants a divorce? If she wants to leave, then let her. When she regrets it later, it'll be too late. You're a smart man in every other way, but when it comes to personal matters, you're completely lost. It's fine to help a comrade's widow, but there must be proper boundaries between men and women. You're Mu Xiaocao's husband, not Hu Lily's man. You two are always together, acting too close. Even I can't stand watching it. Women just need a bit of care and understanding. As for that divorce request, I'll bring the divorce papers tomorrow. Since she dared to embarrass him in front of everyone, he decided to take the initiative and file for divorce. When things got serious, he wanted to see how she would handle it. Commissar Wang immediately fell silent. He had thought Mu Xiaocao's request for divorce was just a moment of anger. But now, it seemed there was no point in trying to mediate. The two of them were clearly past that stage. Still, he felt he should say a few words. Guoqiang, you're an excellent man in many ways. Once the divorce papers are submitted, there's no turning back. Lu Guoqiang spoke firmly. Commissar, forcing something that doesn't work will never bring happiness. Since Mu Xiaocao wants a divorce, how could I stop her? He wanted to see how she would live without him. Mu Xiaocao hadn't gone far. She quietly circled back and hid under the commissar's office window, listening to every word inside. When she heard Lu Guoqiang agree to the divorce, she couldn't help but smile with relief. Good, as long as that man agreed, everything would be fine. Once both sides agreed, she could submit the application, and within a month, she would have the divorce certificate. With that, she could officially end things with Lu Guoqiang and cut all ties. Thinking about how she wouldn't repeat the mistakes of her past life, Mu Xiaocao felt completely free. And seeing Hu Lily and Lu Guoqiang being whispered about by others made her secretly happy. Indeed, sometimes happiness built on others' troubles felt especially satisfying. After listening to enough gossip from the other military wives, Mu Xiaocao slowly walked back to the family housing area. As soon as she entered, she saw Lu Guoqiang, his face dark with anger, cooking millet porridge for Hu Lily. Mu Xiaocao clicked her tongue, changed into her slippers, and was about to go inside. Lu Guoqiang glanced at her, threw his chopsticks onto the stove, and blocked her way. Mu Xiaocao, when did you become so unreasonable? Lily is a martyr's widow. Can't you show some respect? Mu Xiaocao stepped back, looking calmly at the furious Lu Guoqiang. Yes, I'm unreasonable and shameless, while you and Hu Lily are noble and perfect, a perfect match. We're getting divorced anyway. Isn't it better to let you two be together? Why are you angry with me? Lu Guoqiang clenched his fists tightly. Mu Xiaocao had always been a gentle and hardworking wife, so how did she suddenly become like this? Sharp-tongued and speaking carelessly no matter the place, he hated women like that the most. Mu Xiaocao looked coldly at Lu Guoqiang.
Divorce.
I mean it. If you don't want this to become a big issue, handle the paperwork quickly. The coldness in her eyes startled Lu Guoqiang. Thinking about how she had already filed for divorce made his chest tighten. Why had she changed so much after just 3 years apart? Stop bothering me. Just seeing you makes me feel sick. If you're a real man, Go to Commissar Wang tomorrow, explain everything, and finish the divorce. Then, maybe I'll still have a bit of respect for you. Mu Xiaocao locked the door and secured it. She had brought some food with her and ate a little with hot water. Then she began packing her things into a leather suitcase, her dowry. In a hidden layer at the bottom was a pearl necklace. At its center hung a smooth jade pendant for good luck. Mu Xiaocao gently touched the necklace, and a blurry face appeared in her mind. It had been 8 years since they parted. Was he doing well now? Was he even still alive? She gave a faint, self-mocking smile and put the necklace around her neck. She hadn't even sorted out her own life yet. How could she think about someone else? This time, no one would take what belonged to her. But as she slept that night, she didn't notice a clear drop of water seeping out from the jade pendant and slowly merging into her skin. The next morning, Mu Xiaocao felt refreshed. After breakfast, she walked around the yard to help her digestion. Lu Guoqiang was gone, apparently out on duty, leaving her in peace. Once the divorce was done, she would leave this place. From the neighboring yard came voices. Lily, what's wrong with that woman from the countryside? Why is she suddenly insisting on divorcing Captain Liu? She's making both you and him look bad. Lily wiped her forehead, her eyes showing a mix of emotions. She did like Lu Guoqiang, but he was from the countryside. His parents were in poor health, and his younger siblings were lazy and often sick. His grandmother was still bedridden, and if she didn't pass away soon, it would become a bottomless pit of expenses, medicine to keep her alive, and someone to take care of her every day. Lu Guoqiang treated her very well, but she didn't think much of his family background. Otherwise, she would have already found a way to make Lu Guoqiang divorce Mu Xiaocao and marry her instead. She was greedy for Lu Guoqiang's kindness and generosity, but she wasn't sure if she really wanted to marry him. Besides, she couldn't have children, and the Lu family probably wouldn't accept her. So, the current arrangement suited her just fine. Lu Guoqiang's family had someone to look after them, half of his money went to her, and she didn't have to lift a finger. But the problem was Mu Xiaocao. She didn't know her place. As a woman from the countryside, she should have been more tolerant and not threaten divorce every time something happened. If she really divorced Lu Guoqiang, the gossip from the villagers would drown her. Lily now hated Mu Xiaocao deeply. She had always kept up the image of a noble and strong widow, but ever since Mu Xiaocao appeared, that image had been ruined. Still, in front of others, Lily pretended to be generous. Andy, I've always been straightforward and not too concerned about small things. Captain Liu and I are old classmates, so we might talk and act casually around each other. That's probably why she misunderstood our relationship. I'll explain it clearly to her later. There's nothing improper between Captain Liu and me. We're just good comrades and classmates. We've never done anything inappropriate. Lily didn't believe Mu Xiaocao really wanted a divorce. In this time and place, life was hard for a divorced woman. She was only doing this to get Lu Guoqiang's attention. Later, Lily thought she could just ask Lu Guoqiang to spend more time with her. Why make such a fuss about divorce? If Mu Xiaocao left, Lily certainly wouldn't go take care of Lu Guoqiang's elderly and sick family members. Mu Xiaocao listened with great interest to the conversation next door. When it got exciting, she stepped on a small stool, stretched her neck, and peeked into the next room. She wanted to see how Lily and the others were talking about her. When Hu Ping saw a head pop up over the wall, her face showed a flash of embarrassment. Then she quickly scolded, "Country girl, eavesdropping on others will bring you bad luck." Mu Xiaocao gave a cold laugh. Those who gossip aren't afraid of being struck by lightning, so why should I be? Go on, I'd like to hear what other shocking things you can say. Mu Xiaocao, you've been spreading rumors about Lily. Shouldn't you apologize to her? Mu Xiaocao took a few sips of hot water from her enamel mug. She's the one who came between a married couple. Why should I apologize to her? Lily stood up angrily. Captain Liu and I are just old classmates. Don't assume everyone's thoughts are as messy as yours. Mu Xiaocao almost choked from the unpleasant smell when Lily spoke. Mu Xiaocao looked coldly at Lily. If you were innocent, Would you so calmly accept my husband's help and spend his money? If you were innocent, would you pretend to be pitiful just to make him dislike me? If you were innocent, would you use sneaky tricks to make another woman's husband lose his head over you? If you were innocent, would you come and go from my house as if it were your own, staying alone with him under one roof? Even family members should keep proper distance between men and women. Do you too? Captain Liu has plenty of old classmates. Why doesn't he take care of anyone else? Who Lily was at a loss for words, but still pretended to be calm. Mu Xiaocao, I know you're only asking for a divorce because you hit me and are afraid Captain Liu will blame you. Don't worry, I've already talked to him. He won't hold it against you. You two should just live well together and stop acting childish.
Mu Xiaocao sneered.
You really have a thick skin. Clinging to someone else's husband and still daring to comment on their marriage. Even the most shameless person in our village would admire you. This marriage, I'm definitely ending it. And you're the one who ruined a soldier's marriage, a shameless troublemaker. With that, Mu Xiaocao picked up her stool and went back inside. Lily's face turned pale, then red. What's wrong with this woman? She's completely different from before. Lily, don't bother with her. The more you respond, the more arrogant she'll get. That countrywoman must be jealous because Captain Liu treats you better than her. She's only asking for a divorce to get his attention. Listen to me, as long as Captain Liu cares for you, that's your own ability. With her looks, it's a blessing that Captain Liu married her. She would never want to divorce him. Lily frowned. Mu Xiaocao must be short of money. That's why she's forcing Lu Guoqiang to divorce her. She thought, when Lu Guoqiang comes back, she'll tell him to give Mu Xiaocao a bit more money. If needed, she could wait until next month to buy the wool coat she liked last month. She provoked Mu Xiaocao on purpose, hoping Lu Guoqiang would feel guilty and give her more money. Who would have thought Mu Xiaocao would lose control and almost scratch her face? Truly, some people just can't stay calm. No matter what, she couldn't let Mu Xiaocao and Lu Guoqiang get divorced. She would even use the excuse of being hurt by Mu Xiaocao to ask Lu Guoqiang for more money. 2 days later, Mu Xiaocao packed her things. Since she was going to divorce, she had to stay far away from Lu Guoqiang. If that man lost his temper, her small frame wouldn't stand a chance against him. Her luggage was just a set of clean underclothes and a patched cotton outfit. She hid her only 10 yuan or so in a small pocket sewn inside her pants. Looking at her pitiful belongings, Mu Xiaocao felt angry at herself. 5 yuan was a decent amount in the countryside. But for Lu Guoqiang, she had spent money to buy meat and make sauce to send to his unit. The rest she used to buy new clothes and food for his family. And for herself? She saved every penny, eating plain sorghum buns in the kitchen. Lu Guoqiang's family looked healthy and well-dressed, while her own clothes were covered in patches. What a foolish kind of selflessness. It was already the 1980s. As long as one had a bit of business sense, even selling socks or hair accessories could make someone rich. In her past life, her foolishness kept her trapped in that small mountain village for a lifetime. This time, she was determined to live her own life with pride. As she was lost in thought, someone knocked on the bedroom door. She walked over and opened it slightly. Outside stood Lu Guoqiang, covered in dust from travel. Even so, his uniform was neat, his posture straight, though his expression was cold.
Mu Xiaocao, we need to talk.
His tone was as cold as his face. Mu Xiaocao's expression was just as calm and distant. She glanced behind Lu Guoqiang. Where's your tail? Did you cut it off yourself? Lu Guoqiang's eyes were cold. Stop talking nonsense. Come to the living room. Was this about the divorce? Mu Xiaocao sat happily across from Lu Guoqiang. A small tea table stood between them, like a clear dividing line. With a dark expression, Lu Guoqiang pushed 10 yuan bills toward her. Isn't it just because you think I don't give you enough money? Here's 100 for now. Starting next month, I'll give you 50 each month. Don't keep bringing up divorce over money. The deputy leader of their unit had been injured during a mission, and the higher-ups were choosing someone to take his place. At such a critical time, he couldn't afford any trouble. Getting promoted in the army was hard, and there were plenty of people more capable than him. Mu Xiaocao looked at the stack of money, puzzled. Lu Guoqiang, do you really think I want a divorce because of money? Lu Guoqiang looked down at her arrogantly. Isn't that the reason? She had even gone to the political officer to complain. How could it not be about money? Mu Xiaocao gave a short laugh and counted the bills. When we got married, you didn't give my family any bride price. Let's just call this your belated gift. But my family gave me 30 yuan as dowry, built a wardrobe, a bed cabinet, and bedding. Even the wash basin, kettle, and clothes rack in our home were all from my family. Even though everything was well prepared, on their wedding night she was alone, and she stayed that way for 3 years. Her words hit Lu Guoqiang like a sharp slap. His family had been poor, with almost nothing. When he married Mu Xiaocao, he had just become a company commander. Most of his money had gone to Hu Lili, so he hadn't prepared any bride price for Mu Xiaocao. He thought his family would handle it, but they hadn't done anything either. Mu Xiaocao must have been laughed at for a long time, and he hadn't exactly looked good because of it. You chose to marry me. Someone like you. How much bride price do you think you're worth? I'm not worth it, but Hu Lili is? Then why didn't you marry her? Mu Xiaocao shot back sharply. She even felt sorry for the soldier who had once loved Hu Lili. After Lu Guoqiang came here, he had rekindled his old feelings with Hu Lili. Even though they hadn't gone that far, what kind of woman would accept money and care from another man? Her husband was out there risking his life for the country. And she, instead of staying faithful, was being affectionate with another man, calling it revolutionary friendship? What a joke. People say a man's heart goes where his money goes. She believed that was absolutely true. No matter how much Lu Guoqiang earned each month, the one who got the most was always Hu Lili. Even his parents didn't get that much. Wasn't that ironic? Mu Xiaocao, how long are you going to keep making trouble? You want money, I'll give you money. You want us to live together properly, I agreed too. It's you who keeps holding on to small things and refusing to let go. I'm the one who won't let go?
Mu Xiaocao laughed angrily.
Lu Guoqiang, go back home and take a look. Every pot, bowl, and blanket in the house, I saved and worked hard to buy them all. Your parents aren't in good health. After finishing all the housework, I still go to the fields to earn work points. Whether it's spring or winter, when others send their men to work through the night, I'm the only woman among them, repairing dams and filling ditches. When I write to you to share my feelings, you say I'm being dramatic, that I only know how to enjoy life and don't know how to give.
Ha!
Go back and see for yourself. There are plenty of women in the village, but who else works as hard as I do, doing the work of 2 people? Since you want to use money to make it up to me, then give me another 500. That's for 3 years of housework, farm work, and emotional hardship. 500 isn't too much to ask. And that didn't even include the years of her youth she had given up. Back at her parents' home, even though her step-grandfather wasn't kind, her grandmother, parents, and brother had always loved her dearly. What do you need 500 for? Lu Guoqiang was furious at how she calculated everything so precisely. To buy you a nice hat, she said with a cold smile. Did he really think Hu Lili truly cared for him? That woman was just using him like a walking wallet. He was too blind to see it.
Mu Xiaocao.
Lu Guoqiang shouted her name. He still couldn't believe this was the same Mu Xiaocao he once knew. In the past, whenever someone mentioned Hu Lili, Mu Xiaocao would feel ashamed and apologize to him, saying she couldn't compare to Hu Lili. She would even remind him to take good care of Hu Lili and not make things hard for her. But now, not only did she mock him and Hu Lili, she even dared to ask him for money. He thought she must be too idle at home to come up with such unrealistic ideas. Learn from Lili. Read more books when you have time and improve yourself, Lu Guoqiang said impatiently. Then he thought, what kind of books could a village woman like Mu Xiaocao even read? What was the point? Sure, reading is good, she said. Reading makes people wiser, and maybe it'll even help my eyes get better. But I need money to buy books. I've already given you all the money I saved. What more do you want? Even Li Ergo from the village saved 1,000 yuan driving his tractor, and you can't even do that? Lu Guoqiang rubbed his temples in frustration. Stop talking about money all the time. Can't you live without it? Mu Xiaocao gave him a cold look. I've been with you for 3 years and never got your love. I should at least get some money to comfort myself. Shouldn't I? Lu Guoqiang stared at her carefully. This woman really had changed. Maybe it was his imagination, but after just 3 days apart, she seemed brighter and more confident. Her skin looked fairer, her eyes sparkled, and she no longer slouched timidly like before. Give me 500 yuan, she said calmly. Think of it as compensation. After the divorce, you go your way and I'll go mine. We'll have nothing to do with each other anymore. That's enough. Lu Guoqiang slammed his hand on the armrest of the sofa. I gave you money, but not so you could divorce me. If we don't divorce, do you expect me to keep serving your whole family while you spend time with that woman like nothing's wrong? Stop pretending. We're getting divorced, and you still owe me that money. If you don't give it, I'll go to the authorities and make a scene. Your family owes me this. It's what I deserve. Lu Guoqiang felt completely defeated. When had this woman become so stubborn? Their family didn't owe her anything at all. Once you've made up your mind, go out. I can hardly breathe sharing the same roof with you. Stop being unreasonable. You hurt Lily, so now you'll go help her with the chores. She likes red date millet porridge. Make some and take it to her. Mu Xiaocao stood up, looking down at Lu Guoqiang. A soldier like you has ruined the meaning of that word. She went back to her room and locked the door, shutting out his cold, hostile gaze. She carefully tucked 100 yuan into her pocket and pinned on her hair clip. 100 yuan might not be much in the future, but in the early 1980s, it was a decent amount. With that money, she wouldn't have to worry about going hungry even if she left the family compound. When she came out again, Lu Guoqiang was gone. She stood in the yard, taking a few deep breaths of fresh air. Heaven had given her a second chance at life. It felt wonderful. Before long, she saw Lu Guoqiang carrying a lunchbox to the next house. He really was attentive to Hu Lily. At that moment, Hu Lily frowned at the pile of dirty clothes in the wash basin. Her hand was injured, and her head ached. Washing clothes herself would be difficult. Before, Lu Guoqiang and Hu Ping had always helped her with the laundry. Even the housework was mostly done by Lu Guoqiang. But ever since Mu Xiaocao arrived, he had been coming by much less often. She hadn't seen him once in the past 3 days. She still hadn't decided whether to marry him, but the thought of him getting close to Mu Xiaocao made her uneasy. A knock came from outside. She opened the door to see Lu Guoqiang, upright and handsome, holding an aluminum lunchbox. Lily, I made some millet porridge. Have a little to keep up your strength. Thank you, Brother Lu. Please come in. As Hu Lily drank the porridge, her heart was full of mixed feelings. Lu Guoqiang was exactly the kind of man she liked. She believed that if she married him, she would live a happy life. But whenever she thought about his family background, she couldn't get past the unease in her heart. Brother Lu, why don't you spend more time at home with Mu Xiaocao? She set down the lunchbox and went to pour him some water. Lu Guoqiang quickly stood up. You drink your porridge, I'll do it myself. Your hand hasn't healed yet. Tisk, it's just a small scratch. You can't even see it now. But Lu Guoqiang still felt sorry for her and grew even more displeased with Mu Xiaocao's rough and stubborn attitude. Brother Lu, I'm full. You sit here for a while, I'll go wash the clothes. Your hand isn't better yet. Why are you washing clothes? Brother Lu, I'm not that delicate. It's just laundry. No, you can't. You still have a performance coming up. If your hands get cracked, that won't be good. Brother Lu, it's fine. After my husband Jianjun passed away, I've been doing all the housework myself. Hu Lily's voice was clear and cheerful, completely different from Mu Xiaocao's quiet and dull manner. Better not. This performance is very important. The leaders from the military district will all be there. Then what should I do? Hu Lily gave a helpless smile. The clothes I changed out of have been sitting in the basin for 2 days. If I don't wash them soon, they'll start to smell. If I hadn't had a headache, I would have washed them right away. Lu Guoqiang helped her sit on the sofa, then went into the bathroom and carried out the basin. I'll take it to Mu Xiaocao and have her wash them. After all, she was used to doing this kind of work. Hu Lily looked at Lu Guoqiang in surprise as he carried the basin next door. Mu Xiaocao was about to get divorced, Yet Lu Guoqiang was still taking her side. Being cared for and valued like this gave Hu Lili a strong sense of satisfaction and pride. So, what if she had lost her husband and couldn't have children anymore? There was still someone willing to do everything for her. But Mu Xiaocao's temper had changed a lot lately. She would probably argue with Lu Guoqiang. They had always been on bad terms. How could Mu Xiaocao possibly wash her clothes? Hu Lili enjoyed Lu Guoqiang's care and attention, but she still hadn't decided whether she wanted to marry him. If things got too messy, it wouldn't look good for her either.
Mu Xiaocao, these are Lily's clothes.
Please wash them for her. You hurt her, so you should take responsibility for your actions. Before Mu Xiaocao could respond, Hu Lili hurried over. Brother Lu, don't make things hard for her. I can handle my own chores. Lu Guoqiang turned back and looked at Hu Lili gently. Go back and rest. She's healthy enough to do some light work. But she's arguing with you about the divorce. If something small sets her off again, I'm afraid it might affect your reputation. Lu Guoqiang looked at the kind and generous Hu Lili with emotion. Don't worry. If I've done nothing wrong, I have nothing to fear. No matter how unreasonable she is, she can't affect me. But Hu Lili didn't think so. This was an important time. If Mu Xiaocao kept making trouble, it could not only harm Lu Guoqiang's reputation but might even affect his future. Go back and rest. I'll take care of everything. After sending Hu Lili away, Lu Guoqiang placed a basin of laundry in front of Mu Xiaocao. The sun is strong at noon. Hurry and wash these clothes, dry them, and send them to Lily so she has something clean to wear. Mu Xiaocao took a bite of her apple and sneered. You care so much about Hu Lili? Then why bother washing? Just buy her a few new outfits. Lu Guoqiang disliked this sharp-tongued version of Mu Xiaocao. Just wash and hang them. Mu Xiaocao threw the apple core at his head. Lu Guoqiang, do you even have a brain? At a time like this, you still want me to wash clothes for Hu Lili? I've already been patient enough not to lose my temper. Let's just get the divorce done. I have more important things to do. Lu Guoqiang glanced at the apple core on the floor and laughed angrily.
Mu Xiaocao, you've really changed.
You want a divorce over something so trivial? Can't you stop being so stubborn? He didn't believe she would really divorce him. Years ago, when Mu Xiaocao was catching fish in the river with some children, the water suddenly rose. He was the one who saved her and the others. From that day on, she never forgot him. Before he joined the army, they got engaged. Because she liked him, she washed his clothes, brought him meals, and when he injured his leg in a tractor accident, she cared for him for 3 months, even missing her college entrance exams. Everyone in the village, and his fellow soldiers, knew how much she liked him. Whenever she talked about divorce, he thought she only said it to get his attention. Even if every woman in the country wanted a divorce, she would never divorce him. Mu Xiaocao kicked over the wash basin. If you want to chase after her, go ahead, but don't bother me.
You're
being unreasonable. Lily didn't even blame you, yet you're still making trouble.
So what if I am?
Lu Guoqiang, be honest with yourself. What do you really think about Hu Lili? Don't pretend you don't know. Lu Guoqiang froze. What do you mean? What do I mean?
Mu Xiaocao sneered.
Do you really want me to spell it out? Facing Lu Guoqiang's cold stare, Mu Xiaocao didn't back down. Tomorrow we're getting a divorce. Whoever doesn't show up is a coward. She didn't want to stay in this place another day. Are you serious? Lu Guoqiang frowned deeply. For some reason, irritation rose in his chest. But he didn't want to keep giving in to her. A woman who didn't help with cooking or laundry when her husband came home, but kept threatening divorce. Who was she trying to scare? She had even started hitting people. Who knew what she might do next?
Fine.
You said it. We'll go. Oh, this time he agreed so easily. All right then, she would wait one more day. If it were the Mu Xiaocao from her past life, she would have been heartbroken. But after a lifetime of suffering, even the deepest love had worn away. Her pain and resentment had tied her to Lu Guoqiang for a lifetime, draining all her strength. But now things were different. She was alive again, only 21, and she could live a completely new life without Lu Guoqiang.
Fine.
Like I said, Whoever doesn't go is a coward.
What coward? What are you talking about?
Lu, are you two arguing again? The walls in the housing compound were thin. Afraid the neighbors would hear, Lily hurried over. When she saw the clothes scattered all over the floor, she glared at Mu Xiaocao and bent down to pick them up. Lu Guoqiang, furious, snatched the wash basin from Lily's hands and went to Hu Ping's house. Since Lily's hand was injured, he decided to ask Hu Ping to wash the clothes instead. Hu Ping looked at the basin full of clothes, clearly unwilling. But Lu Guoqiang was the company commander, so she couldn't refuse and had to take it. Commander Lu, I'm cooking right now. Can I wash it later? Lu Guoqiang smiled politely. It's fine, ma'am. Thank you for the trouble. As he spoke, he handed Hu Ping 1 yuan. If someone helps with work, it's only right to pay them. Hu Ping accepted the money with a bright smile. Commander Lu, you seem to like Lily a lot. When are you going to marry her? Don't make her wait too long. Lu Guoqiang's expression turned calm. Ma'am, I only see Lily as an old classmate. I help her because life isn't easy for her alone. I already have a wife, so please don't misunderstand. From a distance, Mu Xiaocao watched, feeling deeply ironic. Of course, only a man's wife is expected to work for free, doing everything as if it's her duty. When she thought about it, women really do a lot without asking for anything. They give birth, raise children, cook, wash clothes, take care of the whole family, and even meet their husband's needs, all without expecting payment. How sad, she thought. Back in the house, Mu Xiaocao knew Lu Guoqiang wouldn't come home for dinner, so she made herself a bowl of rice topped with stir-fried mushrooms and meat. After eating, she went out for a walk. Everyone who saw her whispered and pointed. They all knew she was going to divorce Lu Guoqiang, so there were plenty of rumors behind her back. But Mu Xiaocao didn't care. People can say what they want, she would live by her own light. Life may be like a stage, but she no longer cared about gossip. Her path was her own, and she would enjoy her own scenery. No matter the noise or the storm outside, in her heart there was a calm sea. Caring too much about others' opinions was a foolish thing to do. On the road, someone greeted her. You must be Aunt Xiaocao, right? Come in and sit. I'm Qin Su, the niece of Commander Qin. Qin Su was very cute. When she looked at Mu Xiaocao, her eyes showed no disdain or dislike, only curiosity and a bit of interest. She hadn't expected her uncle to be interested in such an ordinary-looking woman. Mu Xiaocao looked quite nice, though her skin was a little darker. Well, not really dark, just a shade deeper than people from the city. If her skin were a bit fairer, she might even look prettier than that other woman. She had single eyelids, while Mu Xiaocao had double ones, and her eyes were large and bright, which made her look very pleasant. Now, everyone in the family compound was talking about how Captain Lu had already written a divorce request. People were gossiping, saying that although Mu Xiaocao had a hard life in the countryside, she couldn't read or write, wasn't as pretty as Hu Lily, and had no special skills. That's why Captain Lu wanted to divorce her. But her uncle said that Mu Xiaocao was excellent in every way, that Lu Guoqiang didn't deserve her, and that Hu Lily couldn't even be compared to her. He also told her to invite Mu Xiaocao to live with her, if she ever met her. Qin Su was puzzled. Mu Xiaocao came from the countryside, so how did her uncle know her? And why did he keep reminding her to take good care of Mu Xiaocao? Mu Xiaocao could tell that the 15- or 16-year-old girl in front of her was studying her carefully. But the girl's gaze wasn't unfriendly, so Mu Xiaocao didn't mind.
Qin.
That was her family name? She didn't seem to know her. And why was the girl calling her aunt? Hello, I'm Mu Xiaocao, she greeted politely. Hello, aunt. I'm in middle school in the city and usually stay at my uncle's place. Aunt, I have a few math problems I can't solve. Could you please help me? I've already asked several army wives in the compound, but none of them could figure it out. As a young girl, she didn't feel comfortable asking the men for help. Mu Xiaocao didn't think much of it and let Qin Su pull her inside. She never refused someone's kindness. She could tell this child truly wanted to be friends with her. This courtyard was larger than Lu Guoqiang's, with 3 rooms inside. Everything was neat and clean, and there were 2 big pots of green plants in the corner, looking fresh and full of life. "Aunt, have some water," Chinsu said, quickly making a cup of sugar water and handing it to Mu Xiaocao. Then she pointed to a problem in her notebook. "Aunt, look, it's this one. I've been working on it for a long time, but still can't solve it." Mu Xiaocao looked at it. It was a geometry-proof question. For some reason, she used to be a little afraid of geometry problems. But today, as soon as she looked at the question, it was as if her mind suddenly cleared. The steps for proving and solving it appeared clearly in her head. She let out a long breath. Lucky she finally got one she could solve. "This problem isn't hard. Look, you just use this formula first, and then..." Mu Xiaocao's explanation was clear and easy to follow. A question that had seemed difficult suddenly made perfect sense to Chinsu. "Auntie, you're amazing. Even our class monitor couldn't solve this one." "Annie, can you look at this next question too?" For the next hour, one asked and the other answered. In that time, Mu Xiaocao helped Chinsu go through nearly 10 problems. Now Chinsu's eyes were shining with admiration. Who said Mu Xiaocao was just an uneducated woman from the countryside? She seemed to know even more than their teachers. Even the English grammar that Chinsu found confusing, Mu Xiaocao understood it all. Looks like her uncle really had good taste. "Auntie, don't go back at noon. Stay and eat with me. I still have so many questions to ask you." Chinsu, excited as if she had made a great discovery, held onto Mu Xiaocao's arm and spoke sweetly. If only Mu Xiaocao could become her aunt for real, she would be so happy. Mu Xiaocao glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 11 o'clock. She looked at the pitiful expression on Chinsu's face. "Are you usually home alone?" "My parents work in Nanshur and are always busy, so they sent me to live with my uncle. But he's busy too, and sometimes doesn't come home for months." For some reason, Mu Xiaocao felt a wave of sympathy for the girl. When she was that age, her parents, brother, and grandmother had all loved her dearly. "Do you have any food at home? I'll cook lunch for you." Yes, we do." Chinsu nodded quickly and led Mu Xiaocao to the kitchen. Her uncle was really something. Normally the kitchen was empty, but yesterday he had filled it with rice, flour, oil, and all kinds of vegetables and fruit. "Auntie, look, is this enough? If not, I can go out and buy more." A look of surprise flashed in Mu Xiaocao's eyes. This child lives alone, but she prepares her food very carefully. "You go to your homework, I'll just make a couple of simple dishes. It will be quick." Insu happily agreed. Haha, finally she can enjoy home-cooked meals. She was almost tired of eating at the cafeteria. Mu Xiaocao didn't feel uncomfortable. She washed rice, steamed 2 bowls, and stir-fried some celery with preserved meat and a tomato with eggs. These 2 simple dishes made Chinsu smell very good and feel very satisfied. "Auntie, it's delicious. If you like it, eat more." After finishing the meal, Mu Xiaocao helped clean the kitchen. Only then did she leave Chinsu's place and return to Lu Guoqiang's house. But as soon as she got home, she sensed something was wrong. The door, which was locked, was now open. She quickly pushed the door open and looked at the suitcase standing in the corner. Although the person tried to keep everything in place and put the suitcase back, Mu Xiaocao carefully saw that her suitcase had been touched. She calmly opened the suitcase and found that the clothes inside were a bit messy and the zipper was not fully closed. Mu Xiaocao closed the suitcase calmly and sniffed. There was a strong smell of Yongfang snow cream. She never used oil on her face because she couldn't afford it. Her hands were often cracked, so she bought some balm. She used it on her hands and sometimes on her lips, or her lips would. Only Hu Lily used snow cream. She had smelled the scent on Hu Lily before. After all, Hu Lily was very vain. But why did Hu Lily come to her place? The house in the courtyard was a private house with a yard. When she left, she locked both the yard and the door. There were no signs of forced entry on the yard or the door, which meant Hu Lily had the key here. She really loved her. She only got a key after coming here, and Hu Lily also had one. Since she was already here, she wouldn't let this chance slip away. It seemed that the 500 yuan was secure. She didn't expect that the lead dancer of the troupe would do such sneaky things. It really shocked Mu Xiaocao's view of the world. Mu Xiaocao closed the door and locked it again. Yes, the evidence must be kept complete. When she went out, the soldiers had just finished training. They were walking in groups of 2 or 3 around the yard. Mu Xiaocao angrily arrived at Hu Lily's door. She kicked open the gate, startling passers-by and nearby neighbors. "What's going on here?" Someone joked. "Captain Lu's wife is really fierce. She looks strong even to us soldiers." "Yeah, she really is. Looks like a fight is about to happen. I need to see." The men kept their distance, but the women, no longer worried, gathered around, wiping their hands on aprons. "Hey, Mu Xiaocao, what's wrong?" Before she could answer, they felt curious and uncomfortable. Mu Xiaocao listened to the noise behind her, a triumphant smile appearing on her face. This was exactly what she wanted. As for Hu Lily, she knew how to enjoy life. She was the widow of a hero and had a small, private yard. While others grew vegetables and raised chickens, what about her? She planted flowers and trees. Under the trees, there was a stone table and benches, and a swing hung from a branch. Everything was neat and beautiful, just like her. But no matter how perfect, her heart was full of dirty thoughts, and just thinking about it made her feel guilty. Lu Guoqiang carried a metal lunchbox and saw from afar that Hu Lily's yard was surrounded by a crowd. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurried forward. Hu Lily was sitting inside, drinking tea, waiting for Lu Guoqiang to bring her food. When she saw Mu Xiaocao kick open the gate, her panic flashed across her face. But she quickly calmed herself and went outside to greet Mu Xiaocao casually. "Xiaocao, why are you here? If you haven't eaten, come in and eat with me. Guoqiang should be bringing the food soon." Her words made Mu Xiaocao feel embarrassed. Could Lu Guoqiang be her man? Why did she act so naturally when mentioning him? Mu Xiaocao took a moment to gather her feelings, and tears suddenly started to fall. "Comrade Hu, if you want Lu Guoqiang, I can give him to you. Isn't that enough? But why did you go into my house and steal my money?" "That was the divorce compensation Lu Guoqiang gave me. I have been married to him for 3 years, living as a single woman all that time. I take care of his entire family and work in the fields to earn farm credits. I have never worn new clothes, never slept in late, and I have never added any burden to him. Every month, I give you half of my salary. You enjoy good food and comfort, while I struggle hard in the countryside. But I have already agreed to divorce. Why won't you leave me alone? That 500 yuan is what I earned. I worked as a nanny for 3 years to get it. Why are you still trying to take it away?"
What?
"Comrade who stole something from Lu Guoqiang's house?" A military wife shouted in disbelief. Everyone nearby heard this shocking news. Captain Lu earns an 18-grade salary, which is 102 yuan a month, after taxes, giving half to Comrade, who would still be about 50 yuan. Comrade, who also earns 38 yuan, plus a government pension of 30 yuan. She has over 100 yuan in income. Why is she so interested in Captain Lu's wife's belongings? Exactly, this is too much. Are they bullying Mu Xiaocao just because she's from the countryside? Even if she is from the countryside, everyone knows Captain Lu married her properly. What's she to them? Captain Lu is a good man, looks pretty decent. But his actions, TSK, are a bit confusing. You don't know, Mu Xiaocao has been here for days, and Captain Lu hasn't paid her any attention. Every day, he brings 3 meals to Hu Lily. And Hu Lily isn't disabled, TSK. Few men are speaking, but they are whispering among themselves. Captain Lu's actions are a bit excessive. But the military wives don't seem to care. Now they're gossiping about Hu Lily, saying unkind things. "I didn't steal your money, and I've never been to your house." Hu Lily's face turned pale. Last night, she had a dream. She dreamed that Mu Xiaocao's pearl necklace was a treasure. She didn't see where the treasure was, but she felt it was very precious. If she could get it, she believed she could stay young forever, stay healthy, and have a smooth life. Driven by greed, she waited until Mu Xiaocao left this morning and then sneaked over to Lu's house. At that time, no one was home, but she searched through Mu Xiaocao's luggage and couldn't find the necklace. As for the 500 yuan, that was just nonsense. Lu Guoqiang gave all his money to himself. Where did he get so much money to give to Mu Xiaocao? She also didn't see a single cent in that suitcase. But now Mu Xiaocao is falsely accusing her with a bright smile, and she only feels a wave of fear and helplessness. Now, she can only insist she didn't do it. There's no other way. Lu Guoqiang pushed through the crowd, thinking Mu Xiaocao was just causing trouble again. He looked grim and said coldly, "What are you causing trouble for? Come back with me. We'll talk when we get home." She's really gotten bold, even framing others now. To better take care of Hu Lili, his family's key was given to her. But no one knew about it. If others found out Hu Lili had their key, his and Hu Lili's reputation would be ruined. Mu Xiaocao was crying heavily. "Why, even now, you still want to protect this thief?" "What thief?" Lu Guoqiang scolded sharply. "When did I give you 500 yuan? Stop making things up." "I'm not making things up." Hu Lili went into my room, rummaged through my suitcase, and even unzipped the inner pocket. My suitcase is red velvet. At home, I didn't lock it, but that's no reason for you to just go through it. Hu Lili's face turned red, and she looked nervously at Lu Guoqiang, who had a grim expression. "I didn't do it. I didn't go to your house, and I didn't touch Mu Xiaocao's suitcase." When she entered, she saw clearly that there was no one around the compound. No one saw her go in, so what could Mu Xiaocao do to her? "Hu Lili, if you don't want to make a big deal out of this, return the money to me. I told you I didn't touch your suitcase." Hu Lili refused to admit it. "Mu Xiaocao, stop causing trouble, okay? From now on, I won't give Hu Lili any more money. Come back with me." Lu Guoqiang looked at Mu Xiaocao with disappointment. Yesterday, she asked him for money. Today, she's trying to extort Hu Lili. How did she become so hateful? Hu Lili was shocked, staring at Lu Guoqiang. He won't give her money anymore? That's not acceptable. The money Lu Guoqiang gave her was more than her salary. With Lu Guoqiang's money, she could eat well and dress nicely. If she lost that 50 yuan, how would she live? She also wanted to save some money to buy an 18-inch TV. Little grass, Guoqiang only helps me because he feels sorry for me. In the future, I won't let Captain Lu bring me food anymore, and please don't pressure us. Okay? My salary and Guoqiang's are not high. You ask him for money every day. Don't you think that's unfair? Mu Xiaocao looked at her pretending to be pitiful and sneered. "I only get 5 yuan a month. If you drop 2 drops of cat, you can get 5 big bonds." Hu Lili, what kind of person is Lu Guoqiang to you? How can you rely on him so comfortably? Did he give me over 500 yuan? But think about it, how much money have you spent on him over these years? Haha, I've never seen a family where the allowance isn't given to the family members, but to outsiders. Why am I so unlucky? Married to a man who doesn't come home for 3 years and never makes love, and now I have to suffer from other women here. Do you think I like divorce? But if I don't divorce, how can I live like this? Mu Xiaocao squatted on the ground, crying uncontrollably. She was truly wronged. Thinking of her past life's frustration and anger, she even considered killing these 2 people. But she couldn't. Killing is illegal. Hu Lili clenched her fists tightly. Guoqiang said Mu Xiaocao was just a country girl, uneducated, timid, and weak. But look at her now, speaking logically, eloquently, not like a timid, weak rural woman. Mu Xiaocao, you are really vicious. Lily is already very pitiful. Why are you still bullying her? No wonder Captain Lu filed for divorce. Someone like you, a stubborn country bumpkin, doesn't deserve Captain Lu. If I were Captain Lu, I would divorce you too. Hu Ping came over wearing an apron, looking at Mu Xiaocao with disdain. The onlookers had different expressions. Some thought Hu Lili was pitiful. Her husband died, and she lost her qualification to be a mother. It was right for Captain Lu to take care of the widow of the martyr. After all, Captain Lu and Hu Lili are old classmates. Others thought Hu Lili was shameless. Captain Lu has a family, but he neglects his own family and gives most of his attention to Hu Lili, which makes people look down on her. Hu Lili has a job and a pension, which is much better than Mu Xiaocao's situation. Mu Xiaocao stood up and coldly looked at Lu Gang, who looked unhappy nearby. Deputy Captain Lu, your mother is very generous. I admit Hu Lily is very pitiful, so you should help her a little. Hu Lily doesn't need much, just give her half of your salary. Dream on. I have 2 sons to support. I don't have money to give to others. Lu Gang, if you give money to other women, my mother and I won't forgive you. Lu Gang's wife glared fiercely at Hu Lily, full of dislike. Then she looked at Hu Ping, who looked uncomfortable, and shouted, Mother-in-law, the kids are hungry, and dinner isn't ready yet. Do you have time to stand here defending others? Otherwise, if you and Hu Lily live together, she won't feel so lonely and will stop staring at other men. Lu Gang's wife, also from the countryside, empathized with Mu Xiaocao's situation. Life as a rural military wife isn't easy. She not only spends a long time alone at home but also manages household chores and outside work, needing to be stronger than men. She naturally looked down on Hu Lily and wouldn't flatter a widow like her. Hu Ping glared at Mu Xiaocao. You country bumpkin, what are you talking about? The money in my family belongs to us, and I don't see why it should go to others. Yes, why should Lu Guoqiang take our family's money to help Hu Lily? We're all comrades of Hu Lily. If we want to help a poor person, what's wrong with that? Why are we picking on one person to take from? When she said this, several military wives pulled their men back a few steps. Honestly, only the wrong person would share money to help Hu Lily. I don't think giving money to Hu Lily is stingy. If you don't give, it's only natural. Mu Xiaocao coldly looked at Hu Ping. Lu Gang stepped forward, pulling Hu Ping to walk back. Mom, this is other people's family affairs. Why are you interfering? Mu Xiaocao coldly watched Hu Ping's back. Do not advise others to be kind before understanding their pain. Do not judge others' faults before knowing their suffering. If you endure my pain, you may not be kind. If you understand my pain, you may not be so decisive. Sisters-in-law, aunts, someday when your men leave you behind to take care of other women, I hope you won't cry. My husband would dare. If he gave another woman a single penny, I would break his legs. Exactly. Someone as kind and selfless as Captain Lu is probably rare in this world. Haha, that's true. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh, full of mockery. Lu Guoqiang felt his cheeks burning with heat. He used to think it was right to give his salary to Hu Lily, but now he feels like he's committed a great sin. Mu Xiaocao, have you had enough trouble? Lu Guoqiang spoke sternly. Mu Xiaocao was even more confident. Everyone says Hu Lily is pitiful. Her husband sacrificed himself, which is truly sad. But did the army treat her badly? Did the country neglect her? Let's ask, there are hundreds or even thousands of military wives in the compound. After moving with the troops, no one is just sitting at home doing nothing. Some stay home to take care of children and do chores, others work in military factories to earn money to support their families. How many like Hu Lily, who are always dressed up perfectly, with not a single hair out of place? Look at her, buying pairs of leather shoes, changing dresses one after another, applying boxes of face cream. And look at me because I handle everything at home. I've tanned my skin, my hands and cheeks are rougher than others, with calluses and wrinkles.
Mu Xiaocao spoke tearfully.
I'm only 21, but when I go out, people think I'm almost 30. I also wish someone would give me money to live a beautiful, refined life, but no one does. I could also pretend to be pitiful like Hu Lily to Lu Guoqiang, but he doesn't like me at all. He even says I'm copying others poorly. Hu Lily uses her salary to dress up, I have no problem with that. But she takes Lu Guoqiang's money to buy things and even steals mine. I just can't accept that. The onlooker's eyes toward Hu Lily suddenly changed. Mu Xiaocao is Lu Guoqiang's wife. Lu Guoqiang's salary should be shared equally with her. Why does she give money to Hu Lily? There are more than a few widows of martyrs in the compound. From the moment a military wife marries a soldier, she is already prepared for her husband's sacrifices. Wearing that uniform means she must live up to the honor of being a soldier, not just complain about her situation. Moreover, the country has not neglected anyone. Whether it is a widow or the child of a hero, the country has not abandoned them, ensuring everyone's life is secure and cared for. Hu Lily is pitiful, but she shouldn't just accept her husband's kindness without question. After hearing Mu Xiaocao say that, I feel Hu Lili is truly unfortunate, but Mu Xiaocao is the one who is pitiful. This girl is taking care of the Lu family's elders in the countryside and working in the fields, while her own man is giving money to another woman and taking care of her very well. She found out about it but couldn't say anything. If she spoke up, others would say she's petty and not generous enough. Exactly. Captain Lu is the same. When his family is stable, he can focus on defending the country and the army. What's the point of taking care of Hu Lili? Are you expecting her to serve his family too? Everyone needs a free helper to serve them. The military wife looked toward the Lu family with a look of disdain. Hu Lili couldn't hear all the gossip clearly, but every word entered Lu Guoqiang's ears. He looked coldly at Mu Xiaocao, who kept talking. What is she trying to do by slandering Hu Lili's reputation? Lili is already very pitiful. Why is she so cruel? He had neglected her these past 3 years, but she still can't be happy and now wants to drag someone down with her? He said coldly, Mu Xiaocao, stop causing trouble. When I get home, I'll change the locks. That should be enough, right? Mu Xiaocao shot him a sidelong glance. What's the use of changing the locks? If you change the lock here, you just give Hu Lili another key when you turn around. Isn't that pointless? After retorting to Lu Guoqiang, Mu Xiaocao looked back at Hu Lili. You say you didn't touch my suitcase, but my suitcase was clearly on the bedside table. When I entered, it was by the wardrobe. Does it grow legs and run away? What are you talking about? Your suitcase has always been by the wardrobe. I never moved it. As soon as she said that, the room fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into a flurry of curses. Hu Lili, you little thief, I didn't expect you to really enter Mu Xiaocao's room. Tihsk Captain Lu, you and comrade who are really inseparable. You even gave Hu Lili a key to the house. I didn't do it. Don't accuse me unfairly. Hu Lili's face suddenly turned pale. Mu Xiaocao looked at her with a cold, calm gaze. Hu Lili, are you still denying it? You haven't been in my room, so how do you know my suitcase has always been next to the wardrobe? Also, my suitcase and clothes still have the scent of snow cream on them. If you won't admit it, then let's go talk to Commander Wang about this. Hearing that they might involve the leader, Hu Lili became even more nervous. Don't. Xiaocao, I just couldn't find a piece of clothing, so I looked inside your suitcase. Mu Xiaocao sneered. Lying without even a proper excuse. Yesterday, Lu Guoqiang asked me to wash your clothes. I didn't agree, so he sent the clothes to Hu Ping to help you wash, and even gave Hu Ping $1. You lost your clothes but didn't go to find Hu Ping. Instead you came to my room. What's your real plan? Give me back my 500 yuan, or I will report you for theft to the army. Mu Xiaocao's words were sharp and clear, leaving everyone around speechless. What can I say about Captain Lu? He looks brave and smart, but his actions are really embarrassing. But the most hateful person is Hu Lili. She usually acts so proud and aloof, but it turns out she's a thief. Lu Guoqiang clenched his lips tightly, glancing at Mu Xiaocao who was standing her ground, then at the guilty-looking Hu Lili. He felt a terrible headache. He couldn't believe his ears. Hu Lili really went to his house and rummaged through Mu Xiaocao's suitcase. Hu Lili's eyes flickered nervously, and she took a hesitant step back. She didn't know how to get out of this situation. Mu Xiaocao looked at her coldly. Pay up. I don't have time to waste with you. Hu Lili's lips trembled violently. This person is so annoying, insisting on pushing her around. Has she ever seen her money? In her box, there was only a set of old cotton clothes and pants, nothing valuable. Where did the 500 yuan come from? She also couldn't find that necklace. Does she not know the true nature of Mu Xiaocao? Lu Guoqiang's feelings for Mu Xiaocao are clearer to her than anyone else's. They haven't even had a proper wedding night in 3 years. Lu Guoqiang gives Mu Xiaocao very little money each month, so she doesn't have 500 yuan. Mu Xiaocao said Lu Guoqiang gave her the money, but she doesn't want to believe it. Lu Guoqiang hasn't saved much money himself, so how could he give her so much? But now, she has no way to defend herself. She admitted in front of everyone that she had been in Mu Xiaocao's room and rummaged through her box. Even if Mu Xiaocao said she lost something priceless, people would believe it. Especially when she thought Lu Guoqiang might have given Mu Xiaocao so much money. Hu Lily's face turned pale. Lu Guoqiang has never given her that much money. The more she thought about it, the more it hurt her. Hu Lily's eyes welled up with tears, looking both eager to cry and stubbornly trying not to. This immediately triggered Lu Guoqiang's protective instinct. Mu Xiaocao, go home. We'll talk when we get there. Get out of here. You have no right to speak here. Mu Xiaocao wasn't going to spoil him. Now you're feeling sorry? The real trouble is still ahead. She cast a deep look at the pitiful Hu Lily and turned to leave. There were many people here, so she couldn't teach Hu Lily a lesson openly. But in the army, there are strict rules, and she didn't believe no one would take care of it. Seeing Mu Xiaocao heading toward the commissar's office, Lu Guoqiang panicked. He quickly grabbed her arm and said, Mu Xiaocao, don't blame Lily. That 500 yuan was taken by me. Hearing this, Hu Lily immediately relaxed. She looked at Mu Xiaocao with a sad expression. I didn't touch that money. Brother Chong said he needed it urgently, so he took it. Although she said this, Hu Lily still felt uncomfortable inside. She had asked many times to buy a TV, but Lu Guoqiang ignored her. But as soon as this person arrived, he gave her so much money. Didn't he say he didn't like Mu Xiaocao? Where did he get so much money from?
Mu Xiaocao sneered coldly.
Lu Guoqiang really went to great lengths to clear Hu Lily's name. Lu Guoqiang, soldiers are not allowed to lie. Faced with Mu Xiaocao's dark, intense eyes, Lu Guoqiang suddenly felt uneasy. That money. I took it myself. Do you dare swear on this outfit you're wearing? When Hu Lily entered the house, it was clearly empty. How did you take the money in front of her? A lie requires many other lies to support it. At that time, Lu Guoqiang was still in training, and many comrades could testify for him. Unless he was able to be in two places at once. Lu Guoqiang took a deep breath and handed the lunchbox to Hu Lily. Go home and eat. Inside is your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Hu Lily looked at Lu Guoqiang with tears in her eyes. Facing the teasing looks from others, she didn't reach for the lunchbox immediately. Lu Guoqiang's eyes darkened. You eat first. I'll take Xiaocao back. Staying here would only make things more embarrassing. Under the pressure of everyone, Hu Lily stretched out her hand. But Mu Xiaocao suddenly raised her hand, and the aluminum lunchbox was knocked flying, splashing soup all over Hu Lily. Oh, sorry I slipped. However, wasting food is shameful. Comrade Hu, remember to pay back the money and finish your meal. Otherwise, Brother Chong will be upset. Hu Lily couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and they started to fall. Mu Xiaocao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken your things without permission, but you've gone too far. Mu Xiaocao sneered. Bullying you? I'd be afraid of dirtying my hands if I did that. Everything Lu Guoqiang has is partly mine. He used my money to buy you food and clothes. Did he get my permission? Lu Guoqiang grabbed Mu Xiaocao's arm, his tone very cold. Come back with me. Mu Xiaocao shook off his hand. Still want to hit me at home? I tell you, if Hu Lily doesn't pay back the money, I'll sit right here at her door and refuse to leave. She meant what she said. She would sit here all afternoon and wait until Commander Wang comes to work, then go find him. Didn't Lu Guoqiang say he submitted a divorce application? He took the initiative to do so the divorce process might be faster. Hu Lily looked at the shameless Mu Xiaocao and was so angry she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She stiffened and turned to go inside, sitting on the edge of the bed and gasping for breath. Since she was a child, she was a little princess loved by everyone because of her parents. She had never experienced such a great insult before. She had only moved her suitcase, but she didn't touch any of her belongings. Why was she so relentless? And what about Mu Xiaocao's necklace? Where did she hide it? Why didn't she see it on her neck just now? She didn't want to be overshadowed by a country girl. She had been delicate and lively since childhood. As she grew up, her parents let her choose her favorite career and didn't force her to learn this or that. Later, through a colleague, she met her partner, Fu Lei. Fu Lei was handsome and his family background was similar to hers. She was very satisfied. But after a year of marriage, Fu Lei went out on a mission and died heroically. She couldn't bear the grief and shock, lost their child, and also lost her home. Her in-laws moved to another military district after their son died and cut off contact with her. During that time, she felt like she was going to die from pain. Until she met Lu Guoqiang. She forgot who Lu Guoqiang was, but during the year Fu Lei was still alive, Lu Guoqiang kept buying her gifts and giving her things. She accepted everything without question. She thought Lu Guoqiang was being special to her just to flatter Fu Lei. Later, she found out that Lu Guoqiang was her old classmate from the small county when she was 13. At that time, she was proud and pure, ignoring all her classmates. But she didn't expect that after Lu Guoqiang came to the northern military district, he would recognize her at first sight and care for her. She was very pleased with Lu Guoqiang's kindness. But she still didn't want to accept that Lu Guoqiang had such parents, a foolish younger brother, and a grandma paralyzed in bed. She didn't want to suffer with Lu Guoqiang. Mu Xiaocao was still pulled back home by Lu Guoqiang. Listening to the loud door closing, Mu Xiaocao clicked her tongue. Hu Lily's brother, take it easy. Getting angry is bad for your health. Lu Guoqiang took a few deep breaths, then exhaled slowly, feeling a bit calmer. He looked coldly at Mu Xiaocao, who sat calmly on the sofa, eating an apple. You really have grown bold. Where did you get 500 yuan? You slander Lily so much. Doesn't your heart hurt? Why would it hurt? She didn't come into my house to snoop through my things. I only got this unexpected money because of her. Lu Guoqiang, don't think you're so innocent. I said this money is what I deserve. Whether it's Hu Lily or you, I want compensation. Thinking about it now, I should have asked for 2,000. I was too modest before. But he was afraid people wouldn't believe him if he asked for too much. Lu Guoqiang was so angry his stomach hurt, but he couldn't do anything to Mu Xiaocao. He could only stare with red eyes and say, You slander Lily. Have you thought about the consequences? She's not afraid of being struck by lightning, so what consequences should I fear? Sending me to court? Lu Guoqiang, be more careful. I didn't call the police. I only wanted to save your face. Listen, I just want a divorce. Your application should be approved soon, right? When that happens, you and Hu Lily give me 500 yuan, and I'll leave this place. Don't always talk about divorce. Mu Xiaocao, do you think the world stops turning if you leave?
Mu Xiaocao sneered.
I don't know if the earth keeps spinning, but I do know that if I leave Mu Xiaocao, your family won't be able to go on. In her past life, she left for a month, and the old lady of the Lu family was so overwhelmed she almost filled the entire bed with her mess. If she and Lu Guoqiang divorced, that old lady would suffer greatly. In her previous life, she carefully cared for her, and the old lady survived stubbornly for 2 more years. As for how long she could live in this life, that was not up to her. But thinking of the old lady's thin body and kind eyes, Mu Xiaocao still felt sad inside. In the Lu family, only the old lady truly cared for her, loved her, and protected her. But she couldn't risk her entire life for that small amount of genuine kindness. Everyone has their own fate. Sometimes, ignoring attachments can help you live better. Lu Guoqiang was stunned and looked at Mu Xiaocao with some disbelief. Mu Xiaocao, do you have no conscience? Grandma and your parents have been so good to you. How could you say such heartless words? And Lily is a woman. You keep accusing her of taking your money. How do you think others will see her? Mu Xiaocao looked at Lu Guoqiang with a sarcastic smile. Your family has been good to me? You really are good at lying with your eyes open. Grandma has been kind to me, but I took care of her for 3 years, doing everything for her. I've earned her kindness. As for your family, because you've been cold and indifferent to me, they never saw me as a person. Are you deaf or blind? Everyone in the village knows what's going on. I don't believe you don't know. And about Hu Lily, it's true she entered my room. Did I falsely accuse her? Lu Guoqiang hesitated, feeling a bit annoyed. Can you stop causing trouble? Puli is my comrade. I only see Hu Lily as an old classmate. There's nothing dirty between us. It's not what you think. Mu Xiaocao gave him a cold smile. He kept saying the same few things, and she was tired of hearing them. Divorces are rare these days, especially initiated by women. But she wasn't afraid of others' mockery or scorn. If she had to live through this again, and still felt so oppressed, maybe it was better not to live at all. Seeing Mu Xiaocao's cold smile, Lu Guoqiang's breath caught. Mu Xiaocao, enough. You need to control your temper. I'm not throwing a tantrum. I'm serious. Besides, didn't you promise to divorce me? That's because… Lu Guoqiang was momentarily speechless. Lu Guoqiang, I thought this through carefully before I brought it up. Still overthinking? Mu Xiaocao, you have no looks and no diploma. Without me, where can you go? Will your family want you? Lu Guoqiang doesn't believe it. Mu Xiaocao's family are just rural folks, and her grandmother married a widower from Wangjia village after a second marriage. They are outsiders and have no roots in their hometown. If Mu Xiaocao divorces and goes back, who can support her? Her grandmother? Or her late husband's mother? Lu Guoqiang, though from an average family, is handsome and promising. Many female soldiers in the group like him, but he keeps his distance and never messes around. Someone as outstanding as him, a village girl like Mu Xiaocao, returning home after divorce, might get beaten by her step-grandfather. Don't want a divorce. Mu Xiaocao is surprised. Fine, then cut ties with Hu Lili, and I won't mind divorcing. Her eyes are full of playful mischief. If she divorces him, she can't survive? In her past life, she got into university. Where couldn't she survive? Her step-grandfather didn't want her, so she would go back and make her grandmother and that old man divorce, taking her family away. But if Lu Guoqiang and Hu Lili stopped seeing each other, it would be like stabbing Lu Guoqiang in the heart. He wouldn't agree, of course. You're just unreasonable. Lu Guoqiang hurriedly runs away, slamming the door and leaving the family compound. He goes to Hu Lili's house, probably to comfort his beloved again. Mu Xiaocao isn't angry. After finishing her apple, she goes inside and takes a nap. Feeling refreshed, she wakes up and drags her suitcase out of the family compound. This terrible place, whoever wants to stay can stay. She won't. As she steps out, she meets Qin Su riding her bike. Auntie, where are you going? Qin Su's little mouth is so sweet. She thinks she has the potential to be a matchmaker and will definitely help her aunt marry her little uncle. Oh, it's you. I want to move out. It's not convenient to live here. She throws the keys to the family compound into the yard. Living under the same roof as disgusting people shortens your life. Isn't that perfect? My little uncle said it's unsafe for me to live alone at home, and he was just about to find someone to keep me company. Auntie, you don't need to look for a house outside. Just move in and live with me. You've seen my place, it's spacious. Even if you live alone, there's still extra room. Here's the key. I'm leaving now. I'll be late for school. There are washed apples on the table. You can eat them. The house is a bit messy. I haven't had time to tidy up. You can leave things here, and I'll organize when I return. Goodbye, Auntie. Seeing the key being forcefully handed to her, Mu Xiaocao shook her head with a light smile. This girl is quite likable. Since there's a place to stay, I might as well stay here for a few days. It's not safe for a young single woman to rent a place alone. The security in this era is quite chaotic. When I get back, I quickly help tidy the house. The dishes soaking in the kitchen were washed and put away. Brother Chong, I really didn't see any money. I just didn't expect Mu Xiaocao to have a suitcase. I was curious and looked inside, but I didn't touch anything. Hu Lili saw Lu Guoqiang come over, her eyes red, speaking softly and with a hint of sadness. Lu Guoqiang sat in a chair, just watching Hu Lili. Her eyes are clear, but there's a hint of nervousness deep inside. He knew she was lying, but he didn't call her out. That money. I gave it to Mu Xiaocao. It's obvious, many people already know. Hu Lili forgot to cry. He really gave Mu Xiaocao money. Why does she need so much money? She can't spend it in the countryside. Giving her money was just to stop her from talking about divorce. Thinking of Mu Xiaocao's firm attitude, Lu Guoqiang felt a bit upset.
Hu Lili's heart sank.
Didn't the family say you already filed for divorce? Lu Guoqiang rubbed his aching forehead and said, I was just scaring her. I didn't mean to divorce her. If they really divorced, what would happen to the family? Hu Lili felt terrible all over. So, it seems Mu Xiaocao is determined to divorce Lu Guoqiang, but Lu Guoqiang doesn't want to. Although that was her goal, why does she feel so upset inside? Hu Lili felt a surge of anger and turned her head, refusing to pay attention to Lu Guoqiang anymore. Lu Guoqiang, distracted and unaware of Hu Lili's change in mood, said, I'm leaving now. Tonight, I'll have Mu Xiaocao come over to apologize, and then he really left. Hu Lili, she took a deep breath.
No rules, no rules.
As long as Mu Xiaocao comes to apologize, she would forgive her graciously. As for Lu Guoqiang, as long as Mu Xiaocao doesn't divorce him, his money would be hers forever. In the afternoon, Mu Xiaocao went to Wang Jingwei's office, but unfortunately, he wasn't there. She could only leave disappointed. She didn't know if her divorce request had been approved. When she returned to Qin Su's house, she saw Hu Ping rushing over angrily. Since they both came from rural backgrounds and worked hard all year, Hu Ping, despite being dark and thin, was very strong. She quickly reached Mu Xiaocao and swung her hand to hit her. You country bumpkin, bullying people and now bullying Lily? Just wait. I'll beat you to death. Mu Xiaocao dodged to the side, then punched Hu Ping in the stomach.
Ouch.
You little brat, you.
You.
Hu Ping couldn't believe it. Mu Xiaocao actually had such strength, almost making her lose her breath. Mu Xiaocao was also surprised as she looked at her fist. She felt that her agility and strength had increased a lot. You old hag, who gave you the right to cause trouble at my door? After school, Qin Su parked her car and stood with her hands on her hips, protecting Mu Xiaocao in front of her. In this residential compound, Qin Su relied on her uncle's reputation, and no one dared to bully her.
Exactly.
When Deputy Captain Lu's mother came over, she made things difficult for Mu Xiaocao. That's really unreasonable. Deputy Captain Lu is handsome and charming. Why does his mother seem like an unreasonable tigress? This sharp-tongued look makes her even more difficult than my mother-in-law. Probably all because of Hu Lili, the princess. TSK, she's so lucky. Not only does Captain Lu stand up for her, but even Deputy Captain Lu's mother can't keep her in check. Hu Ping ignored what others said and raised her claws, rushing again toward Mu Xiaocao. You wicked person. Even if my Lily has lost her husband, you don't have the right to bully her. Watch me teach you a lesson. However, Hu Ping's raised hand was stopped by a large palm. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice with a hint of frost and snow sounded in everyone's ears. Deliberately hurting someone can lead to detention. Mu Xiaocao looked up and saw a tall man standing before her. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, wearing a military cap. Under the brim, his sharp, dark eyes seemed to hide an icy coldness that could freeze anyone at a glance. His delicate features looked as if they had been carefully crafted by a master artist, cold and noble, like a beautiful sculpture. Mu Xiaocao quickly looked away, coldly glancing at Hu Ping and then at Lu Guoqiang, who stood nearby with a calm expression. He was here to watch the show. When Hu Ping tried to hit her just now, he could have stopped her. But he didn't. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Mu Xiaocao's eyes. Huh. Was she here with Hu Ping to trouble her? Too bad. She was no longer the helpless girl she used to be. Lu Guoqiang felt a bit guilty under her gaze. Actually, he hadn't expected Hu Ping to attack Mu Xiaocao right away. But why was Captain Qin, usually indifferent to everything, defending Mu Xiaocao? And why was Mu Xiaocao at Captain Qin's yard when she wasn't at home?
Who are you?
Why are you stopping me? Be careful, I might hit you too. Hu Ping, used to being arrogant, refused to tone down her attitude even in the military compound. She forcefully shook off her hand and pointed at Qin Muyang before Lu Guoqiang could speak, scolding. Hey, everyone look. Mu Xiaocao, this little is always out of the house. Turns out she's been cheating with another man. She flits from one to another, unclear about her loyalties, and keeps slandering my Lily. I think you're the thief crying thief. As soon as Hu Ping finished speaking, Lu Guoqiang's face changed drastically. He quickly pulled her back. "Auntie, don't talk nonsense." Then he stepped forward, standing firm like a pine tree, and respectfully saluted Qin Muyang with a serious expression. "Sorry, Captain Qin. I came to see my wife." Aunt Lu's words were a bit careless. "I hope you won't mind." Hu Ping pushed Lu Guoqiang away, thinking she had caught a good reason to confront Mu Xiaocao, but she kept talking stubbornly. "What's wrong with the team leader? Can the team leader do whatever he wants? He looks decent, but he teamed up with that country bumpkin Mu Xiaocao to try to extort 500 yuan from my niece. People like you should be hit by a car when you go out." Lu Guoqiang looked at Qin Muyang's increasingly cold eyes and hurriedly scolded, "Annie, stop talking nonsense here. Captain Qin doesn't even know Mu Xiaocao. You better shut up." Now he regretted bringing Hu Ping along. When he returned home at noon, he didn't see Mu Xiaocao's figure, and her luggage was gone from the house. At that moment, Lu Guoqiang felt very upset and anxious. Mu Xiaocao left the key and left. Lu Guoqiang always felt that once she left, she would never come back. So he searched around the courtyard. After meeting Hu Ping, she said he was too indulgent with Mu Xiaocao, and she promised to help Lu Guoqiang find Mu Xiaocao and make her change her mind. But who knew? Hu Ping was only good at making trouble and was of no real help, which only made things worse. Hu Ping only realized her mistake after she cursed the captain. Her face turned pale immediately, and her lips trembled uncontrollably.
Qin.
Captain Qin. She had never seen Qin Muyang, but she had heard his name from her son. What a fierce general, a tough soldier from the military district, cold and aloof, ruthless in tactics. How did she get involved with such a formidable person? And the captain's rank was much higher than her son's. Lu Guoqiang felt extremely embarrassed. If there was a hole in front of him, he would have already crawled into it. Hu Ping was quite clever and quickly tried to smooth things over. About the former Captain Qin, it was a misunderstanding. "Please forgive my ignorance. I was just so angry at Mu Xiaocao that I said things I shouldn't have. Yes, it's my fault. I won't do it again." Hu Ping is flexible and adaptable, which makes Mu Xiaocao feel speechless. It's really about being afraid of the weak and liking the strong. In the past, Hu Ping didn't have such a good attitude when facing me. The onlookers watching this scene are glancing back and forth between Mu Xiaocao and Qin Muyang. Captain Qin has always been cold and indifferent, not even giving a glance to the female comrades. Does he like Mu Xiaocao's type? But Mu Xiaocao isn't even suitable for Lu Guoqiang, let alone someone as outstanding as Qin Muyang. But this person is Qin Muyang. Even if he's full of gossip inside, he wouldn't dare speak ill of him. If Mu Xiaocao really had something with Qin Muyang during her marriage, such a woman would be truly unacceptable. Mu Xiaocao clearly understood the meaning behind some people's eyes. She coldly looked at Lu Guoqiang. "So, do you also think I've been cheating outside?" Lu Guoqiang was impatient with her stare. This woman is simply too disobedient. Not only is she talking about divorce, but she also ran away from home. What does she want to do? "I don't know if you've been cheating, but going into someone else's house without reason, do you think that makes you look good?" "Huh, I'm not respectable?" Mu Xiaocao sneered. "Do you think I don't want to go back? Don't you know?" She looked at Lu Guoqiang with sarcasm. At this moment, Qin Su also stepped forward with her hands on her hips. "You trash, don't think I won't stand up for my aunt just because she has no backing. My aunt is going to rent a place outside, and I forced her to come here. My little uncle only comes back twice a year. What's wrong with me finding a companion? Do you have the right to criticize us here? And I tell you, as long as my aunt wants to stay here, she can stay as long as she likes, even if my little uncle objects." Everyone suddenly understood. Captain Qin rarely appears in the family compound, mostly staying at the regiment headquarters or on missions outside. Many officers in the military district don't even know Qin Muyang. Mu Xiaocao, a woman from the countryside who just arrived at the military compound, wouldn't know Qin Muyang either. Mu Xiaocao gratefully looked at Qin Su, who stood up for her. Then her sarcastic gaze fell on Lu Guoqiang. "Why wouldn't I go back? That's because I don't want to serve your family in the village, and now I have to serve you and Hu Lily here. What? Serve Hu Lily, someone exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Lu Guoqiang not only makes me cook for him, but also makes me prepare porridge and do laundry for Hu Lily. Everyone, think about it. Hu Lily took money from my family to indulge herself, and now she wants to enslave me to work like a beast. If I don't move out, how can I live like this? After she finished speaking, the room fell silent. Qin Muyang looked at Mu Xiaocao with pity, wishing he could go up and punch Lu Guoqiang. His little girl married Lu Guoqiang without hesitation, so he didn't interfere with her life anymore. But he never expected her life to be so miserable. Lu Guoqiang's face kept changing. How could she say this in front of everyone? Hu Lily, who rushed over, turned pale. Mu Xiaocao, don't talk nonsense. Lu Guoqiang also blushed with embarrassment. Shut up. Why should I shut up? Did I say anything wrong? In the end, Lu Guoqiang gave Hu Ping $1 to wash Hu Lily's clothes. Everyone listened and was speechless. It seems that Commander Lu truly loves Comrade Hu Lily. Is it really love? With hands and feet and dirty clothes to be washed by others, this is typical behavior of a rich lady. I think so too. Such a woman has really ruined a good man like Fu Lei. Exactly. Stealing money, being greedy, and having an unclear relationship with Commander Lu. She doesn't deserve Fu Lei. Fu Lei was a martyr and held a high status in people's eyes. I didn't steal the money. Hu Lily was about to explode with anger. Mu Xiaocao. That poor girl. Where did she get 500 yuan? Even Lu Guoqiang didn't have it. Lu Guoqiang's eyes, sharp and ruthless, stared at Mu Xiaocao. That money was given to you. What's wrong with Lily helping me get it back? That is my money, not yours. Even though she no longer had feelings for Lu Guoqiang, these words still made Mu Xiaocao's heart ache. She controlled her emotions and said coldly, Lu Guoqiang, that was your compensation money to me. You must return it. Lu Guoqiang was suddenly struck with a bad feeling. He quickly stepped forward, wanting to take Mu Xiaocao away, but Qin Muyang blocked his way. Mu Xiaocao, overwhelmed with emotion, immediately filled her eyes with tears. I know you liked her ever since Hu Lily transferred classes. I also know you married me because of your parents' arrangement. You have no real feelings for me, but you can't treat me this badly. Big tears streamed down Mu Xiaocao's face, gaining some people's sympathy, but also hurting Qin Muyang's heart. On our wedding day, you left me behind and went back to the army, ignoring everyone's gossip. You said it was because of a mission. But I know you came to take care of Hu Lily. Your eyes have never left her. After we married, no matter how hard I worked at home or how carefully I took care of your family, you never looked at me directly. I wanted to be faithful and live a good life with you, but you earn half your money from Hu Lily. You keep a key for her. She takes what she needs from you without guilt: food, salt, oil, vinegar, tea. She gets 50 yuan a month from you, but I have less than 5. She snuggles in your arms watching pictures, while I can only pretend I don't see. If I speak harshly, you might hit me or push me to the ground until I faint. But if Hu Lily gets a small injury, you rush to the hospital to care for her for days, making me wash her dirty clothes and cook for her. Lu Guoqiang, I am just a village girl, but I am not that cheap. Everyone has a corner in their heart that others can't reach, and sometimes they can't find their way out either. So, I have been dutifully with you for 3 years. I hide my deepest love inside, and if you don't cherish it, I don't blame you. But heaven hasn't given me what I want, not because I am unworthy, but because I deserve better. You say I don't go home. Can I go back? My avoidance and disdain are the best answers. Marrying you, I thought I found my happiness, but when I gave everything without reservation, I realized it was all just my wishful thinking. The butterfly is willing to break its wings 10,000 times for spring flowers. My obsession has also left me battered and hurt, but at last, I see the truth clearly. Your liking can be faked, but your love cannot lie. Lu Guoqiang, I don't want you anymore. For the rest of my life, I hope your days are filled with gentle breezes over the hills and bright moonlight that warms your heart. As for my future, from now on, everything will be clear. When I look up, I will see the sunshine. Everyone was stunned by Mu Xiaocao's excellent speaking skills. How could a village girl say such things? And 50? Who Lily takes 50 each month, not counting household expenses. Over the years, Hu Lily has taken a lot from Lu Guoqiang. The more people looked at Hu Lily, the more they thought she was a clever fox, so charming that Lu Guoqiang didn't even know his own name. What did you say? Lu Guoqiang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart.
Are
you leaving me? When did a village girl become so eloquent? My aunt definitely doesn't want you anymore. Thank you for not valuing her. If you don't cherish her, someone better will come to keep her company and care for her. Aunt, let's go inside and not waste our words on these disgusting people. Lu Guoqiang stared blankly at Mu Xiaocao, who was smiling brightly at Qin Sulu. She has always been dull and timid. But now Mu Xiaocao's lips were curved, her eyes bright with an unprecedented lively glow. He was stunned for a moment. In just a few days, she seemed to have become much fairer. The dull bangs on her forehead were gone, and she had styled her hair with clips, revealing a smooth, full forehead. If she weren't dressed so plainly and simply, her appearance would be even more attractive than Hu Lily's. Smiling so sweetly, how could she possibly want to divorce him? His words of not wanting her were probably just a joke, insincere. Qin Muyang glanced at Lu Guoqiang, who clearly looked amazed, then pressed his lips and followed inside. It seems he needs to visit Commander Wang soon to help Mu Xiaocao escape her suffering. That way, his long-held wish can be fulfilled. Little uncle, why are you back today? He even helped Aunt Mu once. Qin Muyang casually glanced at Mu Xiaocao, who still hadn't recognized him, and went coldly to the study. Qin Su was already used to her little uncle's cold face and didn't notice anything unusual. She just called out to his back, "Little uncle, stay for dinner tonight. My aunt's cooking is really good." Mu Xiaocao chuckled and patted her little head. "Okay, I'll make an extra bowl of rice tonight." When Qin Muyang finally came out of the study, he saw 3 dishes and a soup on the dining table. The main food was rice, with dishes of stir-fried cabbage with meat, boiled fish slices, stir-fried small bok choy, and a tomato and egg drop soup with spinach. It looked colorful, fragrant, and tasty, making it very appetizing. "Did you make all this?" Qin Muyang was a bit surprised. "Yes, I saw fish in the kitchen, so I made these few dishes. Try them." Mu Xiaocao was completely relaxed and natural. Although Qin Muyang seemed a little cold, she felt he was warm inside. She wasn't afraid at all. Didn't Lu Guoqiang look a bit nervous when he saw Qin Muyang? Even though she wasn't afraid, she didn't stare at Qin Muyang either. She was a guest, and staring at the host was considered impolite. Mu Xiaocao was used to doing household chores and was very efficient at it. Qin Su covered her mouth and giggled. Her little uncle, who usually didn't care about anything, kept sneaking glances at Aunt Mu several times. "Auntie, I'll serve the soup." Qin Su was very happy. She finally completed the task her little uncle gave her. Qin Muyang took the soup and tasted a sip. Very good. You could tell she only added salt, but the flavor was extremely fresh. He took another bite of the dish. Very good, refreshing and tasty, with little oil, not greasy, and delicious, much better than outside dishes. Your cooking skills are excellent. Qin Muyang, who rarely praised anyone, didn't hold back and complimented Mu Xiaocao. The 3 of them enjoyed the meal happily, unaware that outside in the yard, Hu Lily was almost biting through her silver tooth. She hesitated to take the next step with Lu Guoqiang because of Qin Muyang. Qin Muyang's background was very mysterious, but also very powerful. Everyone knew that. She had tried to flirt with Qin Muyang before, but he was just a cold, emotionless machine. When he saw her, a beautiful woman, he either ignored her or scolded her without mercy. She was almost about to feel very upset. Hu Lily is a star performer in the dance troupe. She has a good appearance and a graceful figure. After Fu Lei sacrificed himself, the men chasing her were almost lined up outside the dance troupe's gate. But just now, Qin Muyang unexpectedly helped Mu Xiaocao. If it had been anyone else, Qin Muyang would have avoided them. Why would he get involved in such trivial matters? And I saw clearly that Qin Muyang's gaze on Mu Xiaocao was unusual. There was concern, guilt, and persistence. He clearly doesn't know Mu Xiaocao, so why does he have these strong feelings? Even more, now many people in the family compound support Mu Xiaocao. If her theft is confirmed, how can she stay in the compound? As a star performer in the dance troupe, she refuses to be pointed at or looked down upon. Lily didn't go back. She stayed outside Qin Muyang's house. It was dark outside, and only then did Qin Muyang appear at the gate. Honestly, she finally had a chance to meet the girl from her memories. Qin Muyang wanted to stay here tonight, but he couldn't let Mu Xiaocao carry any shame because of him. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a woman with tears in her eyes, looking sad and pitiful, blocking his way. Captain Qin, I didn't do it. I just wanted to find my skirt and only looked through Mu Xiaocao's box. I really didn't steal the money. Please believe me. Qin Muyang took 2 steps back and gave her a cold look.
Who are you?
You're crazy. After saying that, he bypassed Lily and walked away quickly. Lily, this cold-hearted man, I curse you to never find a wife in your life. Qin Muyang, if I want to, I can marry anyone I like. He just doesn't want to get involved with women who cry easily. Actually, his heart has long been in that small mountain village, and he can't forget the person who called him little brother and gave him endless warmth. The next day, Qin Su finished breakfast and went to school. Mu Xiaocao tidied up the house and then went to find Commissar Wang. But as she left the door, she saw Lu Guoqiang approaching with a dark face. Come on, follow me home. I have something to tell you. Mu Xiaocao raised an eyebrow. Besides divorce and giving money, everything else is off the table. Lu Guoqiang didn't respond and pulled her toward the house. As soon as they entered, Lu Guoqiang picked her up and pressed her onto the sofa. Lu Guoqiang, what are you trying to do? Mu Xiaocao was startled and quickly placed her hands on his chest. The sofa was wooden, not as soft as in later times, and it hurt her backbones. What do you think I want to do? He hadn't eaten last night and was exhausted from a sudden emergency call from Qin Muyang, who had punched him several times under the pretext of training. He returned home close to midnight, and the house was cold and empty, with no hot water. He was a married man, so why was his life worse than that of his single comrades? No one cared for him, no one asked. Why was this woman so heartless? If not for fear of gossip, he would have already gone to find Lily. Lu Guoqiang held Mu Xiaocao's hands above her head, his eyes dark and fierce. Didn't you say I haven't been intimate with you for 3 years? Today, I will satisfy you. Mu Xiaocao struggled desperately. Her hands were restrained, and her legs were pressed down by Lu Guoqiang's thighs. In the struggle, 2 buttons on her chest popped open. Mu Xiaocao hadn't dressed up carefully. She was only wearing a floral cotton padded jacket, with no inner shirt, just a simple cotton undergarment. She wasn't good at dressing up, but her figure was actually very nice. Her skin, white as jade, was smooth and bright, untouched by sunlight. Especially her full, white, now free from the buttons, trembling and almost ready to emerge, made Lu Guoqiang suddenly feel parched and restless, as a strange fire ignited within him. His eyes darkened, and he leaned down to kiss her. Mu Xiaocao felt extremely disgusted and shouted loudly, Lu Guoqiang, let me go. If you dare to touch me again, you won't be able to wear your military uniform anymore. Try me if you don't believe it. At this moment, the man was confused, but he still had some awareness. Indeed, Lu Guoqiang paused slightly, then slowly sat up, releasing Mu Xiaocao and gasping for breath. But her smooth, jade-like skin kept flickering before his eyes, making his mouth dry and his body instinctively heat up, afraid to look at Mu Xiaocao again. Mu Xiaocao grabbed a military coat hanging on a man's hanger and wrapped it around herself. Lu Guoqiang, you're shameless. Lu Guoqiang suppressed his impulse and sneered, pretending to be innocent. Isn't this what you want? He adjusted his mood and looked at Mu Xiaocao with a calm attitude. Didn't expect your figure to be pretty good. Mu Xiaocao looked at him coldly. Yes, I used to want that, but now I don't. Before coming here, she might have still held some hope. But now, she just wants a divorce. Lu Guoqiang didn't believe her. You say you want a divorce, but then you go and pressure Qin Muyang. Mu Xiaocao, can you even have some shame? How can you complain to another man about this?
뭐야, 치수스리던가?
What does that have to do with him? Doing wrong and not knowing how to repent, Lu Guiqiang. You're the shameless one. Lu Guiqiang snorted coldly.
What did I do wrong, Mu Xiaocao?
Living together takes time. We had no emotional foundation to become a family. You can't force me to accept you right away. Mutual liking takes time, and only then can we do those things. Besides, I am a soldier, often attending training and missions. I don't have time to visit you often. Lu Guiqiang, don't make excuses for your dislike. If you don't have time to visit me, how come you have time to be with Huli? You're neighbors, and you see her often. I finally understand. You just don't like me. Marrying me was just to fulfill your parents' wishes. But congratulations, maybe tomorrow you'll be free. From now on, whoever you like to be with is your business. I will disappear from your world. Mu Xiaocao turned around, her eyes a bit teary, but mostly feeling relieved. Lu Guiqiang tidied his clothes, looked at the stubborn Mu Xiaocao, and slammed the door shut, leaving the family compound. He could ignore her, but he would never believe that Mu Xiaocao would really divorce him. It was just a way to retreat and force him to give in. Brother Chong, did you argue again? Outside the yard, Hu Lili approached Lu Guiqiang with a stern expression. Little sister Chao is really too much. How can she live in someone else's house without caring for her own husband? I will go talk to her. The more we care about her, the more she takes advantage. Back at the team headquarters, Lu Gang approached with a strange look and asked, Captain Lu, does your wife really want a divorce? Be honest with me. You and Hu Lili. Lu Guiqiang irritably pushed him away. Lu Gang, stop talking nonsense. We are soldiers. We should say less to damage others' reputation. Captain Lu, I don't want to interfere in your affairs. But you causing trouble with my mother makes it hard for me as your colleague. I also feel uncomfortable. You're the most likely to be promoted to deputy squad leader. I hope nothing bad happens to you at this important time. Lu Gang actually admired Lu Guiqiang. But in the army, competition is fierce. Even a small rumor can ruin a career. Plus, Lu Guiqiang's conduct is problematic. If this gets out, it will reach the leader's ears. After leaving Lu Guiqiang's family compound, Mu Xiaocao went home to change clothes and then headed to Commissar Wang's office. But he was still not there. After inquiring, he learned that Commissar Wang was at a meeting at the military district and wouldn't return until the day after tomorrow. Mu Xiaocao felt a bit anxious. Military marriage is hard to leave, but no matter how difficult, she didn't want to stay with Lu Guiqiang anymore. She didn't want to go through that pain again. If she had a second chance at life, what would be the point? Unable to find Commissar Wang, Mu Xiaocao decided to go back home. Once there, she sat by the window reading a book. In her past life, she managed to get into university. This time, she believed she could too. And maybe, it wasn't just her illusion. She felt that her intelligence and physical health had improved significantly compared to her previous life. Also, she noticed she looked more beautiful than before. Her face still resembled her past self, but her skin was fairer, her figure was more attractive. Curves in the right places, slender where needed. She looked like what people now call a devil's figure. If she wore Hu Lili's expensive clothes and went out, she would look better than her. But she didn't bother to compare herself to her. Many people say that comparing helps us improve. But Mu Xiaocao feels there is no need to compare herself with others, and she should not stay stuck in her worries, looking up to others' happiness. With mental preparation, Mu Xiaocao's mood became calmer. She is herself, the firework she admires most, and it has nothing to do with others. Just as she was settling down quietly, there was a knock on the door. She went over and opened it. Outside stood Hu Lili, holding a bag of fruit candies. Little Chow, good afternoon. I'm sorry for messing with your things. I apologize. This is half a pound of fruit candies, for you to enjoy. Hu Lili looked gentle and a little guilty. Her appearance once confused many people in the courtyard. Even now, some still think Hu Lili is kind and generous, while Mu Xiaocao is petty. She only went in to look for a dress and moved her box a little. So why is she so persistent? Hu Lili looked at Mu Xiaocao with hope, her expression making Mu Xiaocao, who has lived 2 lives, feel ashamed. She should be an artist. She should act, not dance. Mu Xiaocao glanced at Hu Lili, took a milk candy from her pocket, and put it in her mouth. Hu Lili's face stiffened. So, little Chow has candies to eat. Mu Xiaocao rolled her eyes at her. Now it's not the 1960s. Where can't you get candies? Ironically, she never ate milk candies in her previous life. Her only memory of eating candy was on her wedding day. That day, her grandmother gave her a piece of candy, a sticky fruit candy. Her grandmother said she hoped her life would be sweet and happy. Unfortunately, her grandmother's wish was destined not to come true. And that candy was given to her by Qin Muyang. Grateful for her care for Qin Su and cooking for her. Over a pound of milk candies, Mu Xiaocao planned to take them back to her grandmother, mother, brother, and sister to eat. But Hu Lili insisted on coming over to cause trouble, and she wouldn't indulge this hypocrite. Hu Lili's face looked very bad. Several military wives nearby were pointing and whispering about them, probably talking behind her back. Hu Lili felt a bit anxious. She saw a figure rushing over in her peripheral vision and suddenly stepped forward to grab Mu Xiaocao's hand. Mu Xiaocao flicked her hand, and Hu Lili shouted loudly as she fell backward. Suddenly, candies dropped to the ground, scattering everywhere. Hu Lili's eyes were red, and she looked at Mu Xiaocao with tears in her eyes. Little sister Chow, I know you have issues with me, but you shouldn't have pushed me. Mu Xiaocao was still a bit stunned. Who pushed her? She didn't even let Hu Lili touch her, okay? In the next second, a figure ran over at full speed to help Hu Lili up. Are you okay? How could you be so careless? Then, Lu Guoqiang glared fiercely at Mu Xiaocao. What are you crazy about? Apologize to Lili now. Mu Xiaocao closed her mouth and looked at Lu Guoqiang with a smile. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? But Lu Guoqiang clearly saw that Mu Xiaocao pushed Hu Lili. Brother Chong, I'm fine. It was my own fault for not being careful. Don't blame Sister Chow. Hu Lili frowned, looking pitiful, but still spoke up for Mu Xiaocao. Lu Guoqiang's anger flared. He took a step forward, grabbing Mu Xiaocao's wrist, and commanded from above, apologize. Although she had lost hope in Lu Guoqiang, Mu Xiaocao still felt a cold stare from him that made her shiver. She forcefully shook off Lu Guoqiang's hand. Lu Guoqiang, are you crazy or blind? Didn't you see your own wife fall down? Mu Xiaocao, I saw it with my own eyes. What more do you want to deny? I told you. Hu Lili fell by herself. I didn't push her. She looked around, hoping someone would come forward and speak for her. At this moment, Aunt Li from next door stepped forward. Captain Liu, don't wrongly accuse Mu Xiaocao. It was Hu Lili who fell by herself. Mu Xiaocao didn't even touch her. Mu Xiaocao saw this and immediately felt happy. She had moved into Qin Su's place and brought some winter melon soup to her neighbors. It seems that the soup was very useful in a critical moment. I also saw it. Ha, Captain Liu, you really are blind and heartless, neglecting your own wife and bothering about a stranger. TSK Mu Xiaocao didn't even touch her, but Hu Lili carrying a few candies came to make trouble. It really opened our eyes. Lu Guoqiang was stunned. What are you talking about? Hu Lili's heart sank, but she still cried out. You're talking nonsense. I didn't do anything. Aunt Li and another military wife didn't want to get involved, but they couldn't resist because Mu Xiaocao's winter melon soup was so delicious. Besides, they really saw Hu Lili fall by herself. Hu Lili, you went forward to try to grab Mu Xiaocao, and she just waved her hand to avoid you. She didn't do anything wrong, but you fell backward. Xiaocao, you should tell Auntie honestly. Have you learned some special martial arts? Like that, striking a cow across the mountain or shaking the mountain and collapsing the sea, where you can knock down a lot of people without even touching them. Aunt Li was very respected in this neighborhood. Her words were rarely doubted. Now, everyone looked at Hu Lili with complicated expressions. Can Hu Lili just stop causing trouble? Does she have to disturb the peace of the whole neighborhood? Lu Guoqiang couldn't believe his ears. After a moment, he looked at Hu Lili with disappointment. Hu Lili's face turned pale. She hurriedly asked, Aunt Li, what benefits did Mu Xiaocao get? Why are you defending her? Aunt Li's eyes widened. So, you think I'm wrong? Hu Lily's accusations completely angered Aunt Li. I, Li Chui, have lived in this neighborhood for over 10 years. I've seen all kinds of strange people. My husband was a martyr, and my 2 sons are brave soldiers. My words are honest, and I respect their medals and my conscience. But you, deliberately falling and framing Mu Xiaocao, what are you trying to do? A proper martyr's family member shouldn't act like this. You're just making us military wives look bad. She then shot a cold look at Lu Guoqiang, whose face was pale. Lu Guoqiang's face stiffened. Could it be that he had wrongly accused Mu Xiaocao again? Mu Xiaocao gave Aunt Li a big thumbs up, feeling her energy flow smoothly through her body. Ignoring Lu Guoqiang's awkward expression, she stepped forward and slapped Hu Lily hard twice. Wow, the feeling of slapping was really satisfying. The lingering resentment and regret from the past life were all absorbed into the crisp sound of the slap. Mu Xiaocao, not only was Hu Lily stunned, but Lu Guoqiang was also momentarily frozen. How can you hit someone? Xia Anning thought that such injuries were quite common, but in Shi Jinfeng's eyes, he would be nervous even if she got hurt while acting, let alone injuries from being kidnapped. Lin Zixiang whispered softly, not considering whether Qiao Xia could invite old Master Xia over. Meanwhile, Qiao Xia was already running back. In the end, the white stewed chicken was not eaten by Yi at all, but Tanchen benefited from it. After hearing the elder's question, Yunhuang didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned her head to look at Jin Yao beside her. However, many people were sitting around a square table, drinking and eating seriously, as if they hadn't noticed what was happening with Chu Yi. Nanqingguo was far from Qishao Academy. Going further, Qiao Ruan and others still needed to go to the strongest country in the southern part of the White West continent, the Baiyan Empire, to participate in the competition. Qing Xian told his parents this news. When they heard it, they immediately went out to look for him. Those people had caused her and her fiancé so much trouble. If she found them, she wouldn't let them off easily. Xingyang was overjoyed. She said that this was the first time Yi had gone out, and she had asked her to accompany him. She quickly bowed and responded, then hurriedly left. Ayu, you're only a month old, and your body hasn't fully recovered. Stay outside quietly, okay? Feng Juanyao's voice was firm and unwavering. In fact, he couldn't stop her. Xiao Han had already passed away at the start, and even if Li Zongyu was confident and skilled, facing the elite team of Tan Shitian and Cheng Wei, he would find it hard to win a 1v2. The head teacher didn't ask me again, just said that school was starting, everyone should settle down, and then rambled on about a bunch of useless nonsense. Perhaps because the lights were so warm and the music so gentle, Li Zongyu suddenly felt that Ling Xiefeng's gaze was especially tender. Those deep eyes were like a whirlpool, pulling him in and making him lose himself. Yi Chen's family was a single lineage, and only Yi Chen was in this generation. The officials of the ancestral hall knew that the 14th young master had arrived, so they all came out to greet him. They said they would give 10 lashes, but in fact only gave 5, and they were light and careful. Afterward, an imperial doctor brought some healing ointment for injuries. The dark mage of the demon race also uses long-range magic. Although he moves slower than elves, his magic attack power is stronger. When his death spells stack up, the damage from his dark magic becomes very frightening. However, Lin Tian was not too worried. After all, Wu Nian could only send Lu Chuan away. Once Lu Chuan left, he couldn't change anything. Did Lu Chuan have the strength to fight him?
No.
At the Dragon Bar, everyone drinking and relaxing saw what was happening and quickly paid their bills to leave, avoiding trouble. Li Xiao didn't realize that just because of a cute, gentle young boy, her live streaming career was greatly improved. Seeing the number of viewers in her stream keep rising, she felt like she was dreaming. But the people from the secret agency were well trained. When their car stopped nearby, everyone got out and immediately surrounded the 3 ghosts, aiming their net guns at them. Master Huang's bag wasn't big, but it held many things. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a lot of items, including talismans and a peachwood sword. Only such weapons could truly hurt those ghosts. Ordinary human weapons wouldn't work. I nodded in confusion and told him that the sandalwood scent on him was quite nice. I wondered why a ghost would emit such a pleasant smell. The more I thought about it, the more suspicious I became. Mo Feng remembered Qin Qian, who had entered the ghost building and disappeared, but there was no news of her now. At noon, she received a message from Tang Yi saying that Xiao Ilo had returned from a business trip and was coming to pick her up. Wang Meng not only destroyed the zombie, but also saved my life. This was his achievement, and I shouldn't take it away. I didn't want to have any connection with him now. I didn't want him to think I relied on him to gain fame and favor. Zhou Lan ordered me to support her as we walked outside and helped me stop a taxi. After I got in, I looked at the bar getting farther away and felt a bit regretful. Tomorrow was the opening day, and I hadn't had a proper chance to meet everyone. There are no records of this. Not even the word Underworld King appears, Robin replied calmly. I was immediately shocked, unable to believe that Zhu Yu was so bold to make money, even daring to let the princess interact with guests. In our nightclub, such behavior would get someone thrown out. The shop owner and the people on the street were very surprised, but they didn't know what the problem was. They kept checking and inspecting, unaware of a mysterious man dressed in a black robe walking toward the administrative office building. Finally, we have a new target. Qin Fen, who was following the jeep, looked at the shaky vehicle ahead and muttered to himself. Fun, help me check. Qin Fen couldn't see anything, so he closed his eyes and communicated with the system inside him. Late into the night, after finishing another game, the boy finally let out a breath, looking exhausted as he collapsed onto the sofa. One person stayed at the front lines, commanding the fight against the rebels, while another led the capable soldiers away to rebuild the underworld's order. Qin Fen gathered his remaining strength into his arms, bent over, and suddenly struck downward. The powerful impact caused 2 clouds of dust to rise and toward Mu Qingzi, who was several meters away. After Ma Chao and Pang De fled, only a few moments passed before all 8 of their personal guards were killed. With a muffled grunt, followed by a scream, the person who should have been kicked down was instead grabbed by Qin Fen, who pulled his tongue and dragged him to the ground in front. The old principal's words made Qin Fen suddenly stunned. The issue of royal power had been resolved, so the traditional Chinese medicine department could continue to operate peacefully at the university. Why, now, was there a problem with the department's future? The hotel where he was staying was one of the most luxurious on Jizhou Island, not far from many scenic spots. If he went to the Fisherman's Wharf, it would only take about 10 minutes on foot. There were too many monsters, and they were all very strong, with powerful demon kings making moves. If it weren't for a nuclear explosion at a critical moment, some people wouldn't be able to endure it. While the tavern was still not very busy, Cortair and the chubby man went out together to buy some gifts for Yuri and Medusa, which they asked Cece to bring to the church. They also gave her a reasonable excuse to meet Xiang Yi. Living in the same hotel? Zhang Lijun relaxed and planned to ask the front desk later which room they stayed in, so she could visit at a good time. Cui Pingting was only angry at Chen Ping, but her deepest hatred was for Du Bian. She was just temporarily powerless against him.
So,
feeling cold and dizzy as she smelled the strong sweet scent, Buing slowly opened her eyes from fainting and regained awareness of the world. Your dad is much stronger than mine. He can still fight to live. My dad, however, sacrificed himself for his work. He didn't want to say the word suicide because it hurt his guilty heart too much. Shauna Investment Group's management was restructured last year. The board of directors was upgraded to a board of trustees, with Zaman as the first chairman. Each major division then formed its own board, with a chairman or president. After a brief pause, Xiaocao continued, I can feel that your husband isn't lying. Tell me, what do you really want? If your request is reasonable, I can help make it happen. After speaking, Xiaocao intentionally glanced at Lin Heng and Jiang Minghui. Even so, this mysterious pearl was an essential tool for self-defense and escape. Bai Yuqing would not let this go easily. He would use all means to drag Du Bian into deep trouble, or he would never be able to lift his head among colleagues at Li Jingxi. Chuxin finally saw clearly who was beside her. Jun Noa was lying next to her, with her hand still on her waist. She was so exhausted that she didn't feel anything at all. She reached out and rubbed her eyes. The evil black energy swirled in the air, slowly descending. It drew closer to the boy on the altar, whose fear grew deeper in his eyes. On the 6th day early morning, we stood at the edge of a forest, facing an endless, vast ocean. It paused for a few seconds, then let out a piercing roar. Its eyes instantly turned pure white. Black smoke billowed from all its features, and its face trembled violently. Suddenly, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into a pile of rotten flesh and blood. Even if he said he came for money, I still preferred to define our relationship as cooperation. I would rather be on the same level as him. I wanted to stay on the ground a little longer, but the turtle kept its serious face. I had to quickly stand up and look at him helplessly. Their story might take days and nights to tell, but although I am very curious, I want to hear Jaren's story even more. One is the energetic and confident Huizubing, and the other is the scheming and cautious Guijia. Under the stark contrast of these two images, there is a never-ending timeline that separates them. After that day, my mother died, but I will never forget the look in her eyes when she last looked at me. I took him to the entrance of the gambling hall. That was the best respect I could show him, especially since he was about to help me with something. I had to be polite. Plus, there are all those heavy cruisers. So many ship girls. If I could control them all, it would be a powerful force for the gendarmerie. However, during this time, she shifted her feelings away from He Hansheng and watched her relationship with him from an outsider's perspective. So, Sifan was enthusiastic for a long time but received no response from Zhuzhou. She immediately stopped and stepped back shyly, wondering if she had made a mistake during the kiss earlier.
Boom.
As they spoke, Song Yan's body was surrounded by divine fire. He stood in the mist of light, like a primordial demon god, full of a sense of oppression. The Grand was stripped of his pants in front of dozens of apprentices and descendants, which was more painful than death. On this human skin, there are long purple hair, smooth skin, flowing glow, still shining with luster. Come over, dinner is ready. Sun Ernyang is opening her shop. The monkeys are here, call everyone to eat, Li Fengqin called out. Shen Rant's gaze shifted from the terrified soldier to the blood-stained, expensive carpet. Su Xingran felt a fierce anger rising inside him. His eyes lost warmth when he looked at He Hansheng. Qingqing Mountain and Yang Li were stunned. They came from ordinary families and had never received such valuable gifts before. After finishing speaking, he hurriedly set out for the Divine Mountain. But before reaching the Divine Mountain, he wanted to look around the big city nearby. So, he was now on his way to the nearby city called Longcheng. This shows that inside the Eastern Alliance, under immense external pressure, internal disagreements have begun to emerge, leading to internal disintegration and division. In pursuit, avoid aggressive actions or words, as they make you seem immature and dangerous. Instead, stay calm and rational, facing difficulties and setbacks with a positive attitude. Eyes flicked around Lin Jiaying, and Mu Shiro's lips pressed tightly together, not bothering to complain inwardly. Xiaomi slyly took an old popsicle from her clothes and pressed it against Chu Zihong's forehead. After asking for his name, then his age, she continued to learn about him, build trust, and maintain their relationship every day. The only bright spot was the large skylight in the center of the house, with frosted glass. Gentle, warm sunlight filtered through the leaves above, creating patches of golden light. As he marked these moments, the originally very dark sky suddenly grew even gloomier, and the clouds thickened unexpectedly. "Hey, wait a moment," Xiaolin said calmly just as he was about to act. Sure enough, Li Zhua had just returned to Handan. Before he could settle into the city, Zhao Yong summoned him. Although Li Zhua was ready to fight hard, Zhao Yong's urgent mood surprised him. He had to leave the people he was with, including Zhuaka, and follow the palace servant to the Dragon Terrace. After another 15 minutes, the bodies of these evil three were thrown into the bushes on both sides of the road. The hiding place was very secretive. As for the 10 motorcycles, 9 of them were fully packed. Willow branches whipped like whips, and strong winds blew. The powerful demon kings attacking the 2 of them instinctively chose to retreat. You, the old ancestor of death, could only say one word before he couldn't speak anymore. His eyes turned blank. Yuki's words confused the people around him. This guy, just now, said he was extraordinary, and now he says he's not scary at all. Both statements came from the same person. It was really frustrating. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the arena, he met someone he knew, Sullen Shanhanfeng. In just 15 minutes, at least 7 pseudo-saint level experts had arrived at the scene. Yi Qinfeng, I tell you, don't go too far. If you cross my bottom line, I will never forgive you. Xiao Muran's face suddenly turned cold, like frost. That night, Guogongzi didn't sleep well. Habits can be really frightening. Just after Helione left, she started missing him. Li Han really wanted to see who was in the car, but the glass was dark, and with his poor eyesight now, he had no way to see anything. Unlike beauty salons, the room where the procedures are done is off-limits to men. So, the 2 bodyguards obediently sit in the lobby waiting. In the worlds of all realms, the fire intent is restrained by the heart of the great Tao and the thoughts of the sky. Additionally, the laws of the worlds prevent the fire intent from fully manifesting, so it mostly remains hidden in the sky's mind. Mu Qinchin cannot tell if the other person is an enemy or a friend. When everyone is not paying attention, she quietly moves behind a pillar. Guo Xiaofeng's fist collided with Li Xing's, but Li Xing was not knocked away. He only took a step back from the impact. 1,040 layers of protection, each different. The first 104 is... Li Han opened his eyes and began the original program, instantly breaking through the first layer of protection. Mo Ziyu reached out, wanting to hold Tong Yao's hand, but his hand was pushed back by a force. Around Tong Yao, a faint aura was forming, enveloping her, and her face looked very pained. Su Yuntian knew Su Wanqing very well, so every word he said hit her weak spot. After the father's words were finished, Zui Qin stopped crying and looked towards Zui Yan. Xia Qianin suddenly exclaimed, then, as if electrocuted, quickly stepped back with a flash, staring at Yu Tang with a shocked expression. It is known that the champions of past generations were heroes with immense influence in the army. However, in this generation, a useless person who never fought in battle appeared. The 3 of them flew over the sea for nearly half an hour, and suddenly, they saw a huge cave with a diameter of about 100 miles in the distant sea surface. Grayer saw Qin Mo standing inside the elegant room, gazing at the broken sword in the sword box on the stage with a trance-like look. She called out to Qin Mo but received no response. There was a corner ahead, and Zunning didn't notice anyone. When the person came out from the corner, Lu Tian pulled her aside. Outside the door, the voice was still sweet and childish, recalling that she suddenly remembered a way to wake her snake fairy sister immediately. She asked me to open the door so she could heal her sister. Mo Ning, is this guy really here to perform a play?
Susuwanderth Basel.
Jin Wang Xiao Yuan Su, dressed in plain clothes, with a mourning band tied around his head and waist, entered the palace on foot without riding a horse. Su Yunyan hesitated for a moment, then lifted her skirt, turned around, and stepped outside, kneeling on the hard ground in the courtyard. I don't need money, thank you, Su Su said with a faint smile, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the sudden enthusiasm. Mo Zixuan saw this and couldn't help but sweat. He had only been away for a few months, and everything here had become so messy. This man was known for his serious cleanliness obsession. Xiang Qing lowered her head, and Lin Kabai's face looked strained. The feeling of disappointment suddenly hit her hard, and she felt she was being unfair, wasting Brother Lin's deep affection. She pushed her chair up and stood, feeling surprisingly calm and composed, with a gentle smile on her face. I thought I wouldn't like anyone else again, she said with a bitter smile. Mo Zixuan suddenly looked up, his eyes full of sadness besides their beauty. Ai Yong also came from that time and naturally knew that Huang Can was telling the truth. But he could only feel helpless about Huang Can's routine annual effort to challenge new students. Yes, I guess that, Xiangqing said, not foolish. Lin Kebai was famous all over the capital for her clever words. She was full of justice and very talented, but because she refused to bow to power or accept bribes, her salary was average. Thinking of this, Xiangqing both admired and felt a little regretful. When Mu Ria spoke, the god of whales was stunned, then quickly reacted and tried to fix the situation. Finally, after leaving the noisy place, she was about to open the bathroom door when suddenly a large hand pulled her into a dim corridor. Two humanoid figures in uniforms each held someone and took them back to their cells. Mu Ria had already changed like the Wind King Eagle, with elements outside her body forming crystals, resembling an eggshell. It was a bit large, nearly 100 meters tall, but compared to the Wind King Eagle, it was insignificant. Ling Feifei felt a bit sad. This place used to be her home, but now it had completely changed. What was this person trying to do? Just as Liang Su was about to attack her, Lao Lu stopped in front of him, blocking him and covering Liang Su with his body. The chubby ghost didn't care and thought this guy was some rich young master pretending to be cool and giving him money. Anyway, if he got beaten, it didn't matter. He could afford to lose. Those born in an ivory tower never realize how lucky they are. Unlike those from difficult backgrounds, they must go through countless trials to rise above their origins. For me, regrowing a broken arm wasn't hard. After reattaching it, I gave Baiyao a few healing pills and told him to rest and recover. Thanks to Li Yetao, Wu Yan, and Yizhou Tianchong for their support, and to Chao Shanjun, Xinghua Fuho, and Rongfeng Repair Shop for their contributions. However, Qinshin couldn't be sure whether the Color Frog clan had joined forces with the Qianzhou Prefecture army to fight against the disciples of the Zen Heart Dragon Palace. To the rock lizards used as mounts, those obstacles were no different from flat ground. They carried the Earth Goblin Knights up walls and rooftops with ease, leaping high to strike their enemies with deadly precision. Perhaps to others, an apology seemed easy. Even if Qinshin apologized, he wouldn't be the one losing face. But she didn't know that not every descendant of the Han family had the right to use the Han surname. Only those who passed strict tests or earned the family head's approval could bear it. Yi Yufei, class is about to start. Go back to the classroom now, or I'll call your father, the homeroom teacher finally said, using Yi Zhihui's name to warn him. Those so-called 8 immortals were, at best, cultivators at the Dao Dan stage. They were nothing compared to Mu Li, just a few missiles could wipe them out completely. The soldiers lived up to their selection. They not only memorized all the combat techniques, but also used their rest time to practice and master them. Bai Tianfan grinned slyly and reached out. The Emperor's flowing essence, which had already settled, was suddenly wrapped in a 5-colored divine light. The vast liquid, covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, shrank into a golden sphere that floated in his palm. In the next moment, Jun Jinian's other hand struck hard at Yi Nanqing's chest. Yi bent over from the but still refused to let go. When Shang Jingxing's turn came, the rock cauldron moved without his command, charging like a wild bull straight toward Liang Buhuan's palace. The one who spoke was a middle-aged monk standing to the right of the abbot. With 8 burn marks on his head and a stern face, he was the respected Master Wucheng of the Buddha Pagoda sect. If I fight this strong man, I might win, he thought, but it won't be over in one move, and that would reveal my secret. Perhaps I will be chased and attacked by many locals, thought Zhang Bin, his eyes shining with cleverness. You're risking your life. What if your wound opens again? Chu Xianling quickly became worried, turning to pat Song Xiaodong on the arm. A month ago, many people had come out of the area, not to recruit disciples, but to gather herbs. They transported them in boats into the area. Rule 1. Everyone has full strength on the first day of entering the land of the divine legacy. After a set time, their powers are sealed. Each time 1/5 of the people die, a seal is lifted. When only 1/5 remain, all seals are removed. However, Lu Shiba's shout of pig strong attracted the mountain demon Old Black, who was outside the storm and had not yet entered the battleship. I understand. Still, I will share some legends from the ancient heavenly court to set expectations for the domain masters and celestial beings. This will make rebuilding the heavenly court easier in the future, said Qingguang Domain. With the integration of the three teachings and the increased efforts to hunt monsters, the situation had changed. Previously, monster meat was common, but now, monster skins and magic crystals had become difficult to obtain. Yun Yazi Yun Kongzi quickly gathered high-ranking officials and soldiers to discuss how to handle the monster skins and crystals. Shang Jingxing suddenly understood why Wei Li had called the Baizé a monster and why she hadn't been angry, even showing some nostalgia. Thinking of this, Pu Yao quickly looked away. After hesitating for a moment, he strode out confidently. Many cultivators, like floating duckweed, were swept away by the energy waves. They had retreated far enough, but still felt the impact. A golden beam of light tore through space, targeting a twilight dragon bitten by Amories. As the phase crystal continued to charge, the beam, capable of tearing through source armor, pierced the dragon's body fiercely. As the beam moved, a blackened wound stretched out. Dozens of different stealth techniques appeared, all from people of Liaosong City. This time, they did not immediately follow the law enforcer's orders to chase people away but hesitated and hid behind him, looking distressed and unable to speak. This time, the King's new formation worked well. After a high-intensity season of 66 games and a tough 7-game battle against the Grizzlies in the first round, the Lakers were exhausted both physically and mentally. The elders of the Ice Dragon Clan, Water Dragon Clan, White Dragon Clan, and Earth Dragon Clan looked excited, as if they had seen a stunning beauty. They quickly greeted with smiles and respectful bows. Because they had been in a state of extreme excitement for a long time, many fainted, and a few even suddenly died. Master Lu Shishui of the Floating Pagoda was at the gate of the galaxy's defensive formation, welcoming envoys from various powers. When she saw Long Qingchen arrive, she immediately smiled and stepped forward to greet him with a bow. Suddenly, dozens of figures rushed quickly toward them. The leader of the Xiao family landed on the wall of the courtyard and watched the fight at the ancestral hall's entrance. He was furious and shouted loudly. This was the limit set by their teacher for practicing calligraphy, but in reality, the brothers and sisters competed fiercely every day, often practicing more than 10 sheets of paper. Besides that, predicting the heavens and guiding the earth could foresee all the opponent's moves. When attacking their intentions, avoiding their strikes before they happen, it could be called an innate advantage that made them almost invincible. He sat up, bending his right leg, resting his hand on his knee. His long hair, like silk, fell freely, and his fingers moved lightly. He took the gold paper and examined it carefully. Yun Qingshan was indeed honest, not setting any traps in the contract. It was very straightforward, leaving no room for misunderstanding. It seemed Yun Qingshan, seeing their friendship as classmates, did not make things difficult for him. Rong Yuan also had no choice. He had absorbed the spiritual power of a dragon ancestor, and his current cultivation was at the divine transformation stage of the human race. He couldn't enter the secret realm of the 100 Flowers Spirit Valley. In the plum garden, a handsome man with his right cheek pressed against a stone table looked like he was trapped in a nightmare, with his eyes closed tightly. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. He was holding something in his arms and made choking sounds. On TV, joyful news and reports were being broadcast. It was the new year, and many annoying messages were banned. The authorities wanted to create a family reunion atmosphere. Considering the main, backup, and secondary power sources, laser-based fighter jets were also an option. He curled up on the sofa, exhaustion flooding his mind like a tide. Even moving his fingers felt difficult. He told himself to sleep just a little.
Just a moment.
But as he opened his eyes again, sleepiness returned. Paper dolls couldn't stop his speed at all, and Feng Yuan's defensive maneuvers couldn't keep up with the pursuit. Qiu Zihao sneered as he reached out to tear Yi Yaoyao's clothes. Yi Yaoyao quickly rolled toward the bed, but due to her forcefulness, she ended up falling to the ground. However, Da Huang's presence was considered acceptable and permitted. Even if the family members didn't mention the brain chip, they would still make some guesses. These guesses could only be minimized and controlled as much as possible. Among the zombies in front of them, most were white zombies, with 2 green zombies and 1 hairy zombie. Su Liuyu's smile on her face disappeared as she watched her back. Her usually gentle and light personality was now showing a very serious expression, and her eyes reflected careful thought. After sitting for a while with nothing to do, she didn't want to stay in the mansion and suffer the remarks of the ladies. She called Wang Mama to take the children out, planning to go out and look around. Behind her, Zishu followed. Her wound had been bandaged, but her beautiful face looked somewhat ruined now. It was now confirmed that Wu Kongsheng had sent people to damage her factory, so Su Tianhao no longer needed to pretend. DeWitt Howard, expressionless, took a basketball from the nearby hoop, held it in his hand, adjusted his grip, and then threw it. The person named Zhang Minxiang and Lu Genfu both knew each other. Especially Lu Genfu, who showed a trace of disdain at the sight of the visitor. But after a quick glance, Zhao Xian withdrew his gaze. Forget it. Today was his father's happy day, and it wasn't worth ruining his mood over such a person. Some things were inevitable. He couldn't ignore what 2 lady officials had said. As long as someone developed the first version of a product, others following the trend could mostly copy it by opening up the machine and studying it thoroughly. This bull market wasn't because Japan's economy had improved, but simply because the circulating currency in Japan was increasing, creating a false boom. Hey, didn't you say that if Qinsheng lost a few matches, Nulong would be happier? Venus asked curiously. Is that Mr. Zhang Kong? I've been waiting a long time for your call, came Andy Miller's steady voice from the other end. Calm and composed, as if everything was under control. Such a tone made Zhang Kong feel differently about Andy Miller. I can't participate in the battle, but as my sister, you should take a share for me, Gu Tai said. Under the bright moonlight, the harsh north wind howled with a shrill whistle, sweeping across the empty plains. It flickered the torches, making them seem to flicker like flickering flames, and felt like countless knives slicing through the skin. No problem, I will keep watch, Luiwa said, then pulled out a chair and sat beside Dong Wanting. The 12 beasts had endured countless thousands of years and finally returned to Li Hai's side today. Suddenly, thunder roared from the sky, and it felt as if the world was plunged into chaos, like a legendary catastrophe was happening again. Just as Yan Luo returned to his palace, a beautiful young girl approached. It was Yan Wushuang, the daughter of Yan Qianjin, whom Li Hai had previously saved. During a fierce attack, I raised my sword shield skill. One after another, the charges and combos struck my sword, and a series of low, almost silly numbers floated above my head. You don't need to look at me. I am not so fragile, Vera said, not even glancing at Kordak. She simply cut a piece of beef and chewed it loudly. Although this house was over 170 square meters and in a good location, it was still a second-hand house. Plus, there was Song Chung, a very dangerous person, watching over it. Maybe he was constantly planning to burn the house down to prevent me from turning it into property. The wind cloud calamity monster is a good thing, Jilo Yoshin said excitedly. Her expression made it clear to everyone that the wind cloud calamity monster would definitely drop some very good loot, but it was also very dangerous. It seemed like Liang Ailin's gentle call was heard, and Shi Cheng's index finger on his left hand stopped lightly flicking back and forth on the ground. A beautiful life, no regrets in death. What a pity, what a pity. Only faint sighs remained. Nangong Ear didn't dare delay. She followed Jun Yichuan into the prefectural residence. After several turns, they finally reached Ao Tianqi's side room. Jun Yichuan looked cautiously outside the door before closing it. Nangong Ear then went ahead to check Ao Tianqi's condition. She was angry now. It was good enough that he didn't call him Qin Huoli. Don't expect her to call him Ah Huan or husband. I watched the second prince slowly walk away, feeling frustrated and shouting inwardly. Where's my reward for completing the task? Really? Hanmeng asked weakly, looking super adorable, almost unfair. No need to look anymore. I am already here. Just as the elderly person turned his gaze toward the door, A sudden thunderous sound echoed in the sky, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. In that instant, the elderly person furrowed his brow slightly. Through combined methods, the number of players exploring the world has increased, and calling in 10,000 players is no problem. By the way, have the other members been found? I only know that Shuefeng, Huijun, Yan Er, Xiaojun, and I are in the group, so there are 5 of us, Chinny said as he stepped into the teleportation array. While watching this part of Coco, he kept his eyes fixed and wore a gentle smile on his face. He seemed to be the only one awake in a world of drunkenness, leaving a meaningful remark before walking away. However, near evening, Yi Chushi looked at the time and realized she didn't need to go back to the company anymore. It was already after work hours, and security might have trouble opening the door for her. So she planned to go straight home. Unexpectedly, Mr. James suddenly offered to treat her to dinner. "Turns out you're all the same. I thought you were so impressive," Su Lin said disdainfully as he looked at them. The host changed from a gentle tone to a stern one, reminding the public with a strict warning, which might make many smokers think twice, since prison is not a good place. Every master who can create their own martial arts and forge their own path is a genius among masters. It's normal for their skills to be so advanced that birds wouldn't even fly nearby. He unlocked the bone seal, completing a transformation. For others at the blood realm level, this is high-level power, but in front of him, it's just the same level. After receiving instructions from the village chief's gaze, the opposition villagers started shouting excitedly. They didn't really want to burn Conan. They just wanted to scare away all the tourists with the fear of death, keeping the island peaceful. Lan Ke acted confidently, but suddenly forgot his words, blinking blankly in a cute way, and looked to Suyu for help. Luchen looked up at the only person in the family who remained calm after hearing the truth, Lo Huan, and smiled. Clearly, Su Jinny wanted to talk to Zhang Yuning, but Zhang Yuning simply ignored her. Are they arguing? Early the next morning, Xiao Ziang took a plane to Beijing. Zhao had already expected Xiao Ziang would come today. As long as Xiao asked Xiao Zhendong about Zhou Lao, Xiao Zhendong would definitely insist that Xiao Ziang come over without hesitation. Is she possessed? What kind of evil spirit does she have? And what does he need to do to return to his original state? Long Shuai asked. He sat quietly across from the old man, listening to him talk about Awan, about everything Awan did when she was not around. If it was just a monthly mandatory evil spirit mission, it would be okay. After all, the Underworld Company would check these missions in advance, ensuring they were within the team members' ability to handle. Even if they were difficult, they wouldn't be too extreme. But outdoor evil spirit missions are completely different. Many evil spirit employees in the underworld town were chattering and discussing you. Everyone seemed anxious and uneasy. Looking at the bright red gate, the tall brick walls, and the 2 strong guards at the entrance, Long Han spoke to Lu Mainyang beside him. No matter what the scene outside the Shinnong cave looks like, it's always better than the lava-covered ground inside. Grand Elder Feng is going to renovate our living place again. Thinking of this, the ancestor of the Mu family couldn't help but ask cautiously. Feng Yuan didn't notice all this. She only thought about how she had gained a powerful skill, and it had no limits. As long as she approached those people, their lives and deaths were entirely in her mind. Wasn't this like being the ruler of the world? He knew very well about Di Yitong's physique. Since the young master went to Europe at 12, his diet was specially arranged. They even added poisons to it, from initial fever and vomiting to eventually becoming immune to all toxins. Lu Zian, can you stop looking at me like that? It's creepy, Mu Shuang said. When Lin Xingmao woke up, she vaguely realized she was lying on a soft big bed. The warm, dim yellow light was clearly prepared just for her. Every night during meditation and practice, they planned to go back and get some food, but all their plans were rejected. Li Yuan saw Li Xuning leave. His last decisive words made his mind feel chaotic. He finally dragged himself to the office, overwhelmed by a pile of official work, which made him even more anxious. But before they finished talking, a strange cry came from the corner. Then the black figure suddenly moved. Its body was stiff, like a robot, and then it slowly walked into the light. At the same time, The group of leather jacket fans below Su Liang also made their attack. 4 of them each extended long, sharp tentacles from their shoulders, quickly aiming upward at Su Liang, who was floating 30 meters in the sky. Back then, everything was so chaotic.
How could I care about that?
So many mosquitoes, I had to kill them all, Bing Li said confidently. Seeing KK jump out to where Su Liang was, he immediately swung his crystal sword, glowing with red light, and sneered. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. 2 cars were flipped over by a huge fireball. The shockwave rushed through the alley. Lin Kuan was caught in the blast and was thrown back, crashing heavily into the wall. In an instant, Yoshikawa Masaki and Asura Nozomi hurried downstairs. Their faces changed with surprise as they saw the 2 men in suits blocking their way. Is anyone there? Tanger didn't like shouting, but at this point, she had no choice but to call out. Teacher Chen knew his words sounded a bit wrong and awkwardly cleared his throat, lowering his head. Leader, I'm sorry we lost them, said the tribespeople dressed in rough clothes. They had been captured by Yi Wudao and rescued by the leader. Now they knelt in front of Xie Tu, blushing and apologizing. Chen Hao frowned. Thinking again about the head of the old monk Tianji, he felt more certain that Tianji had returned to deliver the message. The departure of the Soul Reaper meant Zhao Shishir's life was saved. As long as she didn't get hurt again, she could live a long life. Besides, he felt he had learned many new martial arts moves he had never heard of before. Using these skills, he could unleash even greater power. Every second on the battlefield was crucial for life or death. A mistake could be deadly. When the enemy's tanks finally fired back and found they had missed all targets, they had no chance to retaliate. Looking at the first snow of the year, Ho Daihu remembered the Han envoy Su Wu, who had been exiled to the North Sea for 3 years. He admired Su Wu's bravery and integrity and wished he could stay to help govern the Xiongnu people. King Jiankuan Li Ling and his officials in the same court. So, he ordered Li Ling to persuade Su Wu to surrender. After a long silence and much discussion, the brothers made a difficult decision to use this medicine. As a result, the main troops began their pursuit, but it was clear that too much time had been wasted. The Nationalist Army scouts went to check, but found no trace of the communist troops. As for the journalists holding cameras, looking somewhat bored, they became excited when they saw the detailed size of the future A1 mobile phone. At first, the 2 could joke around a little, but as the situation grew more intense, they became more silent. Perhaps it was their first time watching a movie with the aloof emperor, and Su Luoluo was quite happy, occasionally sharing his thoughts. Good. Mu Yunxi nodded happily, then urged the fairyland to start a wild push journey. Why does a stamina-consuming race format benefit us? Our horses are not as good as the Baymen armies, the crown prince asked. At this moment, Zhao Chen looked at the beautiful Shoshan stone raw materials in the factory, a look of joy appearing on his face. Su Tian nodded, then sat in the driver's seat. I sat in the passenger seat, and Li Kuan, sitting behind, leaned his head between us, staring at the dragon seeker in my hand with a surprised look. Murong Wu finished bathing and was about to eat when someone arrived at the palace. He hurried out to greet them, only to find they were bringing rewards. The palace attendant politely left behind brocade and a royal gift sword, refusing a tip, and then took his leave. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian finished his call, happily pretending to put away his phone. As he was about to leave the balcony, he was startled by Yi Xingyao hiding behind him. After initial unease and discomfort caused by camera changes, people gradually entered the story's atmosphere. The old man was quite relaxed with the camel, holding the lead rope but not grabbing it, just walking beside the camel, as if he was guiding the way, but it was the camel leading. In other words, unless you can break the rules of the enclosed world, it's impossible to get game rewards through unofficial channels. But who would want those rewards if they had the ability to break the rules?
Crackling sounds.
With a clear, sharp noise, Han Jinfeng furrowed his brows with a hint of anger and threw the cup onto the table. He strode quickly toward the bathroom. Pei Shuero playfully spoke, her bright eyes fixed steadily on Lianxin. a dark mist flickering in her eyes. Xiao, feeling both hurt and exhausted, sat on the ground, trying to lean against the wall to rest. But suddenly, a soft cry of, "Oh no," almost revealed him, and the pain from his back wound was terrible. He didn't know where to seek treatment, so he decided to rest lying down. He really wanted a delicious snack. Yuanwan brought the food to the table with Qin Yang. By then, Qin Yokuan had already figured things out and was no longer lost in hesitation. Usually, he didn't think much about it, but now he felt something was wrong. There was something hidden in the middle of it all. However, Qin Yokuan looked again at his son, who was resting on Yuanwan's shoulder, looking soft and adorable. Kazakh cavalry slowed their pace 5 miles away from the new army's defensive line. Before a big battle, they needed to rest their horses, and every qualified cavalry commander knew this. Hassan kept receiving messages, and his mind gradually made a decision. If Su Qilo told even a small lie, he would not hesitate to hand him over to the education department. Su Qingyao looked at Su Inxiao, wanting to explain, but for some reason, he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Only his eyes felt hot and painful. In June, the weather in Jinbei had already reached an average temperature of 20 degrees. It was hot at noon but cooler in the mornings and evenings. Qianqian has a great opportunity inside, needing to merge her innate fire. I am helping her resist the high temperature of the flames, Zhou Qi explained somewhat guiltily. Led by the elders and peak masters, disciples participating in the divine blood competition arrived one after another. Hearing Zhou Qi's reasons and process for destroying the demon sect, Gao Xiu couldn't help but think deeply. She hadn't expected low-level cultivators and ordinary people to live such miserable lives. This Lei Sheng was truly cursed. Even more infuriating were the decision-makers of the major sects above. They wouldn't be so arrogant if not for their indulgence. Fong Mu was helpless, but thinking of Fong Fu's words made some sense. Once married, it was legal. If things really couldn't go on, divorce was a safeguard. After dinner, Mo Lingyu was discussing matters with his father, while Mo's mother took Ichi and went shopping. And Muxi nervously paced back and forth, truly unable to understand how he knew she was here. Could it be that he was secretly watching her? "Uncle, just pretend he's me," Su Anyuan said, leaning on Zhao Ruishi as they each held Zhao's arm. She remembered what Belle once said. "If you like someone else someday, I will never talk to you again." Pei Ling Sue, with your limited skills, you still want to compete for favor? Su Anyuan relaxed and leaned back in her chair. At this moment, what kept appearing in his mind was Chen Baby's face, exactly like his, and Shu Tianqing's bloodthirsty eyes full of hatred. "As long as you all are happy and healthy, we will be happy too," Grandma Jean sighed deeply. Since things were unfolding like a fog, she slowly summarized what she knew, piece by piece. Watching Piaoji and the others being so capricious about what they wanted to eat, she felt helpless and quietly left. This tactic of playing hard to get successfully made Dai Xing lose his mind. In a moment of impulse, he grabbed her sleeve. Yu Shiran was already blushing with embarrassment. Even though Nan Feng Guofeng was considered open-minded, it was still inappropriate for a young lady to be spoken to like that by a man. She felt she could no longer stay and quickly said goodbye, hurriedly leaving with her maid. "Nan Yunjin, you said so much," only now realizing that King and was next door? With King and skills, he probably heard their conversation long ago. Morong Faisi briefly told him about Nan Xiang's visit earlier. She had initially said she wanted to go to Nan Yunyu's place for a meal to send them away, but now she really wanted to go there to eat for free. The Crown Prince's meals should be quite good. However, when Xia Wei went over, he realized it was truly a cliff. There was no way down. In front of the Saint King's residence, the butler paced back and forth at the door, occasionally looking up and around. Despite the cold weather, he was sweating profusely. After calling out, he looked around again. It was still very quiet. Soon, he saw lights in the courtyard gradually brightening, indicating they had probably been awakened from sleep. He quickly pulled down his bow and hurried back inside. According to Xia Wei's request, Lao Han not only ordered people to carry the unconscious group to the Spirit King cave, but also brought 2 stone statues of gods, placing them on either side of the cave entrance. Why are you asking that? Why do you think it might be the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Xiaowei looked at me with confusion and asked. Ling Chen arrived, so there was no need to wait any longer. Qin Feng, Beijing Yao Kaishan, and their 5 companions introduced themselves and offered drinks at each table. The Earth Dragon King had already been attacked once by the Earth's universe immune system, but it withstood the attack thanks to its strong body. Are you a human, a mist, or something else? I asked. I saw only a faint misty shadow. This kind of question made me quickly think through the cause and effect, and I also made a strong counterattack. The solid ice on the giant beast's head, under the influence of his power, slowly lifted the beast up. Golden feathers hung with delicate golden hooks swayed on the dark, cloud-like hand. After hearing Han Shanlung's cold words, Yi Xian snorted coldly, causing most of the just-awakened people to faint again. He used his knowledge of leg acupoints combined with scientifically verified movement techniques to create a swift movement, transforming into a shadow that was hard for others to see, attacking Han Shanlung. However, things did not go as planned. As Dong Qing approached the medicinal herbs, a large black snake over 3 meters long and as thick as a man's arm slithered over. The snake hissed, flicking its blood-red tongue, glaring at Dong Qing, crouching and ready to attack. Compared to the prominent middle-aged steward or even the mysterious Master Su, who hadn't shown his face, who would believe or trust even if he explained. Brother, look over there. There's a sugar cake vendor. Minnie pointed to a stall not far ahead. Big Brother Chu, have you left the closed-door training? Seeing Chu Fei come out of the room, he hurried over and asked. Gasping for breath, Le Qianxue took out a strengthening pill and gave it to Qingqing. She also performed acupuncture on Qingqing. Under the candlelight, her face looked especially serious. Amidst the dust and blood, the injured giant beast, with most of its tentacles broken, revealed itself. Its exhausted and weak aura showed that it had suffered serious injuries. Enough. As long as there is something to block the dragon flame, it will do, Yak confidently nodded. I focused on protecting its wings. Even if its recovery ability is strong, it won't recover quickly, and its mobility will be greatly reduced. Tong Shu. Super Divine Eyes. Zhang Tian once again released illusionary eye power. Qilin Senlasil. With no time to rest, he formed hand signs and a fierce, swirling mark representing countless Qilin appeared and fell. Only dinosaurs and giant chickens have left the Imperial City area. The dinosaurs might have left due to climate reasons, while the reason for the giant chickens is unknown. Is the silver that legendary assassin from the East? Leon asked in surprise after thinking for a moment. The man was handsome and elegant, tall and straight, with cultivation at the peak of the divine-level great creator stage. A few fishing boats drifted far away over several days, witnessing several nuclear tests before gradually leaving. King Tong, a dwarf, had a strange aura of darkness mixed with killing intent, forming a creepy, deathly feeling that made people fear just by looking at him.
Back.
Or 3 days. If you don't memorize it well, just go away. Burn it after 3 days, and no copying allowed. Yun Cheng coldly looked at the shadowy figure, speaking to Fong Chong. Haha, there's no rush to return to the court. Since I came to Jiangnan, I must visit Nanjing. That's where the great ancestor emperor established the capital, Emperor Zhengde said hurriedly. In the future, I will definitely clash with the regent princess. I just hope the prince won't get involved. Take care of yourself, I subtly warned Duo, hoping he could avoid trouble. He nodded, though he didn't fully understand the other person's words, but from the tone, it seemed something was going to happen soon. I'm in a bad mood now, so if you tell the truth, it's best. Otherwise, next year on this day, it will be your sacrifice, Chu Feiling said seriously, staring at Xiang Gangtian. Then I'll leave Yi Fenglan to you. Just take her to the infirmary, the PE teacher said, and was about to leave. I still need to train the others, he added, pointing to the other students. 100 years ago. Dian Feng's eyes immediately narrowed. 100 years is a sensitive time, making him naturally think of something. If Zhang Yingying really found a sales channel, it would show she has great talent in business. Finding sales channels isn't easy. I spent a lot of effort trying to open a channel for Lingyun Middle School, but I haven't succeeded yet. However, I feel that this approach is not very good because I think the number of people is too small. With only about 10 people, many tasks cannot be completed in most situations. The man couldn't hold back, so she had to suffer. Lin Shuan didn't have time to refuse, and Chen Xiaoran began. As he spoke, Fang Junyang gently held Lin Mo's hand, which was holding a dagger, and aimed at a vital spot in her abdomen. She applied slight pressure and stabbed the dagger in. He was Jiang Tan's most trusted deputy. The chainmail on his body was given to him by Jiang Tan. The sound of the special metal clashing, combined with this deputy's usual steady steps, made Jiang Tan easily recognize who was coming just by sound. At this moment, his eyes flickered. Whether in spiritual power, movement, or reaction ability, he was far stronger than the others. Pylix opened his huge mouth and swallowed several boxes of West State honey in one gulp. The honeydew in his mouth made swallowing sounds, which made Zhou Kun feel a bit creeped out. Successfully washing away those crazy memories, Yi Songwei enjoyed the slow, smooth, and relaxed feeling of this gentle flow. Although he blocked that huge sword energy, his clothes were torn in many places, making him look a bit disheveled. He completely lost in the sword energy contest. During the court session, the second prince's officials quickly took the opportunity to praise him loudly. Even the emperor gave his approval. Lu Ming is currently only at the Qingfeng stage, which sounds nice but is actually just an adventurer. Not impressive enough even to be a cannon fodder. The imperial palace of the Celestial Empire is very large, covering an unknown area. It has 4 main courtyards: the Heaven Courtyard, the Earth Courtyard, the Human Courtyard, and the Harem. Next, there was no suspense. The sword was raised and moved around, finally finding the right moment to defeat Wang Wei. Xuemeng went to rest with the people who had finished their tasks, but she didn't see Xilingjing's figure. Xuemeng blinked and looked around at the surrounding mountains, water, and beautiful scenery. The green grass was flying, and she felt a bit confused. Moreover, the others had also disappeared. Big Yellow Duck let out a loud cry to the sky, annoyed and frustrated, and pulled at his own hair. His freshly washed, smooth hair instantly turned into a messy chicken coop. Xiao Wu also had no choice. He had actually blocked her phone number and couldn't get through no matter how many times he called. At this moment, the phone kept ringing. The relevant people who received the news called back one after another, and Mike was busy dealing with everything. Additionally, his family's loyal comrades believe that children must be independent, so they started training him early. Since the Kongzhou and Zhizhou regions haven't arrived yet, aside from the top-tier experts, the human army still remains at a disadvantage. "Don't worry, second young master. Our people will clean the house for you soon," said the 4th elder through clenched teeth. Although there are only 10 elders in the Elder Council, their statuses vary. The 4th elder is just in others' hands. Last time, during the exploration of the ruins map, she obtained a set of jewelry. She still hasn't sold it in the shop. Unfortunately, she hasn't seen a complete set of jewelry since then. The phrase wealth, companionship, law, and land means having strong wealth as a foundation and practicing with peers of the same level to understand oneself better. No one knows what kind of person Shimin Duantian was back then. Now, no matter how Qin interprets it, it's only considered decent. When Mayor Zhu and Daozi worked together, they were trying to force Ning Buxian to compromise and agree to the contract to build the pharmaceutical factory. After several twists and turns, everyone finally sneaked near a manor belonging to an ancient family close to the young master's residence. Several hidden guards were easily dealt with by Yi Yun. From the windows, they looked down and saw the entire area below. At this moment, Zhang Yi, protected by the void tower from afar, was trembling all over and couldn't speak. What he saw was probably beyond anyone's understanding of what Zhang Yi was feeling right now. "I don't know if the true body of the senior can recover," said Old 11, who hadn't spoken much before. shaking his head helplessly. Old 11 is a simple person. In his eyes, everyone in front of him, including the sovereign Xianqing, is almost the same. To him, they are all under great pressure, and as long as he treats them with respect, it's enough. The great void space was activated, and the Duantian sword was instantly pulled into the cycle eye, appearing in Xia Bing's hand in the next moment. Ouyang Yunja's heart was pounding wildly. She reached out with a delicate hand to cover her chest where her heart was, taking a deep breath. Meanwhile, Chun, after they left, slowly collapsed and knelt heavily on the ground with an extremely pained expression. Zhang Minyu slowly opened her eyes, looked at her wrist with confusion, and saw a bracelet decorated with water crystals of different colors, resembling a 7-colored violet. She was wearing a simple white dress. Although it wasn't very fancy or expensive, it perfectly highlighted her slim and graceful figure. If she were a man, facing such a cute, beautiful, and tempting woman, he probably wouldn't be able to resist. He Bai had ordered his men to buy 20,000 sets of weapons here a month ago, spending over 100 million yuan. When Lu Ji arrived, he only discussed with officials from the Qingzhou governor's office and immediately received their support, getting 20,000 brand new sets of weapons and 3,000 high-quality iron armor. Could it be that although you cross to another world, everything there is exactly the same as here? Lin Hao asked, raising his hand while watching TV. Han Yichen finished speaking, not giving Tang Kersen time to respond. He took her hand assertively, smiled proudly at Feng Yichen, then turned to leave. As she passed by him, Lan Mush quickly reached out and pulled Xia Shi into his arms. The intense heat was overwhelming and terrifying, as if an ancient golden crow from mythological times had awakened, ready to burn everything in the world. The creature's expression changed as it sensed the fierce and heavy aura. It immediately drew a long, curved, crescent-shaped blade and slashed at Li Yan. Thinking this, but on the surface, Casa didn't show any sign of surprise. He took out a crystal to heal his injuries. Only one room left. Do you two want to stay or not? The man said, then suddenly ran to the side and started gambling, ignoring Yi Xing and the others. He couldn't imagine what punishment the outsider Chen Fan would give him if he lost the bet. Chen Fan, Sun Wukong the Monkey King, Sha Wujing the Sandy Old Man, Zixia Fairy, and Mao Ernyang entered the village along the official road. This divine decree from the heavens only appears in the imperial city when a major event occurs that must be announced to the world. The names sounded very powerful, but none of them caused much damage to the already faltering demon wolf. After they finished their attacks, Yi Xing finally launched his own. Indeed, our later Shu is gone. Emperor Guangjing has passed away. As for the 5, the governor, we absolutely cannot call our currency Guangjing Tongbao anymore, Wang Pinxian said. The two stood on the mountaintop, one in front of the other. The old monk looked confused, constantly pulling at his bald head and muttering to himself. The middle-aged monk stood quietly behind him with his hands folded neatly. Xiao Yuan leaned against Qi Xuan's warm embrace, listening to his steady breathing above. He thought to himself that today was his day off. The tent was surrounded on 3 sides by shelves filled with various herbs and tools, some very rare, so rare that even Shin Moran might not have many of them. Do you have anything to add? Or any corrections to my guesses? Wu Fan asked after drinking a bottle of water, feeling a bit thirsty from talking so much. The plan combined food and medicinal remedies. It didn't taste bad, but Xiao Yuan was used to being delicate and couldn't handle any bitterness. Zhou and sent Pan Yuanyu to make contact with the Golden Ring Gang. No matter what method he used, his goal was to build a good relationship first. Then, he would inform the Golden Ring list about Wu Shiquan's collusion with the Pure Land sect and their plan to rebel. After checking the amount of money, everything was fine. Lao Wang told Zhao Lao Si to wait until after midnight before taking the people away. When Lao Shao heard the words, Le Huan sect, his mind immediately recalled information about them. Unfortunately, the spies from the 4 clans hadn't focused on the secretive Le Huan sect at that time, or he wouldn't need to investigate now to understand everything clearly. The second person's cold gaze fixed on Xiao Chuer. Trying to run?
Not so easy.
He flicked his wrist, and the space behind the four clans was split apart, trapping 7,000 or 8,000 soldiers inside. But someone like me, a top-tier customer, was rare to find. In such a quiet bar, I had spent the whole afternoon drinking a bottle of mineral water. When I came out of the bathroom and asked the cleaning lady the time, I felt much calmer. Duo, you must see me because there are some things about Xiaocao I want to talk to you about. Zhang Yu's voice suddenly became cautious. Xiang Liang's voice carried some anger, but he still behaved politely, using etiquette to pressure others further. The speaker was a minor actor, about 20 years old. He looked pretty, but hadn't had many chances to play outstanding roles. Now, he could only take on small roles to get by. Wu Song looked inside and saw that, except for 2 empty tables in the center, all the other tables were full of people. These people looked fierce and brave, each carrying weapons at their waists. They were martial men from the rivers and lakes. The person in charge was a disciple of Jiang Menshin. None of the waiters were present. Yi Tian nodded and said to those around him, "Don't hide anymore. Come out now." He firmly pulled Li Shuer's hand. "The defenses are so tight that not even a fly can get in," said Fan Tu, scratching his head. This was his 3rd time coming to this land. The black earth stretched endlessly, the sky was gray and gloomy, and the natural laws here were broken. It seemed like an empty void. The air was filled with a restless, uneasy feeling, very different from the outside world. "Stop talking nonsense. Why aren't you letting the master in?" Wu Tian shouted angrily, annoyed by anyone disrespecting Gu Xinghuan or showing neglect. 12 bronze celestial soldiers and a powerful bronze war general created a strong sense of pressure. GMO felt like it was hard to breathe. They successfully entered the passage and reached the 3 doors inside. Simon let out a sigh of relief, rubbed his hands, and gently pushed the door. The group was lucky to escape before the mountain collapsed. The Grand Master and Yang and the so-called temple were buried here as well. Fortunately, at this moment, sharp horns sounded from the bandit camp. The attacking bandits heard the orders and retreated. "Do you love him? Like him?" Chengyi frowned. He was increasingly unable to understand his sister. He clearly couldn't see any love she had for Tang Yishi. Although Jian Mo now trusted him completely, she still felt happy hearing his explanation. Mrs. Mo checked her phone and found that all the messages were about expenses. In just 2 months, this card had spent over 6 million. Lin Cho didn't reply. He looked around and then climbed down along the anchor chain's exit. 9 years of being classmates, 9 years of friendship, childhood best friends, now separated by life and death. Yian felt a complicated, hard-to-express emotion. "Hey, don't blame me. The swordsman has already found someone, but you still haven't," Gu Long said stubbornly. The sky was filled with flames. Yi Mu and the soldiers kept chasing and attacking fiercely, giving Willis no chance to breathe. Several machine guns fired wildly, shooting at the train cars, flipping the metal sheets, and creating a terrifying scene. Many players were still present. Not only players, but some NPCs also fled before the Tide Lord arrived, making it easier for the Tide Lord to destroy the base. Ordinary people couldn't understand strange abilities, so they just blamed ghosts and evil spirits, which had scary connotations. He was here discussing a treatment with Wang Jinbao, while Yu Qianxiang, the live broadcast manager, was feeling nervous. The cold weapon army was at a big disadvantage against the hot weapon army. After working hard for over 10 or 20 years and wearing 3 layers of heavy armor, they still got knocked out by a lead bullet. "That's true. We only have 2 orange weapons, so most people wouldn't dare to come and fight us," Coffee said as he joined the battle. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus, the young sect leader, and the first heir of the inheritance were all worthless. Chen Yen understood Su Chen's intention immediately. He wanted to announce their relationship publicly, but Chen Yen felt uneasy. She wasn't sure if she should really be with Su Chen again. The pain and suffering from 6 years ago made her hesitant to go through it all again. Tang Ruiyao was initially shy and reluctant to wear the bikini swimsuit that Luo Yu had prepared for her. After Luo Yu kept persuading her and with the mist over the hot spring pool, she finally agreed. To apologize to the He family, Tang Ruyao went to Hexian after class the next day, apologized for her cold attitude these days, then called He Haoshuan. The three of them headed to the He family together. Hearing the guards' ignorant insults, Huyar didn't bother arguing with them. She knew that Shiba, the fool, was determined to succeed. She coldly glanced at the loudest troublemakers. To deal with the iron plate formation, Han Xian made many short-fuse lightning bombs, aiming to explode as soon as they fell. But unexpectedly, the Qin army kept moving forward without stopping, holding their iron plates tightly. Guesher Mountain is located at the southern tip of Barbarian Island. Finding Guesher Mountain on the volcanic island was originally easy, but it was designated a forbidden area by the barbarians, indicating it was special. After flying for a while, Qinshi saw a strange mountain peak appear in his eyes. Before he lost his memory with his pride, even if he was humble in front of Yao Hua, he would never do something like rolling around and acting cute. Footsteps sounded behind him. Zhao Hu stepped out of the space, and a fragrant breeze reached his nose. Yu Shichin sat quietly beside him. Amid the small gunfire, the back and sides of the front row of Japanese soldiers burst with blood. Many soldiers, after being shot, struggled to turn their heads. When they realized they were ambushed, they couldn't help but fall off their horses. Isn't it strange? When he first arrived in this world, Zhou Huan was ready to leave the whirlpool and travel the world. He didn't want to get involved in messy things. So, what made him change his mind? You. Imachin's face turned red with anger. He kept saying you, but his good manners prevented him from cursing back with dirty words. Unexpectedly, the temple had now regained consciousness. He couldn't be captured. If this news reached his country, his family would face the cold winter. The recent victory in the struggle meant no one could enjoy the spoils anymore. So, he looked at the respectful Captain Songmu. Wei Xinlin's threats made Zhang Ningjuan, who had never been so pampered in her previous life, feel inflated. Meanwhile, Ji Zhuer's attire looked much more elegant. The purple silk dress perfectly outlined his figure, wrapping his hips tightly and making them look lively. The silver light gauze draped over him floated gracefully, giving an otherworldly, noble aura. Luo Chen, sit down first. Don't let others say that our North family is bullying others. Bei Chen spoke, signaling the middle-aged man to sit down and not to argue with Xiaoling. Now he finally understood why the behind-the-scenes sponsor offered a reward of 10 million. That much money was used to buy Chen Fan's life. In this turbulent era, the old principal finally decided to take a bold step and fully reform Hogwarts teaching methods. The seemingly ordinary silver needle, after he infused his true energy, suddenly shone with a faint green light. The light radiated vitality, and the needle emitted a slight trembling sound. Just a lousy bug, how dare you? Chen Fan shouted angrily. When a bug targeted him, his anger flared up immediately. Faced with a sharp sword, Qin Shi Huang simply sidestepped to avoid it. Seizing Jiao's right arm smoothly, he suddenly applied force to his wrist, instantly dislocating his shoulder blade. In that moment, seeing Yi Feng caught and squeezed by the Beast King, everyone became furious. Their terrifying strength surged from within, unleashing a powerful attack on the Beast King holding Yi Feng. At this time, Yi Feng arrived at a room belonging to the high-level members of the Warrior Alliance, following the directions given in the information. The Zhang family's courtyard gate was open. Qin Yan, panting, stepped closer and saw Granny Hu washing clothes in the yard. Just as she was about to say something, old Zhang came out of the house. When Xiao started to feel nervous nearby. When Fu Jingyi hung up the phone, she immediately grabbed his sleeve. The county's car only runs twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Sui Ching always took the afternoon ride. Luckily, I didn't join the fight. It was really too scary, said the Chaos Angel, immediately speaking after seeing the ongoing damage. Is it only the ruler?
Yang Yan Mutret.
He didn't expect that besides the god who can kill silently with just thoughts, there might be an even more powerful ruler. Moreover, if the entire world exists under the ruler's mind, Perhaps a slight anger from the ruler could make the whole world disappear.
Bruce chuckled and said,
You probably can't handle the consequences of this. Besides, why should you two take responsibility? The vice president didn't stop it. His mistake is even greater. He looked at the vice president with a smile. Without wasting time chatting with them, he directly entered the game. As soon as I entered, the avatars of the others lit up. Trying to run, Luyan shouted loudly, stepping on the same spot and swinging his long sword to follow closely. Meanwhile, Lin Shan smiled at Wang Yan, then suddenly flashed into the air. I was speechless. The barbarian is indeed slow. Even without using the warrior's rage, with my awareness, it's very hard for this monster to catch me. Thinking of her, her mood sank even lower, so much so that she didn't notice Hao's changing expressions. Don't forget I'm still here. Yu Luo Feng took a deep breath, hoping for a very high number. She and Chen Yi both focus on defense, with very high defensive power but low attack strength. If they had good weapons, it would be very beneficial. They say their family is naturally sensitive to smells. Now, since they haven't detected the scent of the fresh fruit, it means the fruit isn't ripe yet. The aroma hasn't spread far. Once the fruit ripens and even a tiny hint leaks out, people from a long distance will be able to smell it. I've seen your operation videos before and played with you several times. I have no doubts about your skills. The main reason I invited you for an interview is to consider team cooperation, Qin Chenlu said as he took her back to the same room. Mo Tianluo watched the chubby guy jumping around in place, trying to brush off the fur hanging from his backside. He couldn't shake it off and was crying out in pain, making her laugh so hard she almost doubled over. Seeing the tiger hunter step back, Tangwen knew that forcing him to eat wouldn't work, as he wouldn't want to. However, there was still mud-baked chicken and beast eggs coming later, so she wasn't worried about him starving. Your clothes look strange. You took off your shirt and put on a suit. Young Master Qin looked inside. Teacher Situ, why did you leave the pig demon with your classmates? Our class can also take care of the pig demon, the strict homeroom teacher of class 10 said to Situ Jing, clearly angry. She thought it was inappropriate for class 13's teacher, Situ Jing, to decide on her own. Looking at last year's photo for the first time, she remembered winter in the snow. Snow is rare in the south, so taking her to the north to play made her smile like a fool. Huago ignored everything, picked up a whole branch of green leaves and water, and threw it into the Fengwen hot spring. Then she jumped in, giggling happily and splashing around with a big smile. Yang Ruoli and Xin Qingyan naturally accompanied her. The golf course is mainly a men's sport. Yang Ruoli had never played before, but Xin Qingyan knew some, so she played with them. Yang Ruoli mostly just watched from the side. After the collapse of the Empire Group, although it was temporarily revived through rescue efforts, it had suffered great damage. Its economic strength was no longer what it used to be. City A, represented by Qin Group, became the successor of the Empire Group. Yang Ruoli became the richest woman in City A. Yang Ruoli was surprised. Why did Qin Fengzhan suddenly speak to her like that? What's going on? Was he so impatient with her as soon as he woke up? No, I just saw it by chance while passing by, the person said, handing the box to Shu Qi before turning to leave. However, after running just a few steps, his body suddenly went limp and he fell to the ground. Just before collapsing, he desperately twisted his body and looked at Rose, with anger in his eyes that almost seemed to tear her apart. In this high school, everyone knows Gu Yanfei's identity. Even when Luo Chenyang is not around, her title as the princess still remains.
Ao Qian showed with a funny smile.
If I let you escape, I wouldn't be called Ao Tian. Ao Tian was the first to rush toward Feng Shui. For a moment, the most ancient sport echoed in the domain of the Nine Heavens divine dragon. Once Mo is a bit older, I will teach you these things. Then you will understand, said Lung Xiaochen with a smile. In the next moment, Mizuki's figure disappeared into the yard full of debris, leaving Jin Shanshan, who was half kneeling with a sword, all alone. During the week I was heading to Penglai Island, I made a big breakthrough. Maybe it's unprecedented. Even the Penglai sect can't do this. I'll tell you this method, but I guess the Tang sect can't do it either. As Mizuki's face filled with doubt, a red glow completely restrained her movements. The purple reincarnation eyes showed a strange emotion beyond indifference for the first time. Just like before, everyone seemed to be separated by something, and the square looked a little blurry. If it weren't for a very serious and difficult problem, Wang Qinian wouldn't activate the special communication channel for the entire academy. So, after a brief moment of surprise and shock, tens of thousands of researchers and staff focused their attention on the screen, carefully listening to every word the old man said. For some reason, Su Hao suddenly thought of the sect created by Meng Qi on the Red Dragon planet. There, too, was a church, and Meng Qi was both the authority and the pope. Lu Jia, kill him.
I Ming shouted.
Lu Jia tore open the security door with the pon-pon badge and rushed toward the monster. The monster also turned to face Lu Jia and charged back. It is said that many ancient races saw the true face of the creator in their first generation, but no one can clearly describe what the creator looks like. Later generations of races, especially humans, did not have this fortune. Even the first-generation humans never saw what their true father looked like. Having experienced the scorching heat of the purgatory world and now arriving in the gloomy underworld, Duan Yu did not feel uncomfortable and was very curious. Zhu Sun felt a fear he had never known before, so strong that he even forgot the sharp pain in his knees. Perhaps his hard practice yesterday had paid off. By the time an incense stick burned out, Zhu Fuguei had scored 2 more goals than Wang Peng. The lobby manager looked at everyone with some hesitation. Sir, I'm sorry. These dishes were all reserved in advance. Since you didn't make a reservation. Ning Jiuer held a handful of snakes in each hand. Dozens of snake heads flicked their tongues, their colorful bodies looking both dazzling and frightening. Yi Hong clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, "Scoundrel." Yi Jingxi and Elder Huiyuan both looked grim. Luo Yufei truly was a heartless man. Cheng Yan didn't hesitate anymore. She walked to the large brown desk and leaned over it, ready to be disciplined. Just as Cheng Yuan raised the board, the phone suddenly rang. The old monk looked at the 2 people lying on the ground, pressed his palms together, chanted Amitabha, then closed his eyes again, as if entering deep meditation. Ning Yuanlan slept soundly, but near the end of her dream, she felt a big butterfly fluttering against her face. It tickled and made her uncomfortable, and no matter how she tried to move away, it didn't help. Mother, maybe I should go see which wealthy family is hiring a tutor for their children. Maybe I can earn some silver early, Qingyi said. Hearing her mother's words, she sensed that money was running low and knew she had to take responsibility for supporting the family. Li Zichen blocked 3 attacks with his sword, but dozens more weapons came from behind. It was extremely dangerous. He leapt out of the circle, only to be met by a powerful strike from the former master of Jin Tian Mansion. Let's go, Yin Tianchao interrupted her, took the car keys, and naturally put his arm around her shoulders as they walked out the door. Shura, we've come as agreed, Liang Jijun said as soon as he got out of the car and walked straight up to Yi Shaochen. Ran Chiyue didn't know much, only that people in the courtyard said Yan Fuguei's family had returned and immediately held a meeting, their voices lively and loud. She waited outside the door for a long time, but heard nothing inside. With a soft creak, Yuanli gently pushed open the door. No, it was the side window. Then she placed the gun into her game backpack, used her grappling ability to grab the nearby ground, and swiftly moved across. If the person inside had been a graceful young woman, he might have pinched his nose and said that her outfit showed off her elegant and noble charm, truly extraordinary. Luo Jinghao trusted her eyes. Aunt Mao was usually very neat and careful, and her handwriting matched her personality. Her beautiful handwriting showed she was not someone who gave up easily. Diablos learned how to transfer experience points from human profession alters, and now it was useful. Many creatures in the burning suddenly felt nervous, then realized they had lost 10 or 20 experience points. If it really works, that would be great. I will fix this tonight, Lin Yud said happily. Yu Yao was lost in the kiss. She instinctively reached forward to hold Wang Ningji, like lovers do. Wang Mingji didn't rush to push her away. Everyone, disperse. Diabolos waved her hand to dismiss the elders, then opened a portal and entered the city of madness. Actually, she already had an idea in her mind, but she still needed to test if it would work. Zhang Kuan naturally wouldn't miss such a clear weakness. Why not eliminate Kong Nanfeng early? Wouldn't that be better? He shook his head because he understood that when making decisions, the worst thing was to be unclear. It was easy to make wrong choices. Compared to that, whether supporting or opposing, as long as they had a reason they believed in, they could discuss better solutions. It's not that you underestimated me, but what you said doesn't match your usual way of doing things, Shangguan Feishue said calmly. Sometimes, internal energy defenses couldn't be broken just with weapons, and that could lead to death or serious injury. For many security guards, the only difference between them and Wang Bao was that they weren't surnamed Wang. Wei Xiao once argued with Xingyu because Xingyu wore her new designer clothes to fix a car, getting them all dirty. The young boy followed Lin Feng quietly, picking up items dropped by players Lin Feng had killed. They arrived at meeting room 2 on the 10th floor, where the heads of the business development, market expansion, and finance departments were already waiting. After Zhang Fan sat down, everyone started discussing briefly. About 5 minutes later, staff from each department arrived one after another. Meanwhile, in the distance, 50,000 soldiers were fighting fiercely with the vanguard troops, locked in a tough battle with no clear winner, both sides fighting desperately. Blackstone Mountain is not very tall. Its rocky, dark landscape is full of strange stones, and there is hardly any soil visible. It looks quite rough and unappealing. In less than a week, Natasha's beautiful and gentle cousin, Catherine, arrived at the estate in a carriage, just as everyone had hoped. He is an ordinary person and cannot sense spiritual energy fluctuations. Could there already be devices on the market that detect spiritual power? It seems no one expected Brother Biao to have a set of theories waiting for them. Remember, answering a gambler's questions on the spot is not part of their usual training. But she also understands she cannot bother Huasheng anymore, nor should she seek Ouyang Jingyao again, or she might end up hurting herself again. 3 days later, in the bedroom, the voices gradually lowered. At this time, Chun San looked almost lifeless, weak in limbs, pale-faced, with more breath than air. Although the father knew the old man who came today was named Yun, he did not know the relationship between Yun Mantian and Yun Jichang. The police officer only saw a small cut on his head. He didn't even go to the hospital and could walk with a knife. It didn't seem serious. In rural areas, getting into fights and bleeding is almost daily. They can't always have police watching every moment. Yu Tian didn't know what Jian Ziyu was laughing at, but Ji Ku understood very well. That's why the young cultivator was so confident. If he managed to get the pure yang pill and successfully foundation, he would be even more proud. Bailey Yu Xiao gently pulled back the curtain with her slender, fair hands, looking at the woods outside the window. The ancestor of the Mo family looked mocking, constantly creating wounds on Yiling. He wasn't afraid of Yiling at all. No matter how powerful he was, it didn't matter. If he wasn't in beast form, he was fine. But if he turned into a beast, he had special tools to deal with him. Lung Lian followed Bailey Yu to the street to buy fabric for Mo Yang to make clothes, but she overheard the story of Yu Lingqing and Yang getting married.
Ugh.
Bing Mo, you scoundrel. You're shameless. I don't want to eat. I won't eat. Bai Shixian immediately shook her head and tightly closed her mouth, refusing to eat the fried dough sticks and buns handed to her by Bing. Mo Chu Yura looked at Ji Dongliang with a strange expression. When she saw his face, her mind automatically thought of Ji Yonghua. He is now only wearing a white shirt and black casual pants, but with his perfect face and tall figure, he looks like a walking clothes rack. Ling Bangxia has to admit that he is right. Time flies, and soon it is time for school to start. This spring festival, Snow Lotus spent it in the icy plains of the northeast. She only returned to Hachang City the day before school began. Hehe, maybe a little closer. Meng Dandan is also unsure. The spiritual energy here is irregular, and since it is currently an egg with a thick shell, the calculations are not very accurate. Meanwhile, Qianzhua, is very angry. He scolds towards He Lingling in the distance. Bah! Troublemaker, stupid girl. Like a dog chasing a rat. Afterward, he happily heads toward the dormitory. Then what happened next? Did the teacher criticize you? Ji Qing eagerly asks her. Later, she introduces Wen Junluo, Yun Ningjin, Nan Rongwangking, Nan Ranjia, and others. Then she quickly explains the situation to Yun Ningjin and the others. Without delay, they decide to go inside the Wanqing forest today to find Yaoshan. How can someone live in such a place? It looks like an ancient palace, luxurious on the outside but empty inside. At first, Chao Xinxing was not very concerned, but after following for a long time, it became clear that there was a problem. Years ago, after Nan Xiangwan committed suicide, the Ji family hired a psychologist to treat Ji Xingchen. The doctor said Ji Xingchen couldn't accept his mother's death and had psychological issues. Seeing this, Li Yiming and his second uncle felt something was different. After the soldiers took him in, he left alone. Before leaving, he told Li Yiming to be careful and not to cause trouble. Maybe brothers are like that. During difficult times, only brothers and alcohol can ease worries. Recently, he provided us with some useful clues. I thought that with these, I could clear the fog and uncover what happened many years ago.
Su Chun Liang not dead.
It was after Bai Lan recognized Kim Sun-hui as her sister that Bai Lan took action to eliminate the assassin who threatened her sister, which angered Li Bingxing. He is still on the run from Li Bingxing's pursuit. There was no lock outside, but it was locked from inside, which suggests that someone is likely inside the house. Because the sea of clouds is endless, it resembles the long journey of life. Therefore, the sea of clouds also represents a state of life. The old lady's health is not particularly good now, but eating such golden matsutake mushrooms is very good for health. However, when trying on clothes, I was thinking about visiting Anlan early tomorrow. Oh, I also want to bring the clothes I selected to show Anlan in person. Before entering this dazzling wormhole, Lulai had already thought of all possible events and attacks that might happen. Ning Wuhua looked at the scarred man and became even more curious. He asked slowly, I am indifferent to his opinion. I neither want to openly oppose nor agree with him. The priest of the time stream clearly does not like himself. Despite all his efforts to be reborn from another world, he shows such an attitude. Li Duo has never understood why. Li Duo crushed Zhong Shi's skull with one foot, smashing his brain completely and cutting off his chance of survival. Song Lingyue's mind suddenly went blank. This Commander Su is indeed used to taking what he wants and is very shameless. While she was stunned, Commander Su had already pried open her teeth and rolled his tongue into her mouth, greedily eating the sweetness inside. The soldiers received orders, and each captured prisoner was pulled up and taken to the abyss beside the black pillar. They were thrown in like dumplings into boiling water. Suddenly, the screams of countless prisoners filled the air, making this already chaotic night even more disorderly. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would probably turn and run without hesitation. But Li Duo was clearly not an ordinary person. Two people bowed deeply to Duan Wuxing, using Xiongnu language, and said, I am Hao Yuandu from Shandong Xiongnu. May I ask who you are, noble leader? It's just because I couldn't stand it. Some people even act as if they are 13, my male classmate said with a look of helplessness and grievance. I smiled and said, then please tell us about it. He listened very seriously. Do you know? Number 2 never admits to making mistakes. Dongfang Hao and Feilong Jinren, along with other celestial beings, all need the great use of Tianyi true water. That's why they were invited by Chu Feng. When everyone was arguing loudly, they all closed their eyes to rest and could not be disturbed. Just as Ling Long was relieved, a figure dressed in white armor approached them. Outside the school gate, at a corner of the wall, Xue Qinghe came out and watched the figures of Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan walk away. However, they kept going because winning the new student competition could bring the school a lot of resources from the Federation, and they also needed a clear goal. Facing the main gate is the grand hall dedicated to the 3 Pure Ones, with a wooden donation box at the entrance, likely a merit box. On both sides are a few small houses. Liyu's gaming skills are decent. Although not top-tier like streamers, he is at least at a gold level. At night, not many flights arrive at Jeju Island. Most travelers are heading to Seoul for business. Tourists usually arrive in the morning or noon, and few come during night flights. No matter how good or bad the acting is, as long as a celebrity appears, the show will generate a lot of discussion. Whether fans support or criticize the actor's skills, any conflict can boost the show's popularity. In ancient times, there was no human world, only the heaven realm and the earth realm in the 3,000 great worlds. As Elder Dongfeng mentioned earlier, during battles, he could absorb others' strength using the spirit vein stone, which made his power grow stronger. The old man in black sneered, casually slapping his palm onto the shadow of the war god. Instantly, the shadow of the war god became illusory, filled with black mist that corroded it. It was because, 5 years ago, Kondo began slaughtering Digimon, forcing him to risk his life to buy time for humans. As a result, he was confined by the World Tree for 5 years. Lisa Na, upon hearing this, looked at him with envy. Although she mastered magic earlier than MOC, she was still in the learning stage of magic. They left Tiando City directly. On the way, Rong explained some details to Ma Hongjun again. Ma Hongjun asked questions he wanted to know, and Rong told him everything honestly. He Liancheng trusted him deeply and agreed to the defense plan. They settled down, guarding the city, waiting for He Lianding to capture Chang'an and for reinforcements. Denny got excited, so Ankus simply listened while doing his own tasks. He had already taken some rare metal parts from broken manufacturing tools, and he even found a gear that was just right for repairing the dragon wings. The old captain pointed with his pipe toward a large pile of iron lumps on the east side of the port. From the outside, it was hard to tell if what was underneath was still good. Lu Quan didn't expect old Zhu to care so much about cement, wanting to keep those craftsmen who made it under house arrest. In the digital world, few digital monsters have seen the Royal Knight in person. Most only hear about it, so the Royal Knight is like a legend in the digital realm. Sun Ruawei took Su Bingqian into the inner room. Chu Lingxiao helplessly shrugged and led Chu Shi toward his own room. Outside the city wall, Anka stood at the gate and watched the front line for a while. It was clear that the line was being pushed forward steadily. Even when Finmori, the first elder of the Burning Heaven clan, used the Burning Heaven blade, he could only scratch the tough body of the fire dragon. Jasmine had no weapons. She simply used her smooth white hands to split open the fire dragon's body, as if it were made of tofu. If we can hold on a little longer until this black-robed person's yin-yang magic fails, the three of us working together will surely catch him. These Taoist priests might have heard about the previous head priest stepping down, but they didn't expect there to be descendants left behind. I'm going back first. You stay here. I'm sure Iran will come later, Wang Bo said to Yiqing. Realizing what had happened, Mo Ben's face turned grim, and water seemed to drip from his expression. His already ugly face looked even more bizarre. Of course, I will tell you, he said as he made contact. He grabbed all the stored stones with one hand and then disappeared. Wang Yi was kidnapped by crazy male fans at the company last time. She had seen Ichio's skills before and afterward. She heard that even Captain Wang, who wasn't Ichio's match. The world is about to hold a competition. As long as she doesn't slack off and wins the championship, her fame in society will grow rapidly. How did Commander Chao find out that the Skynet bone was on me? Jiang Feng asked while memorizing a phone number. That blue light only lasted a moment. Soon, Qian Feishuan felt a sharp pain in his fingers, and the fire snake was completely broken. Looking at the lively school in front of him, Zhao Taizhu also reflected on his own student days. He remembered that he never made his mother worry much. Instead, he often caused some trouble every day. Zheng Xuechuan, driving, saw Wu Kai calling for a long time, but not seeing Zhou Xiaoliang wake up. He took the opportunity to honk the horn when there were pedestrians ahead. Black beams of light suddenly appeared around the spider creature and shot straight toward the scattered corpses. Tang Shui, standing far away, turned pale. Without thinking much, he rushed forward and jumped down with Wu Zun. He ignored Tao Qichuan's repeated attempts to stop him and slowly moved outward. He walked very slowly because he knew his interference was useless. It wasn't because Tao Qichuan's car was too strong, but because he knew that if he interfered, Akai would fight him desperately. With Zhao Tieju's words, the official was secretly pleased. Judging by Zhao Tieju's strength in the previous fight, blocking 3 punches shouldn't be a problem. So he gathered his courage and prepared to endure the remaining 2 punches. Big Uncle advised Uncle Jiu and others to go back. To comfort their family and villagers, they explained that they would hire the most famous lawyer in the province to defend them in court tomorrow. It was not a big deal. Hearing such a reasonable explanation, Uncle Jiu and the others no longer felt so anxious. To avoid the smell of mosquito saliva, these gang leaders and their subordinates kept a safe distance from Lu Tian and others. They mostly shouted to communicate. Although Ma Maoma was a servant, in Yu Yao's mind, and in this quiet courtyard, her importance was not small. The guards naturally had to think carefully before following her orders. Plus, the strange sound coming from Fuyin Palace just now made them think of Ma Maoma, and they felt something was off. He Sha, standing nearby, replied, "They argued loudly just now." Tai Sui's face was badly scratched by dark cuts. "What's that? We haven't even crossed Bianhe, Guangji River, or Kai River, and there are more ships on those rivers." Steward Yu saw Wang Jingwei staring at the ships and casually said something that completely shattered his previous idea of Biandu's prosperity. It was as if he was an ignorant country bumpkin, which made Wang Jingwei feel quite depressed. When Lei and the others arrived, 2 bodyguards from the Mountain Gate group were already waiting at the bus entrance in the middle of the court, on alert. Vind is like a promoter from Hollywood and also the full representative of Hollywood investors. This money-making machine never runs out of money. As long as you partner with him, there are endless business opportunities. Dong Yu's brother, Qian Ge, is one of those who has his eye on Vint. Hearing Ming Yu Jinren's words, Lu Yu's expression remained calm. He looked at him and smiled as he continued to ask. The Ming Xin tribe is the last bloodline of the divine race. They are the exiled lineage, also a lineage of both sin and punishment. His step still moved with the usual elegance, but there was a sense that his back looked a little lonely and isolated. "Dad, I really have nothing with Lan Xian. We're just ordinary friends, and now we are just working together, nothing more," Hung argued strongly. Lu Yu spoke, but before he finished, suddenly he stepped on the brake. Immediately, the Ferrari, which was speeding, screeched loudly. The tires squealed fiercely on the highway, and black smoke billowed out. If it had been anyone else, those 2 punches from Li Xian would have shattered the other person's arm. But now, those 2 guys' arms are perfectly fine, as if nothing happened. From the moment he sat down, Chen Shuang couldn't help but think of unhappy things. She felt angry and sad at the same time, and her mood was clearly written on her face. Watching him eat wild boar meat raw like that, Ma Wei and the others felt chills down their spines. They already saw him as a bloodthirsty beast. Based on his current level, ordinary people definitely couldn't sneak up on him silently. But this old man just did it. He arrived like a gust of wind, and Chen Qingdi didn't sense him at all. "My name is Zhang Qing. I also want to join the mercenary group. Let's do it together," said the young man named Zhang Qing, who was very familiar and friendly as he led Chen Qingdi inside. His behavior and speech showed he was very easygoing. This is the place where the Huanyan army is stationed. Now, Huanyan looks at the letter in his hand with a serious expression. Inside the death aura, Zhonglingyu is experiencing something right now. How to deal with it, Yun Zhongzi and the others can't see. They can only watch from the side, without disturbing Zhonglingyu. One is a kingdom where gods gather, and the other hopes that in the future, their people can all live forever and become gods. Until just before getting off the vehicle, she shyly helped Xinchang straighten his shirt, tightened his tie, and folded the light blue handkerchief perfectly before gently tucking it into Xinchang's suit pocket and carefully adjusting it. She had just entered the foundation establishment stage and hadn't yet solidified her cultivation. Because of Yenner's interference, she spent over a month on this, and now it was the perfect time to sit down and meditate. As soon as the energy sphere appeared, Kyle and Morgana quickly flapped their wings and flew away at high speed. They dared not be careless. The group arrived at their destination just in time to see 6 core cultivators from the Dewdrop sect fighting 4 super magical beasts, with powerful energy waves and colorful lights flying everywhere. Moreover, if King Jin and Ling Su were already together, why would the Ling family hold such a grand event to choose a husband? It seemed like a contradiction. The contestant on the show had insulted Tianjiao in almost personal attack terms, but Tianjiao couldn't respond directly due to the scene. He remained calm, wearing a deep blue long robe that added a charming allure to his handsome features, making him look almost unreal. No matter how he dressed, his charming aura couldn't be hidden, subtly carrying a hint of sadness that others could hardly notice. "Brother Duan, keep this. Now that you have it, you are the head of the Duan family." Leng Yu casually handed the blue jade to Duan Lingyun, then began to help Qi Min with a simple makeup. Lu Wuxin didn't know, but Yun Qing clearly felt it and couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in her heart. Xiao Qingqing's gaze swept over and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen that outfit during the day. Gao Jian and Tong Jin were knocked out after being hit by Ma Xuanfeng's hidden weapons. It turned out that Ma Xuanfeng's weapons contained sedatives. Luckily, they weren't deadly poisons, or they would have lost their lives. The celestial officials, seeing Emperor Ziwei speak so, offered their opinions. They believed that it was impossible for mortal Lan Qing to kill the immortal Jiang Yuan. However, the flooding disaster on Earth was partly the responsibility of Lan Qing. The giant dragon opened its mouth wide. Each time opening and closing, a stream of blue dragon breath shot toward the Supreme Demon Emperor. The Supreme Demon Emperor swung his sword, and a dragon breath was dissolved by a white glow giant sword. This person was lying on his back, with his mouth naturally facing upward. If water from the marching process accidentally dripped down and entered his mouth, the outcome could be easily imagined. Knowing that Yuer is not a person with mixed feelings, what use is there in that? He can't control his jealousy. Even Ming Tianluo felt sad when hearing this news. He asked himself, if Mo Xian were to marry him, would she still try to stop it? She kept rubbing until she had no strength left, then curled up in the water and quietly looked out the window. The sky was still dark, with a full moon and bright stars, as if nothing had changed. She didn't even realize how many hours had passed since she got married. At this moment, the second auction of intelligent robots also began. The price quickly soared to 30 million gold coins, with no suspense, and continued to rise, seeming to break records. "Mother Meng, this is our underworld queen." Leng Xuan knew she must have something to ask, so she introduced her first to make it easier for the queen to ask questions. "Good, you can choose someone." Taibai found it interesting and was eager to get them drunk, cooperating more. Unknowingly, this was the dozens of times she returned to the pine tree. Yan Ao Nen felt deep sadness in his heart. Suddenly, a cold wind hit his face. In the hazy night, a blurry figure appeared ahead. After a few more steps, he saw it was a white-browed monk. Compassionate eyes deeply looked at her. Tang Yu also nodded, thinking it was more important to care whether her mother successfully reincarnated. Dogu Mingyue was right. Her palm was not heavy at all. Even high-level demons could resist it. Perhaps feeling it was immoral to speak badly of her boyfriend's parents behind their back, Wan Lu finally swallowed her words. At this moment, Su Xian was leisurely walking down the mountain with a wolf. He was very calm, completely unhurried. Mother Fong, hearing his words, increased her grip, snatched the vegetable basket from him, and handed it to Fong Ming. After calling out several times, she received an email from someone called Lonely Blade, saying help had been called to rescue her. Whitening products are not as effective as this. We can soak in the immortal spring for a long time, repairing our whole body inside and out. When that's done, taking the rejuvenation pill would be best. Yaming smiled as she explained. Brother Bao nodded respectfully, eager to treat Brother Mu as his own ancestor. Su Xian was one of the top figures in the Southern District recently. Brother Mu knew this, and making enemies with such a person would be like seeking death. However, Fong Ao showed no intention of paying attention to them. Amid the anxious shouts of everyone, Fong Ao suddenly made a strange move. He quickly picked up the broken seal on the ground, carefully gathered the fragments, and struggled to put them into his mouth. At the moment Swift spoke, a group of tall men dressed in black suits rushed in. There were dozens of them, giving off a very powerful and intimidating presence. White June, White John, White Z, White Bo, listen up. Bai D has been killed. Immediately go to Damek Planet and eliminate those 4 Earthlings. If they escape, you are not to return, said the Black Dragon. Yinlai Lu, a well-known restaurant in Nanjing City, was frequented by the wealthy and noble. Its high prices kept most people away. The viewers in the live stream also saw the scene, and comments quickly appeared. Seeing the change in the clock's hands, Chun, who remained unaffected. He still lay in the tree hollow, not worried about being attacked. That's all for now. Rest early. Jian Mo Fan hung up the phone and returned home. His father had also come back from abroad and was discussing wedding plans with Mo Chioro in the living room. In other words, when the spring water left, it stopped flowing downward once it reached the ground. No trace of the spring water could be found on the surface. They sold the land belonging to Sardinia, though everyone denied it, using Corsica's land, maintenance fees from 2 other countries, and Earth's alliance. They claimed they were helping us resist American and global pressure, but their real plans were clear. I held my breath nervously, then suddenly felt relieved. They were already behind me. Wait, came my father-in-law's voice from behind. That big mouth of his bit into the large wild ox, then swung forcefully, dragging the ox toward the river. The movement caused water splashes 5 or 6 meters high. The two analyzed the situation together, piecing together the causes and effects of the event. A long-hidden palace secret finally surfaced clearly. At this moment, he suddenly realized there were no more waves behind him. Had he already shaken them off? He quickly looked back, but his face grew even uglier, because all his strength had been drained from his legs. I snorted coldly, looking at the heavily made-up woman in front of me. Now she had support, her stance was firm, and she no longer paid attention to me. From above, the 3rd planet looked like a dull, yellowish wasteland. Its spiritual energy was almost non-existent. After arriving on the 3rd planet, Yiping suddenly realized that what he sensed was only the surface. Because this shadow was also unknown in origin, it was trying to forcibly enter the secret realm of the Divine Machine Camp. This was a reckless act, like inviting death. The Empress Dowager was just chatting casually. The bolder ones responded with a few words. She always smiled kindly, leaving a good impression on everyone. Gradually, the initial tension eased, and the atmosphere became lively again. Xiao Feng was surprised when the Rose from the Southern Vermilion Battle Zone called him. She told him she was very pleased with his efforts to eliminate the Extreme Bliss sect, awarded him a top merit, and even sent forces to help find the sect leader. If anyone else dared to say such things at Yiping's engagement banquet, the Lin family wouldn't need to step in. They could handle it themselves. But when facing Xingbiafen, they could only pretend they hadn't heard. The Immortal Spirit Continent wasn't a pure land. Although it had no unified country, there were several powerful factions. They fought each other year after year. Medium-sized sects like the Kangmang sect often served as cannon fodder. Thousands of cultivators died on the battlefield every day. Jing Yihai's choice was helpless but wise. He suddenly widened his eyes, feeling a powerful force coming from the opponent's fist. At this moment, Wang Hanrong regretted coming to Lu Ping's office today. But it was too late to regret. He had initially wanted to test Lu Ping's opinion of Sun Yakyu, but Lu Ping's words seemed meant for him to hear. When he noticed this, Luo Yushi's face stiffened, and he felt even more uncomfortable inside. Foundation-building cultivators rarely get the chance to show off in front of powerful Grand Luo and Golden Immortal experts. After this incident, Wang Yu's mindset would surely change. If he could grasp this opportunity, it would greatly benefit his future cultivation. As a result, just as they were marching halfway, news arrived that Wu's army had already seized Jingmen County, and the city defenders, Liang's army, surrendered without a fight. Feng Zhenghao was stunned. As a native Earth person, he had never seen such a fantastical scene before. The carving is good, but the crystal isn't top quality, Jiang Xian said lightly, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The nine-headed bird had a sudden thought. One of its bird heads opened its beak sharply, preparing to spit out a fiery fireball as powerful as a golden core, aiming at Su Chen. The object in front of him was entirely silver-white, about 3 to 4 meters tall. Its surface was smooth like a mirror, as if made of aluminum sheets, and its shape resembled a droplet of water falling. Recently, he mostly taught the basics of national martial arts, which was repetitive and routine every day, encouraging them to practice and figure things out on their own. Residents from nearby islands had arrived early on Emo Fong Island, waiting patiently. Some residents from far away had also come early. The desert was enormous. The Beast King ran from sunset to sunrise, and even as the sun rose, they were still in the desert, unable to find a way out. As a chosen warrior of the god of war, Pastor Li Cha could have flaws, but his talent in martial arts was undeniable. The sun outside was bright, and inside the forest, it didn't look dark, yet no sunlight penetrated through. He took out a map and a wooden box, handing them to the princess, telling her to set out immediately. Whether Empress Dowager was truly worried about the crown prince or not, after Gan Pi caused a disturbance in front of the North Rome envoy, the Empress Dowager had to prioritize comforting the North Rome envoy to show that everything was fine. It had to be admitted that Su Yi was a very charming man. Although he always appeared indifferent and carefree, she didn't find him unreliable. On the contrary, she felt relaxed and comfortable around him. Yan Xiaocao was a bit puzzled herself. They hadn't known each other long. Perhaps this was fate, and Yan Xiaocao felt grateful. There is a saying, the lotus in Tay Pool is like the unending willow. In spring, the Tay Pool is covered with tender, pointed lotus leaves, with dragonflies fluttering about. Along the banks, forsythia blooms freely, with a splash of yellow and fresh green, looking very beautiful. A martial arts master was a legendary figure, so much so that even the city lord, who had achieved this level, had no right to meet such a person. If someone were to go out and be taken by a cultivator to be refined and replenish their vital energy, or swallowed by a monster, then the later existence of the demon ancestor Luo, who would not happen. You do have good taste. I love this Sen saying the most. Yu Zichen's voice was gentle. Qing Rang looked up and for a moment lost his focus, as if the falling tea flower petals were not what he saw, but his own shining stars. Jin Yang, you shouldn't say such things casually. Qing Rang rarely lowered his attitude towards Jin Yang. Because the banquet was crowded, he was worried that someone with bad intentions might overhear and cause trouble. Your Majesty, you should call the imperial doctor quickly. The Empress saw the situation and hurriedly ordered a servant to summon the doctor. You're so thin, why lose weight? How about we go eat vegetarian food? Jiang Yu kindly suggested. It was funny how she kept chasing him to the nightclub to catch him. Once again, her naive foolishness made her believe that despite his repeated delays in marriage, he would still marry her and stay with her forever, never parting. Mu Feiqi nodded and turned to get into the car. Qi Yuan told Yun Yuanfeng something before sitting in the car as well. The vehicle then headed again towards Tianyu Mountain. Just like many doctors can diagnose AIDS or various cancers. But can these terminal illnesses be completely cured? The gust of wind from that punch hit the wall beside his head with a loud bang, and the shock was so intense that it was hard to tell whether his head was hit or something else. Sending more elite combat personnel. Is it useful? You saw the previous battles too, someone said. Xue Lu suddenly turned around, about to strike, but saw the face of the old ghost Wudong, which was even more foul than a cesspit. Su Jinggong and Feng Hui also looked pale. They simply couldn't understand why Su Banya would come here to water the flowers. She had long checked. Except for Su Shiman, who had seen Yunxi, the other siblings of the Su family had nothing to do with her, and it was impossible for them to send her an invitation. Uchiha Madara remained silent. He pierced his palm with his nails, and blood seeped through his fingers, dripping down. showing that his inner calm was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Near the entrance of the northern district, in the dense forest, a suspicious figure darted eastward. The messages from the two were consistent. The eldest prince planned to send 30,000 troops to the border to cause trouble. While both were deep in thought, a tremor came from the south. The two quickly gathered their minds, knowing that it was time to act. The blood ancestor of the blood ancestor sect personally spoke, which caused powerful beings from other planes to return to the main plane with their slaves and head towards the Peach Blossom realm. There was no sound of fighting in the passage. Tang Ming took a deep breath and jumped into the secret tunnel. A red light appeared behind Tang Ming, and the shadow of a 9-headed goose deer suddenly showed up behind him. He could fight if he wanted, but as long as there was no life-threatening crisis in those cities, Li Daoran would only accept fair payment. His steps were heavy, as if each step was pressing on Xiao Mo's heart. A short man approached from behind, his gaze level with Xiao Mo's head lying on the stone bed. They looked at each other, and both saw the fierce anger burning in the other's eyes. Zhou Haomi nervously looked at Tang Ming, having told his family about meeting him. However, Zhou Xinda and Zhou Xinli warned him to stay far away from Tang Ming without hesitation. So, when Gao Lishur said it was Jian Chun and Luoyang, Emperor Xuanzong felt a shadow pass over his heart. He had a bad premonition about the Central Plains martial arts world. Li Ji was meditating quietly, ignoring the conflict between the two. He examined Li Daoran's techniques and found that they could no longer be improved. Jing Longwang nodded and chuckled, leading Zhu Beiji into the inner chamber. On a bright white jade bed, a person lay there, wearing a soaring crown, dressed in ochre-yellow robes, stepping on carefree shoes, with a blue Tianshan belt and a rosy complexion, appearing as if asleep. "Shuer, you look really beautiful today," Yi Xian said with a mischievous smile while looking at Xia Shui. Qing Ming held the child and said with a smile, "Ping Ping, don't listen to your mom's nonsense. Come, Daddy will put you to sleep." He picked up the child and paced around on the ground. The cloud-cutting sword was not a magical treasure, but a divine technique derived from spiritual power. Even if nearly unlimited water vapor was used to forge the sword, it would drain the water fairy's endless effort. After all, this was just its incarnation, and it might collapse after only a few uses of swordsmanship. Imagine a flying ship with no one steering, sailing alone on the ocean, finally reaching the coast of Dragon Island. Such a possibility was almost zero. When the old man mentioned this, he couldn't help but cry. The police sighed again. Once more, a supernatural event occurred. There have been so many supernatural events throughout history. Could it really be that ghosts are coming out to harm people? This is a bold and crazy idea. Facing so many purple leaf tentacles and gentian flowers, this little amount of explosives is like a drop in the ocean. As soon as the words fell, everyone around clearly saw what was happening. For a moment, everyone in the imperial court became very excited. After the battle at Rising Sun Fortress, Professor Zhang's huge dark forces finally fell apart. Don't ask so many questions. No matter the cost, buy it. Zhou's voice was full of certainty. It's said that no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. Old Zhao's arrival at this dangerous moment is seen by Morongda as a good sign, even a turning point to solve the crisis. Really, this isn't Arstali. If it were her, she might use her strong fists to hit herself hard right now, Li Wei thought, seeing the young girl about to cry. This pressure isn't just about strength, but also about rank and momentum. In all aspects, it's beyond fighters below the battle emperor level. "Uncle Bao, aren't you from the future world?" Lu Muji asked with difficulty, looking pale. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing their so-called boss fighting desperately, the hidden fierce nature in everyone's bones fully erupted. They no longer gave the enemy any chance. "Frost sword, my frost sword." Su Xuehan's face changed wildly, and she shouted like she had lost something precious. "The main force of Jingzhou army is less than 10 miles from here. We must stop Lu Laoji's steps here." Jingzhou's defeated army was almost gone, and they could see the banners of the northern army in the distance. Zhang Xiong said calmly. Although this is a real life-and-death fight, killing the opponent is understandable. But there are many restrictions. The battlefield is only in the corridor, which is the biggest limitation. Bloodrobe saw that his attack, which used 50% of his strength, was easily broken by Chu Yen. He was stunned for a moment, then a stronger fist energy struck again, making his face change drastically. What good thing is that? Wu Sanyang felt no pain at all. She broke free from my hand, covered my mouth, and with just the right force, punched my stomach. I groaned, trembling with pain, almost kneeling. I bent over, supporting her leg, nearly spitting blood. In 10 days, under the desperate effort of Lord Jinyang Dao, countless rare treasures and materials were used to forcibly raise his cultivation level by 1 stage. Meyer also came to find Tianmo. They finally arrived, but why are so many people gathered outside? Feeling nervous, the leaders of the Celtic tribe immediately gave up their plan to resist alone. They chose to send messengers to seek help from other Celtic tribes in different regions and decided to withdraw their forces, relying on the terrain of Grey Bear Valley for defense. They no longer dared to fight easily. Take a detour, Meng Jun ordered. Now is not the time to face King Qi. We need to be patient. Attack its eyes. Chongming thought for a moment. Since its body is protected by dragon scales, it's hard to strike. It's flying in the sky, so maybe its eyes are its weak spot. Before Si Qin finished speaking, a cold, beautiful sword suddenly sliced through the air, aiming at her master's elegant neck. She blinked, trying hard to shed a few tears. The shining tears on her jade-like face looked especially clear and touching. After a series of thoughts, the cavalry officer finally made a decision. Perhaps out of sympathy or to show superiority, he stepped forward politely and bowed. Do you think that Song Yuan is very cruel? Yao Ji asked softly, his voice gentle this time. Actually, he had to admit that even he couldn't control the entire Independent Spaces operation. This was very different from what he had expected before possessing the body. When the scouts from the front army returned with reports, the 3 commanders of the foreign legions couldn't help but think of the same question in their minds, followed by unhidden mockery and ridicule. What is the problem that makes me feel so uneasy? Li Yunfeng suddenly looked at the driver ahead. He saw that the driver's back was soaked with sweat, and from behind, his face was dripping with sweat. Ambassadors and other officials from various countries attended the competition. There were many people inside the venue. The only spinning flying axe on Meng Luo's body refreshed its duration after he pressed Q again. Then in short, after hearing my introduction about the Tree of Life in Kabbalah, everyone should be able to connect it to something Mei Yezi mentioned, right? Speaking of the end, probably because he saw me looking sleepy, Lin Qinghan stopped talking and asked with a questioning tone. I knew that my good brother, being lucky, wouldn't get into trouble. Director, who won this time? Kair asked with a smile. Mu Lair was stopped by Huxia. Bai Yen turned his horse around with a sword. Brute, sorry, I can't help you fight. I'll lend you this sword. Next time we meet, I'll return it to you. After saying that, he rode away. Yi Tian saw them push Li Shuer into the observation room, using instruments to check her body, trying to find the source of this miracle. No, you're wrong. What I mean is, with our kind of fighting, don't you think it's boring? How about we make a bet? Qiju asked with a smile. Are you not convinced? If you are, then return the ginseng to me, Chen Yu said coldly, covering his chest. Tang Yun's plain eyebrows furrowed. He was really speechless. Spybo actually chose this moment to introduce a new friend to him, and this friend's opening words were quite special.
Where?
The senior's magic skills already make people stop in awe, Wang Zhengyu echoed. In fact, in the zombie world, only Tong Dawei and Han Xiaofeng had died from the beginning to the end. Hearing Li Ming say this, Zhu Rongrong couldn't help but worry and quickly looked around the scene. Su Bujian pressed his left hand on his chest and bowed. Thank you, Yishur, for your concern. Although Qinren came aggressively and was very arrogant, as long as I, an old minister, am here, I can protect the safety of the royal city. When he said this, Su Bujian spoke with righteousness and a commanding presence, showing no sign of wanting to run away. Haha, Dad, Lu Ming and I have already sworn brotherhood, he said happily with a bright smile. After he gathered his old troops and joined Zhang Tu, Lu Jian also followed him, remaining loyal. Such loyal and righteous heroes of Yan and Zhao. How could Zhang Er have doubts? This batch of Huantian pills took Lu Fei nearly 3 months. Watching 9 top-quality Huantian pills slowly float above the treasure cauldron, Lu Fei smiled with satisfaction. He believed that in the next batch, he could definitely produce 18 pills at once. Soon after, I saw a group of people walking over, playing drums and flutes. Leading the group was a dark-faced man riding a green donkey, dressed in bright red festive clothes, smiling proudly as he looked around from his donkey. This must be Peng Yu, the person Liu Bang mentioned. Not far from the water pool on Penglai Island, Wang Qin was sitting. His appearance was still the same as before his seclusion, calm and relaxed. Zhang Qingting looked at his closed-back figure, then closed her eyes and truly fell asleep. She remembered her older sister-in-law once told her a saying, "Trust those you use, and do not doubt those you trust." Song Wujiang was not polite with Dao Tian. As soon as he entered the living room, he pulled a chair and sat down. Song Li followed and sat beside Song Wujiang, calmly watching Dao Tian sit across from them. While comforting Hu Tong, they also sent Hua Shi to her room. When Hua Shi slowly woke up, she was confused about what had happened. Mu Feng had originally planned to find clues about the villain from her, but now he was disappointed.
Suddenly, en explosion sounded.
Long Xiaotian and others quickly threw in prepared stun bombs, flashbangs, and tear gas. The room was filled with loud explosions, bright flashes, and a strong smell of tear gas. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the messy, meat-like thing in front of them. Although they defeated this terrifying monster, they still felt deeply shaken. Among the 5, only Yuli remained relatively calm, having seen the power of ancient evil spirits during her previous encounters with Quan Quan. Li Fu didn't know that Zhang Lilong had already obtained the key, so he simply said, "I locked him in the basement.
That place was specially designed by me.
Without the key, you can't get in," Li Fu emphasized again. This is brotherhood, Chu Yang thought. Because he knew what had happened, he didn't ask questions, just stayed with you. Whatever you want to do, his brother is there. Chu Yang felt even more pain inside. He really wanted to go home, but recalling the vows made when they first went out, he kept this thought hidden. "You talk too much and still won't admit it," Chiangzi said. Chu Yang was speechless for a moment. Indeed, lately Chu Yang had become more talkative, taking on more responsibilities and worries. Sometimes, it's hard not to seem immature. Tong Gang saw everyone staring at him and immediately felt pressured. He quickly stepped back, looking very embarrassed and unsure of what to say. He could only look at Su Zheng for help. During this busy competition, Su Zheng had become calmer over the past 3 months. He focused all his energy on studying the original pages of the rune patterns. Now, this manual hammering machine is used not only for making ordinary armor plates, but also for forging long steel strips, called steel belts. These steel belts, which are mostly the same length, are the basic materials for making gun barrels. When the man said this, he seemed very happy, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Recently, the Eastern Factory has been recruiting more people. Those who were rejected before have now reapplied and surprisingly passed, which made everyone very excited. Now, Li Ji is the ruler of the 9-5 realm, but Li Hao has returned. It's hard to say who will be the true owner of the Imperial Garden in the future. I understand. Lei Yuan nodded. He and Chun Mu continued rushing toward Black Mountain. In the game of power, winning depends not only on fighting but also on clever schemes and tricks. In recent days, Xiao Qingming and I have been talking every day about the Dragon's A land. We have learned some about the situation of various countries. By ruling out possibilities, we can tell which country she is from. They all came for eternal life. Without the secret of immortality, they would rather die on this unending mountain. When she went up the mountain this time, she thought about many possibilities, but never expected that Li Nanhuang would want to break off the engagement with the Crown Prince. Soon, the busy footsteps echoed in the mansion. A group of people strode to the door. The leader was Wu Guoding, followed by 10 armed feathered guard officers. The laser gun hit the ice armor, causing Yuan Gang's ice armor to shatter. Yuan Gang, being highly skilled, cast continuous, copper wall and iron barriers, spells, finally blocking the laser attacks. However, he couldn't attack Wu Fei anymore. The magic sword he threw to the ground suddenly formed a shadow. Yuan Cheng Film and Television surprisingly announced the release of 2 new albums at the same time, which confused many in the music industry. Yes, I understand. I will do it right away, Ji Yiming said in surprise. He quickly responded, bowed decisively, and went to prepare for this task. In the past, there was a princess named Yuli hadn't finished speaking when Bian Shengyi suddenly interrupted her. Regarding the conflict between Jin Shangji and the Jinwu tribe, although some hints could be heard in his words, he naturally did not want to learn more. When Jin Xian rushed toward Jin Shangji, he didn't move at all. We are visitors from another place here because of reputation. Qin Village is truly a beautiful and talented place, with Chui Xia Mountain behind it rich in resources and scenic views. Tomorrow, we plan to go into the mountains to explore, said the dark-faced man calmly. To reassure the grandmother, Du Xiu briefly explained her acquaintance with King Mo Nyepehan. She and King Mo are old friends. Maybe, for the sake of this relationship, King Mo will be more tolerant of her? A circle of bright red light spread along the dragon's head with wings. The dagger stabbed directly into the dragon's head, hitting its vital weak spot with a critical hit, causing damage. Of course, for a double-winged dragon with over 10 million lives or more, this was nothing. All of this made old Jiang very confused and extremely angry. But it was a good thing overall, at least indicating that in the final battle against the Japanese, China had won. From now on, China would no longer face invasions from other tribes. Hey, isn't it busy? Since returning from Manhwa, I've been non-stop. There's a big pile of work for post-disaster reconstruction. So busy, I haven't even touched the ground. This morning, I was on a call with He Xiang, planning to meet them for a quick discussion, Qin Feng explained. Before she could have more time to feel sad or think, Tang Wani hurriedly came in, accompanied by Fang Jixuan. Ming Shiyan even faintly heard Ya's doubts and being stopped. But one thing must be clear. No one is allowed to take undue credit or rush forward. Anyone who dares to go beyond 3 miles will face my wrath, Li Qing warned sternly, ignoring everyone's thoughts. Yi Feng shrugged and stopped asking. He had gained enough opportunities today, something almost divine in its luck. Why do I say that? The Songlong, lurking in the village for a long time, is a typical example. It threatened the villagers' lives, but the ignorant villagers remained unaware and clueless. He clasped his hands together, holding a great spear. Infinite yin and yang energies erupted, causing chaos in heaven and earth, destroying the universe, breaking through the void, and shattering order. But at this moment, Li Yi and the immortal Qilin were unable to speak out their suffering. This magic tool is very useful, but when facing continuous attacks, Li Yi and the immortal Qilin find it very difficult to maintain the magic formation and conserve spiritual energy. Salt and iron rights are a big profit, especially since they cover the entire Jianan region. The profits are obvious. I want 50% of the earnings. How about that? Without wasting words, Li Qing spoke directly and clearly. Xian Emperor Huayan looked at Yun'er and felt some pity. Years ago, after promising, he was able to gain control of the Immortal Palace's soul, which helped him establish the palace successfully. Especially this Kong Ru master, who is as tough as steel and a giant like a steel statue, is not as good with swords and blades, and is protected by evil magic. This guy is really hard to deal with. So many disciples were injured or killed. It was this Kong Ru master. Yi Liangchen didn't seem to come to borrow money, but rather to demand repayment. Yi Liangchen pushed the 20 yuan back to the fat man. Clearly, this small amount of money was useless to him. The fat man usually spends money freely, and his 30 yuan probably won't last until the end of the month. The hidden power inside him surged out like a huge wave, forming an unstoppable force that covered the entire hall. The power to collapse the sky made more than 30 other strong fighters fly back in shock, each showing extreme fear. Song Jiang blamed all the guilt on Wu Yong, who was already missing, and looked tearful and helpless. Hearing this, Wu Song was slightly moved, and the heavy iron rod he was holding slowly lowered. Living here, paying her a month's rent, and after staying longer, could her second brother still force her to leave? Now that the seeds are being irrigated, they should be carefully experienced. Standing on his head helps prevent the seeds from flowing back and assists in their charge. He endured the pain, while Shin Isin watched him stand up, pulling at his back wound. Although not serious, it was a cut that opened the skin and left a large wound. Since it was recently stitched, pulling caused the stitches to loosen, and one wound even bled slightly. Wang Ping's victory was a surprise for Guo Jian, and he couldn't help but feel excited and proud. Tong Ling drew her long sword with a clear sound, suddenly raising her hand and swinging it. A pool of clear water beneath the sword shot out instantly, transforming into a huge water sword in midair, flying to pierce the mounted warrior. He held a shiny knife in his hand and stared at Sun Feng's brother, as if considering where to strike. A faint smell of gunpowder filled the air. When Lin Feng and his group got out of the car, they saw two evolutionaries dragging the bodies of awakened individuals out of a house. The bodies were then taken away by specialized personnel and collected with other bodies of awakened people found in the town, which were later burned outside the town. Not only the Goryeo dynasty, but today in all countries around the world, the importance of public opinion is becoming more obvious. This feeling made him feel sour inside. He firmly held the steering wheel and then turned his head to deeply look at Hua Zihuan, with complex emotions in his eyes. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die, but Xiaoyang stopped him. Xiaoyang used rough rope to tie him up. Their bodies froze for a moment, then they acted as if nothing happened, casually going to pay at the counter. Soon one saw through the view of her two eyeballs, only to see darkness in front of her. These two eyeballs were indeed blind, unable to see anything. Yuao looked at Feng Qingsong calmly, speaking the truth that the world might change, and suddenly felt the air become thin. Thinking about how his head was cut into many pieces and thrown to feed stray dogs, he felt completely cold. Leaning against the bathtub, letting the warm water surround him, his pores seemed to relax comfortably. At that time, he even joked with Dylan that it was dog food. Only now did he realize that it was Mu Jingchen who had deliberately sprinkled that dog food for him. After Jiang Ling finished eating, she placed her bowls and chopsticks on the table and didn't leave the table. She just sat on the chair, occasionally looking at Jiang Mama, then at Jiang Baba, as if she had something to say. Suddenly, a vortex of spiritual energy appeared above the fairy island. A large amount of spiritual energy surged toward this area. This spiritual energy was real, not fake, and was a genuine consumption of spiritual energy. He arrived at the door of Su Fu's bedroom, turned the doorknob several times, but the door was locked and couldn't be opened. The 11th-grade pill formula recorded an elixir called Jinling Dan. Its effect can allow a peak golden immortal cultivator to directly advance to spirit immortal, making it an extraordinary pill. It's important to know that each step in a cultivator's progress is huge, and being able to help a golden immortal cross the threshold into the spirit immortal realm is truly extraordinary. Master Zixu waved his hand and said, "By the way, I received a few invitations from other provincial governors earlier, and not long ago. The headquarters of the Fairy Platform Immortal Island organized a pill-making contest and sent us an invitation. His Majesty can take a look when he has free time." After saying this, Master Zixu disappeared instantly. Hearing Uncle's words, everyone around felt a chill. However, Zhang Wei smiled playfully and seemed unconcerned. His father was a general, but his aunt was concubine Liu, and in the capital city, he was used to getting his way. This time, his cousin wanted him to earn some military merit, so he was appointed as a deputy commander. When he was beaten up by that Yi Fei and looked so miserable, the first person he thought of was Lei Haipeng, the second young master of the Lei family, who is skilled in both black and white dealings. Why is it that when I have grown used to darkness, someone brings me sunlight? When I just start to enjoy the warmth of the sun, it is taken away again. Tong En, you are too cruel. However, Fan Jinjiu was able to remind himself, which made Yi Fei very grateful. He had fought Feng Yu before, and although Feng Yu was defeated, it was undeniable that Feng Yu was very cunning and decisive. The city lord was in a very good mood, with a teasing look on his face. Yesterday, his second son came home and mentioned this matter, which surprised him. The Wu family was also a prominent family in Green Realm, but now they had fallen so low as to sell children. After hearing the reason, he also looked down on Wu Zhengsheng. After all, this child still carried the bloodline of the Yang family. As soon as he returned, Zhang Fanchuan saw Xian. Xian was also looking at him. They exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away and said nothing. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the entrance of the dining hall, he saw Dan Sanba standing by the flower bed, squatting and saying something. Ding Cheng had always only accepted inner disciples and refused to take in direct disciples, but he treated his inner disciples as if they were direct disciples, teaching them carefully. This matter was simple. He deliberately wore a hood the next day to relax others' vigilance and avoid suspicion about his true identity. He also knew that only a few close people, including himself, would come to his stall to buy things. So, he left a note in his magic treasure. Whether Yanlong or Mu Fei saw it, they would help him carry out his plan. It's not your fault. Hurry up and eat well. You look like you've been wronged, Song Xiaodong said irritably. The Magic Land Master raised his head, but his face showed no sign of excitement. At least, in the eyes of the master, that was an excited smile. He nodded with satisfaction. At the entrance of the divine and demon array, Mingyu was responsible for guarding, and where Mingyu was, Siyu was naturally present. The intense attacks did not trouble Harris at all. She dodged swiftly, and surprisingly, Majin Bu's attacks never touched her even once. Our team is still following them, but about half a day ago we lost contact. The investigation team is now heading to the scene to find out what happened, the attendant calmly said. Shui Qinghua couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly hung up the phone. He never expected Lu Minghui to be so shameless and to humiliate him like this. People watching outside started to discuss loudly again. Many were worried about Shang Jingxing. Qing Mu Jiao heard this and almost had a heart attack. He also grabbed Yin Chang's arm and shouted in shock. If what they said was true, this news would be very shocking. It was so shocking that even Qing Mu Jiao, at his age, found it hard to bear. Currently, Ichigo has only completed 13 matches, so he can only perform 13 consecutive teleportations. Sima Yin said firmly, your Tianshui sect relies on strength, and our Shengdan sect is not afraid. Besides, the method of entering is in our hands. If we leave now, your Tianshui sect won't get anything. Over many years, the main reason the Blood Elf city count hasn't increased much is because the magic power in the Void Blood Pool isn't unlimited. Although magic power is continuously generated, it can't supply endless city defenses at the same time. This person is young, but has already reached such a level of cultivation. It shows that he has gone through many dangers over the years outside, the middle-aged man said softly. The whirlpool roared and spun wildly, becoming the third whirlpool inside this deathly vortex. When the old heavenly spirit saw this, his eyes shrank slightly, and a strange light appeared in his expression. In his left hand, touching the forehead of the seemingly dead baby, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide. His body trembled. Everything in that scene, the baby's crying, the kind smile of the second-generation barbarian god, the feeling of touching the forehead, made Su Ming feel as if his breath had stopped. A golden crow's cry sounded, and a streak of golden light tore through the sky. It was as if a great sun was born in the heavens. This sun descended and finally transformed into a man in a blue robe. He had long golden hair, a face like a carved knife, eyes like stars, radiating a cold yet burning light. Many young strong fighters were amazed. Once, they reached the 5th step of the earth-shattering realm. When they guided chaotic energy into their bodies, they experienced such pure and dense chaos. Now, almost 100 miles around, the void was distorted. Back then, even some young taboo practitioners only caused small, 100-foot-wide anomalies in the void. Space, time, and even changes in the past, present, and future could shift in an instant. Feng Ye's eyes blurred. The young boy's sincere and firm words were like a gentle spring breeze, softly touching her heart. She had long wanted her mother to search the third room for good things. But since Mu Zhen and his wife always stayed inside to watch the house, she never told Song Shi about this. Yeo Ran was a bit surprised. When she saw Lingyu let herself go, she said a few words and then got out of bed to wash up. That night, San Shui and the brothers from Quangren, who had been captured by Etienne, confidently walked out of the police station. Under the pressure of the large protest, the ruling party was forced to make concessions. This made Qin Xiaohua believe that Zhang Zhen was now ready. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles from Qingyuan to Yanjing. Some people saw it as a joke, but out of boredom, they clicked in to look around, chatting casually with shop owners. Old General Ma looked at me with disapproval, but didn't say anything in front of me. I didn't plan to explain. Those who understand me would see my intentions without words, and those who don't wouldn't agree even if I explained. Suddenly, I realized that Su Jie's disappearance might be related to Zhou Lian. Maybe it was just my intuition. I felt like Zhou Lian was playing a prank on me, revenge for not letting her pick me up that morning. Knowing her temper, if she got angry, she might do something extreme. I quickly put out my cigarette and stood with Li Jiesin and the others. The entire corridor had only the old cat fainted in the middle, and no one dared to help him. The God game was meant to nurture the seeds of extraordinary powers, not a plan to create strong fighters. A thought appeared in my mind. This girl might have passed away. I didn't ask further, just sighed softly, then sat back on the high stool. And this huge whirlpool turned into the mouth of a terrible demon, as if leading straight to the 18 levels of. Here, Zhihua stood the big sword upright, knocking the rushing gray wolf away with a horizontal strike. Then, he slightly tilted his head to avoid the cunning Wolf King's ice arrow, which was shot from behind the body of the front wolf. I was just guessing, so I can't really say. It might affect the unity of the army and civilians. Zhang Lihua apologized to Zhu Xiaojia, sticking out her tongue. She stopped talking afterward. Unfortunately, since that night, Yin Yang had only appeared occasionally but never played the peeper again, even though 10,000 taels of silver were right in front of her. Wu Mie shouted loudly. He punched toward the sky, and suddenly, the air was filled with red clouds. Roaring sounds came from the clouds, and a dozen fierce tigers jumped out, rushing toward Zi Huang. It seemed the girl's words shocked Lin Jia. He paused, suppressed his anger, and slowly sat back in his chair. Zi Huang was now afraid to take out the purple fruit. It was a treasure of a king-level expert, and once discovered, there was only one way to die. When the lady spoke, the young man immediately shrank back, lowered his head, and didn't dare to blink his eyes. The two teams rushing toward each other collided instantly, and a fierce melee of blades broke out on the open field outside Xingshui town. Only Lu Yu and Lu Lan weren't smiling, especially Lu Lan, whose cunning eyes now carried a cold glint. She glanced sideways at Princess Hans Han. Like Feng and Bai Lang, they also looked confused. Was this situation their fault? How could they explain to their master? And Yen had already found out the truth, but didn't tell Ling Qingwan. The matter of whether true or false seemed like kicking someone when they're down, coming from Yan's words. But if they couldn't cure him, then Qingyu wouldn't be able to sit for so long. Just because Qiu Fengshui caused trouble didn't mean there was no way to control him. Lu Sheng was also a 12 calamity refining saint. Above the refining saint was the pure saint, who had reached the true saint realm. There was no need for further refining. This was the essence. The next morning, the snow finally stopped. They could enter the capital before nightfall. Everyone was happy. Even the best carriage on the road was uncomfortable. In this cold winter month, who wouldn't want to be in a warm bed covered with a quilt? The Steel Clan, where Iron Arm belonged, had existed for thousands of years. Their ancestors were knights guarding King Carlos, considered the protectors of the kingdom. After a well-organized order, Yu Zhu announced the dissolution. The managers of each ship left one after another. Chun Fong saw this scene, his face showing strange expressions. This move carried a hint of his life and death seal, probably something that Guy had given him. "Are you trying to cut ties with me?" Sheng Shi heard Lu Nian's words. His warm face turned cold. He couldn't stand the thought of Lu Nian wanting to leave him, not even a little. He paused for a moment, then went over to pick up Yida's soft body. It was heavy, about 400 or 500 pounds, far more than the normal weight after surgery. Starlight? How is that possible? He suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind, but he clenched the heavenly axe in his hand even tighter. After the bodyguards had already left, Yulu finally relaxed and took a deep breath. Sweat beads started to roll down his forehead. As for Lu Kuang, he sensed it the moment Saint Lei disappeared. He suddenly turned around, looked up, and then his figure flashed, vanishing into the backyard. That day, the wind was very strong, so the parachute was blown to their parking spot by the wind. The picnic people were some distance away from the parking lot, so they naturally didn't come over to see the two of them. "I still don't believe it," Su Zijian, who had no clues so far, was a bit stubborn. He already knew that stone fire was here, but there was no sign of it. This made Su Zijian feel determined not to give up, and he had the idea of finding stone fire no matter what. To restore their glory, they had to wait until October, which was half a year away. So, Yang Yong planned to keep going to San Francisco. The two looked at each other. When their gaze returned to the front, the train had covered about 2/3 of its length. "Get ready to apologize with me," Qianli said, hanging the Pokemon ball at his waist, and walked outside without looking back. But their memories of their lives are what truly define who they are. Even if the true spirit is immortal, after birth, they are a completely new life. Their past has nothing to do with them, and can we really call it rebirth? Chu Bai suddenly stood up and asked seriously. "Well, I won't tell you. She's not your friend, right? You should ask her yourself," Ao Yunju said playfully, sticking out her tongue. The Ning siblings immediately became nervous. They unconsciously straightened their backs and even tried to smooth out the wrinkles in their clothes, as if doing so could make them look less awkward. They wanted to appear more composed so that sitting with this noble figure wouldn't seem to lower his status. Dragon Clan fighters are indeed very strong. The ghost mantis eagle-beaked monsters can fight them not just because of their numbers, but because the ghost tribe itself has some background and strength. However, Feng Hua and the others had saved them, so he couldn't argue and could only sit there in silence. People's curiosity often causes trouble. He didn't want to be suddenly overwhelmed or restrained by it. "Let's go somewhere safe first," said Chang Shengjiang, noticing the unusual situation ahead with a hint of surprise. Before Ning Shiguang could reply, he felt someone's hand acting mischievously. A large palm was rubbing her slender waist, seemingly unintentionally, but also like teasing. Wang Wanyu, who had been crying loudly, was suddenly amused by Xiaofeng's words and couldn't cry anymore. "You're a true expert," said the sturdy young man happily, as if he was proud that someone else appreciated what he liked. That feeling of joy was rare for him. His body stiffened for a few seconds, then he let out a painful scream. His movements slowed down considerably. Yue responded with a sound and ran away. Jiang Feng watched her figure disappear into the distance before closing the door.
Jiang Montag nodded Unterstand in Glee.
The break was over. Xie Baoping gathered everyone for the next round of training. Jiang Mo signaled Lin Zhonglong to start training, pointed at himself, and made an okay gesture, telling Lin Zhonglong not to worry about her. But Lu Qing moved a little on the ground, and then lay still. My heart trembled. I didn't expect the power of this ghost gate to be so strong. A healthy person, in the blink of an eye, was motionless. I couldn't tell if he was dead or alive. With gasoline added, the flames instantly spread across the scene, engulfing the mountain of corpses. Lin Zhonglong had prepared his speech and was determined to teach Jiang Mo a lesson, but his words were suddenly cut off by this statement. Zhongwan hurried to the computer and saw a large, high-definition photo on the screen. It was the scene that day when Zhongwan and Yang Shu were in the cafeteria. Yang Shu took off her glasses and looked at the bracelet on her wrist. Uncle Zhang continued. What do you mean by puppet? I've never heard of anyone in the village making puppets, nor have I seen a puppet person. Moreover, in Hebei, far from Shidu, there is such a beautiful girl who admires Liu Hao very much. Ningwu nodded and went to wait for assignment nearby. Soon, a servant arrived and took the group of cultivators who had passed the review into the Zhang family's estate. Luo Tianjin was really annoyed. He stretched out his arms, forming fists, but there was no real fist force. Only a faint sword whistling mixed with his movements. It was the wind and cloud technique from the original wind and cloud sword. They found the place where the man had screamed earlier. As Yang Xiaocao thought, the man was already dead. There was a serious bite mark on his neck, tearing his trachea. This was one of his few fatal injuries, and he would suffocate within minutes. His words sounded somewhat dismissive, but his face became more serious. It wasn't because of the old woman and others who had reached this point. They couldn't cause any more trouble. Whatever happened inside, the outcome wouldn't change much. The only difference was how much benefit the fisherman himself could gain. Just after dealing with a security guard, I was suddenly ambushed from behind. I felt a strong force hit my back. I fell flat on my face, furious and feeling ashamed of myself. Watching Ingjian fall from the tall building, Mu Fengye immediately gave up attacking the solar level and rushed toward her landing point. When Ingjian was about 10 meters from the ground, he released Yuqi, leaped into the air, and firmly caught her. Could it be that the whale threw her up? Yang Jian pondered. It seemed only the whale had this power. I actually can't feel my meridians anymore. Old Master Tian struggled hard and fell heavily to the ground, looking like a helpless old man. Bang, bang, bang. Several workers were beaten up. We continued forward. Lingyu didn't forget to turn back and burn the bodies, which was really annoying to watch. Good intentions? Your head. You secretly set traps for me and claim it's out of kindness? I spent 60 million yuan just to buy a position as a Liaodong governor, and now you want to frame me? Do I have a grudge against you? High Flight immediately interrupted Zhou Shen's words and shouted loudly. Of course, such a big effort also brought significant rewards. Not to mention other characters, but these 6 respected leaders personally faced this attack. If anyone else tried to fight back, no one could guarantee they would come out unscathed. Ling Tian didn't know what was happening. He quickly moved his steps, jumping 2 meters away from Ko Xian. Ko Xian missed her attack and charged at Ling Tian again. Ling Tian had once jumped away from Ko Xian. Lin Hao and He Jing decided not to go abroad again this time. They planned to stay in the country to rest and recover, which should be fine. Before leaving, she also threw a flirtatious look at Yifeng. If she could attract someone from such a luxurious private room, she believed her life would be full of wealth and happiness, and she wouldn't have to listen to the people above her. Similarly, the distribution of these forces is from low to high. The deeper the level, the more terrifying the power. Yes, Yi Tianxiao didn't believe that Yi Tianyan and the others would do such things. They had just left the door when a guard hurriedly ran in. Currently, apart from the local forces and the Xian dynasty, everywhere else in the Greater East Asia Circle is still at war. Moreover, the arrogant headquarters and navy have provoked the Nanyang War, dragging our country into even greater danger. Wise people like Wild Deputy and Meiji Majiro are very worried.
Sigh.
Murong Su heard his phone hang up and sighed. He walked into the private room from the corridor outside, looking at the foreigner who was eating and drinking at the table. The person looked very unrefined, so naturally he didn't dare to cause trouble, as killing someone would bring trouble. Since then, Stone has avoided such things because he was beaten so badly that it left a deep impression he would never forget. But when his lips touched, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Luckily, the young man didn't notice, or it would have been very embarrassing. In the Empty Sky sect, Yang Yen took Panda and all the true disciples, including Big White, and went deep into the wilderness. The rent was at least 2,000 yuan a month, and the landlord didn't allow any structural changes or simple renovations. Fong Mao Hongsheng also needed money to help him handle these matters. Gao Fei tilted his head left and right, staring for a long time. Although he often dealt with corpses, This one was of a very good kind, with nothing strange about it. "Now, let's see the special gift sent by the bride's friends," the host said, and the lights focused on the stage. A beam of light shot towards Situmeiji. The ancient jade in her hand turned into a crystal ice shard inside her mind, reflected in her brow. "Mother, I didn't do anything. I just went shopping, and who knows why Big Brother is so angry," Li Xiaoling muttered. Ma Qiu watched silently from the side. Gu Pianpian clenched her teeth and opened the bag to grab the curled five-step snake from the bottom. When the 200,000 original force pills were first offered, many people were shocked by the high price. They whispered and discussed whether it was really worth it. When Yuku felt a coldness in her heart. She knew well. In her past life, after Jiao Yu died, she and Hua Yu cleaned up. Under a pillow, they found a letter Jiao Yu sent to Jade. At that time, she already knew their relationship and their appearances were somewhat similar, so it was easy to guess. After a while, Wu Ning finally couldn't resist the power of the river's cry and spat out blood. The protective shield resisting Jiang Yi's attack also dimmed at this moment, as if it could break at any time. After I made my move, Optimus Prime and 7 Kill worked in perfect harmony, each finding a Red Lotus priest. Behind them, Yenren also began to cast her magic skills. Suddenly, various skill effects appeared in the sky, illuminating the dark corridor with bright colors. This young lady is named Su Jing from the Yaojin Kingdom, Catching City. I met her on the way to Taiyang City, Zhou Tian introduced again. "Second brother, how can you say that? I just don't want to make pointless sacrifices. Besides, with Lingyuan Fingmu here, Zhu Rong can't hurt third brother," Jichen replied to Huidou.
"Oyang it. Brothers cut this Prio alive."
"He killed Ouyang," Qi Sha erupted. I also stopped walking forward, turned around, and looked at the battlefield, watching my brothers still fighting. "Madam, should we let the 3 young masters know about the poisoning in the army?" Lin Xiaoxi asked a maid dressed in dark blue beside her. "Si Qing, please send regards to the Empress." Wishing her good health, Master Qi stepped forward, with a gentle smile and a slight bow, showing a noble demeanor in every move. "All right, stop arguing. If you look again, you'll see the result," someone said impatiently, noticing the ongoing dispute about who would win. The rare virtual spirits that had just escaped from the dark void creatures were once again captured by a phantom virtual spirit. Did you set this fire?" Ouyang Luyun looked at the blazing scene nearby, feeling angry and helpless. Mo Qianwei took something back, worried that Tian Jun, who was stubborn, wouldn't leave the door, and if her brother returned, it would cause trouble she couldn't explain. Luo Xiao had used all his tricks, but he could only keep the situation a draw. Neither side could easily defeat the other. She wanted to put down Tang Yisan and go get a glass of water, but he pulled her back and held her tightly. Her smooth, fair skin, graceful curves, and full hips, all were charming and captivating, radiating a seductive allure. He couldn't let Su Ran survive, and perhaps if Fang Jilan tried to persuade him, Su Ran might have a chance to fight against death and survive. Zhuan Yanqi saw this, loosened his clenched fist and quickly untied the ropes on himself, leaving Wang Mengmeng stunned. Last Christmas, he was still in Britain. Although he got along well with classmates, he never felt completely comfortable, so he didn't join their wild celebrations. However, this video also involved Lu Hansheng by Chengzong and Li Changsheng, the political commissar of the City Police Bureau, but strangely, it didn't include his most hated Zhang Yimin and Li Yibin. Would Mayor Zhang be upset? Actually, Zhang Qiao didn't carefully check the ventilation window. The iron bars there showed signs of being bent, and Zheng Feng had slipped out through that opening. The resident who provided the clue refused to reveal his name, but he seemed to be a middle school student. Although he was about to die, he suddenly realized he didn't want to die. He wanted to live. But since he had succeeded twice, Wang Chongyang felt a bit proud. Then he immediately wondered why the pill wasn't ready yet and why Lan Xinjia hadn't returned. The stars in summer are very bright, and the moonlight is like a light veil covering everything. You can hear insects chirping and frogs croaking, and Ah Xing is lying on a big bench counting stones. With An Ran from 14 by his side, Everything feels wonderful. 13 looked at the silver fork in his hand. His smile slowly froze, and a strange feeling of sadness appeared. Everyone in the class looked at Lan Xinjia. Lan Xinjia didn't expect Wang Chongyang to say he liked her in front of the teacher and the whole class. She blushed as red as the sunset and stood there, feeling unsure of what to do. They came here for the Universe Pearl. At first, they thought about stealing it, but unexpectedly, their father didn't want to steal. Instead, he wanted to protect it. If he had known they were here to guard the pearl, he probably wouldn't have come. So, he used the idea of stealing the pearl to bring him and Big White here. Without Sun Gao and Fu Ying to protect her, Su Shi was in danger because Gui Lan wanted to take her at any cost. Xin Songlian was talking about Lin Chen. Especially when Xin Songlian said he sounded more affectionate than when saying other words. From this small detail, Huang Zhe realized that Lin Chen and Xin Songlian were together. Haha, even if they knew it was a trap, many people would still go. Is this his goal? Using such a cheap trick to make them fight among themselves. There was a series of loud explosions, each almost centered around Dongfang Yunyang. Shui Ning was furious. He didn't listen to advice and once again used a divine ribbon of light to cut through the chaos. It merged with the divine light, then suddenly exploded, causing the sky to shake with waves. Everyone felt their scalps tingle and their eyes turn cloudy. That city was once his hope, but now it seemed that if they had gone further, their lives might be in danger. Is this true? Someone is asking you for bribes? 500 taels of gold? Chu Wuzhou was completely surprised. There's more. I'll take my leave now, said the mage, clasping his hands in a bow before turning to leave. Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom nodded hard. Neville, still a bit timid, swallowed nervously. This is Songming Gorge. Jiang Chong'an exclaimed. The route shown on the map led directly into the depths of Songming Gorge. So, are you going to buy or not? Ji Qingchen crossed her arms and stared directly at Ji Mena, as if trying to win with her gaze. The Tai Divine Emperor's bell was placed horizontally now, and within the deep black mouth, it was hard to tell the depth. Sparks of fire flickered loudly inside the giant beast's mouth. Although the Justice Court has grown stronger over the years, relying on the Justice Code, its power has begun to suppress the vast galaxy. Vampires, among many races, feed on blood, especially preferring human blood. In ancient times, vampires and humans often fought. But after humans became dominant, vampires retreated to dark forests and signed peace agreements with humans. Suddenly, the person spoke, causing the auctioneer on stage to smile bitterly. He knew the price of the jade cabbage from Hetien was about to end, as no one dared to compete with this gentleman. Although the Fire Cloud ancestor had strength close to the late Star Saint stage, Yichen was not afraid of him because he had a hidden illness that prevented him from using his full power. Someone wanted to speak, but he opened his mouth and said nothing. All eyes turned to the person sitting in the middle. What surprised Liu Yang even more was that Lei Jie's wristband couldn't contain it, but a space ring could provide a place for it to rest. As an individual, seeing so many people make way for him, he naturally felt proud. More importantly, Tony Stark's dictionary never included the word low profile. Even when he was a hostage in the desert, he was still the most eye-catching. Qi Shan was in a difficult position. He couldn't clearly say he was just stalling for Ning Pengzi to gain Bai Tong's trust, or Ning might cause trouble. But if he didn't explain, Bai Tong would make things worse. Thief. In the grass nearby, over 30 stealthy thieves revealed themselves. She had already prepared high-quality anesthetic, boiling 10 or so pots. When the time came, she would mix it into the trap, confident that it would knock him out. Ben Yuanhua, though not understanding Russian, could tell from the tone that the other person meant business. He immediately used his strongest abilities to defend himself, waiting for support from the Imperial City or the Dawn Church. Baslith put away his whip. He realized that even if he attacked forever, he couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. Clearly, the other had a strong reserve of divine power. However, the first thing Heisa Silver noticed when he entered the room was not the mess of the environment, but a pile of stones near the door. With a strong punch, accompanied by a twisting of space, the speed man, covered in blood, fell from midair onto the thorny ground. "I thought you would let this guy go," Robin said as he watched Bucky make his move. Muyan looked expressionless and said, "Don't think I will go to heaven with you. You'd better stay in the human world." Recently, Mo kept mentioning the spirit pet heaven, which is the place where spirit pets reincarnate. Mo must die to go there, so Muyan would never agree to let Mo go to heaven. The 2nd Marine Division stationed in Hangzhou Bay and the 1st Cavalry Division were mainly acting as guards along the way to hide their true intentions. But Xiaobing knew this large-scale operation couldn't stay secret for long. It might help ease pressure on frontline troops and buy some time, which was also good. Finally, some strong fighters couldn't bear the terrifying pressure and started rushing outside the secret realm. As one fighter headed out, others saw this and followed, because staying inside might cost them their lives. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes slowly regained focus. She saw that Old Sun had arrived here unexpectedly. This flesh-eater demon and Zhuge Yulong were both legendary beings. Although the flesh-eater demon was stronger individually than Zhuge Yulong had merged the power of the white tiger and the fierce hunter dragon. Plus, the fierce roar of the white tiger made the flesh-eater demon tremble, and its claws paused slightly. This thought made Chu Fingxi, who was trying to save people, feel dizzy. When he regained consciousness, he realized he had shot an arrow at Feng Yulo. The door lock made a soft click. Xiao En leaned gently against the door, waiting for the footsteps to pass. Don't think that people like them are just wasting or seeking pleasure. In fact, their actions are also a kind of investment, a way to protect their assets. Attention, all departments. The last 2 suspects are holding hostages at the TV station. Immediately go there and ensure the hostages' safety. Also, check if they have any viruses in their hands, Lu Ju ordered quickly. During the kidnapping, no matter how painful or difficult it was, she could endure it. Faced with Nan Lanchen and others' concern, she was grateful, but still built a tall wall in her heart, preventing anyone from seeing her soft side. Being fired and success are not always connected. Many people started businesses, but only a few, like Guoborong, became very successful. Starting a business is risky, and many people have failed or even drowned in the process. Success is rare, I quickly said. Get out of here. Why are you bothering me? Do you think I enjoy the cold water? You idiot. Qiao Wei immediately lost patience. Zhu Ting was very understanding of Chu Si's feelings. Anyone who is constantly watched by subordinates and doesn't get angry is already very tolerant. How is Yao Yao doing at your house? Han Yao suddenly changed the subject, asking about Han Jingyao. Although I had many worries at first since I agreed, I would never regret it. Since getting engaged, Zimming has been very good to me. How could I regret it? Yun Tsangma and Fei Yunqing looked at each other. The man in front of them, whose face they couldn't see, softly shouted, "Save me," and then fainted. "Liang, do you have anything planned this afternoon?" Lin Hao turned around, resting his right hand on the back of the chair, and asked Wang Liang. Suddenly, 4 deformed monsters crawled out of the bushes. Seeing their companions' corpses, they let out strange howls and chased after Banjian and the others with bows and knives. Hearing Luo Xia's reply, the big bearded man gritted his teeth, then nodded and took out his phone from his pocket. Despite the long time, Zhang Li and Zhang Hao had never opposed him staying by Gulan Yu's side. However, they always called him Ishu. Le Shua coughed lightly behind them to remind, and Director Song paused mid-sentence, changing his words when they reached his throat. In fact, even though Yu Rant's parents had heard this explanation, they still couldn't fully relax. As soon as she approached, Shirlingi smelled the fishy scent of lake water. Strangely, she didn't detect other smells typical of snakes, like the usual snake odor. Tang Anqing and Shiyun came in behind. Baozi jumped up and rested on Tang Anqing's shoulder. Gray and the 3 treasures, Debao, Erbao, and Sambao, started arguing. The tiger-striped cat, feeling self-conscious, flew into the bird garden to reconnect with its old neighbors. Tang Anqing went to the kitchen, brought out the dishes, including a bowl of fish and meat. It looked like Uncle was making boiled fish. Looking at the faintly flickering bubbles, I suddenly felt sleepy and couldn't help but yawn.
A few people chatted and laughed.
Green-robed and Chu Feng went back to Jin Tingyu Zhu to use the fire pool to refine the magic, aiming to turn those dozen or so demons crossing the tribulation into divine soldiers. My brother was tricked. Ling Yuowu, standing behind Yi Luo, saw everything clearly and couldn't help mourn for the early morning. It's not that he wanted to be empty-handed, but the chance of the brand stone dropping was really frustrating. Being able to produce a curse tree was already a big of luck. Still, such things seemed to be increasing, so he wasn't in a hurry. I've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. Does this person really think he's the young master? The people of the southern wilderness kneel and worship the sacred mountain. When they look at the top, their eyes show different emotions. The 12 people cheered together, their voices echoing in the waiting room. From the sound, you can tell they share a strong friendship. I want to invite you to dinner. Sister Xian usually uses many funny emojis when messaging, but today her message was very plain. This suggests she's either nervous or has something important to tell me, so I decide to meet her. Just now, Yuing seemed to have agreed to return to the Kaiju space. She always keeps her promises, but we still feel uneasy. Yuing is reliable, but she also has another trait. She's not afraid of death. When she's determined, she will do it no matter how hard it is. So Xiaocao went back and looked at his sons. The first was his eldest son, Chaoong, the one son Jian mentioned earlier. He was Xiaocao's favorite heir. Jiangqi's gunfire lit up with a string of sparks, bullets pouring out with a whoosh sound. How long are you going to cause trouble outside? Aren't you ashamed? Chang Yulin's voice already sounded impatient. Honestly, she's never had anyone treat her so well without expecting anything in return. Yuming is quite skilled at comforting men. In the end, Heisha made his move, choosing a night when the moon was like a wolf to help her remove the dark energy. Liao Shi and the others hurriedly finished their food when suddenly they heard noises outside. Liao Shi froze, feeling a bit disbelief. No, he didn't believe it. The commotion caused by Danfeng Sheng at noon was loud. The disciples from various halls saw the spiritual energy explode on the mountain. At first, they didn't pay much attention, but when the security hall's people surrounded Kong Hui's courtyard, they knew something was wrong. Rumors started spreading among the disciples. A sudden loud roar from the river lion caused a man to stumble. Zhen quickly looked around with a sneaky face, surprised to see old Master Shen with his beard, rushing toward him with great speed and power. Luai. Camelia's face changed. She had heard that Luai was supposed to stay at the city lord's mansion guarding something called Yilin. She came to find Yun Cece, thinking she had caught her weakness, but found that the girl was still as difficult as ever. When I left, wasn't everything fine? Yun Cece asked with doubt. Sinuo and the others didn't need to hide anything from her. Since she didn't know when she left, it meant her seal was still intact when she departed. At the same time, a middle-aged monk's enormous hand descended, releasing a fierce aura that suppressed everything. The Golden Core true persons from Qing Shuang Gate and Nanhua sect showed no reaction, only frowning in confusion. They wondered why this foundation-building cultivator from Mount Xiaomiao was coming over. In this ancient forest of towering trees, there was a village. What surprised them most was that inside the village, just about 10 meters ahead, people were talking with their mouths moving, but no sound could be heard. Hee. Bone Demon, you don't need to pretend to be polite. I bet you secretly hope I wouldn't come. Enough talk, give me the things now. The spirit-devouring Worm King ignored Zhang Tian's polite words and straightforwardly demanded, showing how much he valued the mandrake matter. Several times, she sensed someone nearby, but couldn't find them. Their hiding skills were just as good as hers. The casino was silent. Both gamblers and dealers looked at the woman sitting limply in the chair, silently mourning her. Such a beautiful woman. Perhaps this was her fate. Suddenly, Sun Yuman's eyes were caught by something. On the bedside table where a photo frame had been placed earlier, there was now an object, something he was very familiar with. While Qin Han felt a sense of frustration, the person suddenly smiled at him and then disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, a corpse was thrown at my feet. I slowly turned my head and saw that the person was Qian Yu. The senior brother of the demon sealing sect was named Guanyang Zhou, and the chief disciple of the Half-Moon Sword sect was named Ji Yuanzheng. Hearing that it was from Zimos, Duoluo immediately gained confidence. He had done this kind of thing before. To make Zimos look kind and tall, he often spoke badly about Zimos behind his back, and he was well paid for it. Seeing Ruofeng being chased by the Wild Wolf Supreme and knowing they couldn't help at all, the feeling of helplessness was so strong it made them cry. Two key factors decide the outcome of large-scale wars. First, troop strength. Second, strategy. As for examples in history where fewer people won over more, those were cases where the advantage in strategy was clear. Qin Jiao snorted softly and playfully rolled her eyes at Lin Xiaojin, saying, "You're so mean." Without realizing it, her expression already looked flirtatious. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaojin was so comfortable that he closed his eyes as if enjoying a luxurious massage. Finally, he slowly regained awareness. Fortunately, she had arranged everything about Bai Rong in advance, so even if she left, she could do so with peace of mind. Shaking his head to himself, Mu Shifeng waved his hand to put away the forging heaven furnace, then took out the half-broken sword that looked like snow and examined it. Putting aside past grudges, since they knew each other, he now only wanted to help her. How could he not care about her life and death? When Xia Jinyuan came to her office, she was looking at the report on the desk. Seeing him enter, a hint of doubt flashed in her mind. Over the past 4 years, she had cried for him countless times. Every time she thought of him, tears would fall. She hated herself so much she wished she could die and be with him. What was he saying? Why couldn't she understand him? Had yesterday's confrontation drained her ability to think? The Longmen assembly needed to be done this way. Sometimes, things really do require serious effort at the right moment. It was also about understanding oneself, at least within the scope of Longman's current understanding. The nearby patrol archers on the high wall all rushed over here, each drawing their bows and aiming at Zizi. Qingbao stuck out his tongue and decided to speak less in the future, especially avoiding adult talk to prevent trouble. Alice's gaze grew colder, and she remained silent. After pulling her sword back, she quickly moved. Brotherly Mu's card is really powerful, Qian praised. The one-star fog-like figure was the same card Li Mu used to defeat Alice. Exactly. You haven't come to see your sister all this time. You were just nagging about her yesterday, Bing Lan said playfully, pretending to be angry. She emphasized the word companion, showing she had no other feelings besides friendship. Meng Zhe was unclear about her emotions. She was straightforward, not giving any room for imagination. She lowered her head and looked at him, their eyes meeting. She only moved her hand slightly, pulling her hat down a bit. If I have time later, I will come to see you, Yi Feng said softly, shaking his head in refusal. After calling Wan Qingchun and Aya over and giving them instructions, Chu Yuan returned to his room and focused on practicing again. Lei Ao smiled awkwardly and said nothing. The recent battles told him that arguing with Long Yan was just asking for trouble. Lin Guang stepped back a few paces, looking serious. Yi Feng's strength was stronger than he thought. He attacked with all his might but couldn't get close to him. In the entire Western Fire sect, only the sect leader knew the messenger's true identity. When she reached Chen Yang's side, the scene before her changed. She opened her mouth wide, amazed at the magic of the 9-palace illusion array. Is Sword Dao friend going to take him back like this? Do you know how much damage this caused? Yuan Gu asked. Thanks. I'm just managing this dragon palace for you. The rest has nothing to do with me, Long Mu said. Although she was the dragon mother and Zhu Qi was the dragon king, Zhu Qi never expressed any romantic feelings toward her. This made her very angry. I don't care about his background. The sands of time must be given to Lu Weining, Lu Wen said seriously. Xie Jingmeng was excited and busy, urging her staff to pack and ship the goods. She had no time to greet Su Dashan. Of course, at night, Zhu Qi also needed to comfort Yao Qi because of their relationship. Even if Yao Qi wanted to refuse, she couldn't break free from Zhu Qi's hold. She half pushed, half accepted, and gave in. However, from another point of view, not activating the prediction means that EMO does not face any life-threatening danger. Nevsky leads the front line. As a barbarian king, if Nevsky does not fight at the front, he won't be like other races with no issues. Instead, his reputation would drop sharply. Clearly, the Demon Palace is seen by them as a place where they can greatly improve their status and position. Members 70 or 80 of the West River Society, after Yi Fei's instructions, dared not slack off. They set up several large tables early and waited obediently for Yi Fei's arrival. Actually, Li Yunhe has been paying attention to the Supreme Youth. Wow! Winning against the 18 Arhats is impressive enough, but attracting an attack from the 3 great Bodhisattvas is even more remarkable. A fight seems unavoidable now. When communication fails, the only way to solve problems is with fists. Human history has always been like this. But he didn't break through. He only kept his internal energy at a level just enough to break a 3-inch golden bell, continuing to challenge the 3 Absolutes masters. It's okay, let the past go. Internal competition within families is common, Zhang Yun said calmly. In the remaining 2 S600 cars, 3 middle-aged men and 2 elderly men with white hair got out. Each was dressed in martial arts attire, all skilled fighters. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of eyes, Lin Yi became very calm. He pulled out the withered grass blocking his way, tore off the dry branches in front of him, and blew away the dust falling in front. Jin Xingzhe looked along the main street toward the bright half of the sky. Seeing many figures moving toward him, fleeing in panic like a tidal wave, the intense flames reflected twisted faces. Repeatedly underestimated and provoked by the underworld warriors, being called a worthless or a failed descendant, Zhang Yun's killing intent grew stronger. This rocky wall was mined and forged from jade by the Mosquito Taoist. It is extremely hard. Diamonds cannot break it. Yet, the eerie green flames only licked it lightly, and an astonishing scene appeared. The visitor is not kind. Judging by the aura emanating from the opponent, they are very strong. So Carlo held back his anger, unwilling to clash with the other. Shenwan took a few bites of chicken drumsticks. The chicken was marinated with garlic and served cold, one of the signature dishes of this restaurant. Surprisingly, the food here was quite good, even though she chose the restaurant casually. The remaining Blue Lotus and Jade naturally left together, while Nanfeng had already carried back a large Buddhist statue. He headed straight to Aunt Wan's courtyard. What's wrong with that? Ai Dailin's face also looked unhappy. If Xia Tian was taken away, Tanmu wouldn't be able to bully Xia Tian anymore. Seeing the other person shoot through even hard rocks and hide behind trees was unsafe. Sure enough, before he could catch his breath, another yellow light shot past the ground. Wherever it passed, weeds were cut as if by an invisible sickle, and broken grass flew into the air. Beasts are very sensitive to blood and killing intent. Even if they don't see blood when killing, they might be noticed by the fire horse. Using magic to make them sleep would hide it well. Even if someone passed by, they would think it was just 2 guards being lazy, not suspect anything else. This was impossible. Now, Qi Mengyao realized that not only was she abandoned by the Qi family, but her mother was also left behind. Chun Yen was extremely angry. He looked out through the peephole at the door and was surprised to see his informant, Tang Rou. He suddenly remembered what his biological father, Li Zhenting, had said when urging him to quit his job and go into business. The Yi family are farmers. Even if life isn't too hard, they wouldn't eat plain flour every meal. They also eat bread and noodles made with buckwheat and other grains. So, the Yi family is flour, and as long as there is starch, Zhou Ran can make cold noodles. Jiang Shu had brought many things into her space, so she wasn't short of food. She could just take it from her space if needed, so she didn't mind. Next, the Wandu immortal body made Zhang Zizhen very surprised. While developing a new poison technique, he thought of Chen Duo's poison body. He wanted to see if he could change the poison body Saint Child, removing the method of raising poison insects inside the organs and replacing it with a gentle, non-harmful method that wouldn't hurt the poison master. After a moment, the others in the house left. The veil covering her face was lifted, and Zhou Ran finally saw Yi Ximing's appearance. Yi Ximing received the clothes Zhou Ran made, but didn't wear them. Instead, he carefully kept them. Zhou Ran thought he didn't like them, and asked why. He explained that he didn't feel cold staying inside all day, and would wear them if he felt cold later. Inside, the flowers and plants looked a bit wilted, not as clean and beautiful, but they still emitted a soft, fragrant scent that made one want to rush forward and bury themselves in it. Suyu guessed that one of the 4 guests was involved. Upon closer look, she saw 3 groups, each occupying their own area. Not a typical internet celebrity look, but this time she has a very unique appearance, and her looks are still good, commented a netizen. However, the men in suits were all skilled fighters. Quan Jingyu's fists alone couldn't handle 4 opponents, and he would be caught sooner or later. Luo Qi, on the other hand, found Han Haoluan's silly expression extremely annoying, making it a black mark on Han Haoluan's reputation that he would never forget. Blood-watching powerful monsters emitting a white aura walk out of the sea of light, expressionless, with eyes burning with passion as they arrange their troops in front of Roy, ready to launch a deadly charge at their main body. He couldn't help but feel curious. Su Qing observed this, and had to admit that Fang Xiong was much better in this area. Fang Xiong was also their class's sports committee member, tall and well-built, dressed in a suitable suit, giving a very good impression. Seeing the butler leading the way leave, Akepongs looked at Tia and asked with his eyes, "What should we do next? Could there be a trap?" "So what?" Song Jun replied dismissively. As a repair master, he naturally had good judgment. Song Jun often found good deals, and Fong Tang was just lucky. Fong Tang suddenly kicked the middle-aged man's chest. Golden energy roared out, and the man quickly sensed danger, clapping his hands together and pushing forward. "You are human, I am a beast. There's no point in talking about being noble or mean between us," said the Ironfoot Flame Lion happily. Its plan was very successful. Carefully considering Li Ilio's reply, Su Qing's eyes lit up. Was Li Ilio hinting at a confession? "Warm. Why did you tie me up?" The king was very unhappy as he looked at his queen. For example, if inviting Minnie to Roy's house was like a date, then inviting Minnie to join the cute god sect was basically a marriage proposal. After finishing a simple meal, everyone gathered around Baiyu, waiting for her to share a shortcut. "It seems that this high-difficulty game isn't suitable for me. Let's find something simpler," I said to Xiaocao. The waiter pushed the door open, bringing in a princess who was thrown onto the sofa, dressed in disarray, while another princess covered her face and cried. White Feather felt herself lift into the air. The blue light carried her slowly and purposefully, and she almost lost track of her own path. "Stop, don't speak. It seems the boss and others are leaving the underground room." The 2 people indeed closed their mouths. The room was silent and still. The 3 from the Red Thread group also held their breath, quietly waiting for them to come out, so they could catch them all. 3 Mountain Town was originally built by the descendants of the owner and his servants. However, Luo Yi was constantly strengthening his power. Demon-type skills are different from the other 3 systems. As long as Luo Yi pays enough price, he can continuously gain strong power. The attack of the steel-toothed blood spider created an invisible, eerie aura, making people feel like death was near. Lin Xian's face started to turn pale. She couldn't help but cry out for her father. Tan Yun swung his sword at a tree over 2 zhang away, about a meter thick. The sword's light cut the tree in half. Geng Shuren patted Wen Zixiao on the shoulder. He thought his brother's choice of a sister-in-law was very good, but he didn't realize it wasn't necessary to choose. His sister and her husband had been childhood friends. The pain from twisting her ankle made Mu Jinxiu frown. She saw the person trying to pull her clothes again. Despite the pain, she held her clothes tightly in her hand. At that moment, Chinuro flipped over the back of her bank card, and suddenly her gaze sharpened. She saw 2 rows of numbers written there. Injin regained consciousness. The imperial doctor said his pulse was fine. Kangxi relaxed a little, hoping the emperor would return to Beijing soon. He also asked the doctors in Beijing to examine Injin. From what the doctors said, Injin was not seriously ill. After returning to Beijing, Kangxi prepared to leave. At this point, the palace consort was no longer fighting for the emperor's favor, but for her son. Although her status was lower and her background not very high, she was confident because she had 2 capable sons. Honestly, Ko Zhong held a lot of resentment toward Sihong Jingjai. He only respected Sihong Jingjai because of Su Xiling before. Now, Song Shidao's actions deeply please him. Sure enough, when he flew his sword to the top of the building, 2 sneaky people were about to go downstairs. One of them was holding a black guitar case. Outside, the fallen citizens had also arrived. They were all armed and looked at the army camp of the Divine General's residence with suspicion. A giant snake, thicker than Meng Qi's body, has 3 heads. Each head sticks out a different colored tongue, and its eyes shine with cold light. Its long, several-meter body drags along the ground, making a scratching sound. Great clan leader, Qi Yi saw that Cheng Han was injured. He immediately swooped down to help Cheng Han and used him for support. The light rain turned into heavy rain, pouring down on Xiang Lai. The rain made Xiang Lai, who was already hungry and tired, feel dizzy. But he stubbornly stood in the rain, maintaining his military stance. Fortunately, no soldiers were hiding at the explosion point of this high-explosive bomb. 7 or 8 soldiers lying nearby managed to escape danger. After Chao Ping and his group landed in Changsha, it was already dark. Long trips can make people feel like time is out of sync, which is one reason many people who travel often develop nervous exhaustion. Thinking about this, he reached into his pocket and took out a crescent-shaped earring, handing it to Chai Jingfei. Tua Yu Hualin, Lin Wei, Zitianxing, and Dong Lai Fo looked on with serious eyes. They saw that the ice beast god, which should have been tightly bound by the formation, somehow broke free again. It spread its wings wide and soared into the sky, its eyes filled with endless anger. Seeing Shun's face serious and silent, her expression changing from bright to gloomy, Wang Xiaoying could only stay silent, gently comforting Shun by patting her. The old doctor surnamed Zhu was a very good doctor. He had his own clinic near the Xianping Marquis' residence. The masters of the residence often came to him for headaches and colds. Hunting for elemental spirits was a very tiring task. Although you could get a jade card with cultivation techniques from their bodies and absorb their energy to strengthen yourself, these spirits were powerful, with the realm of kings. Dealing with them was not easy. At this moment, Lin Wei saw that the Bishi creatures were still safe, but they were tightly surrounded. Seeing the scene, Chen Mo was unexpectedly excited. He didn't expect the students here to be so enthusiastic. Although he was once an ancestor witch, he was no longer the original 13 ancestor witches. He couldn't restore his full power as an ancestor witch. When the food and drinks arrived, Gong Yi Haomiao asked the shopkeeper to set out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. He poured a glass of wine, raised it, and said, "Yan Rand, I wish you a safe journey." Then he tilted the glass and spilled the wine on the ground. Yushuan's face showed a hint of sadness. Although the 2 of them were recruited into a top-tier sect in Zhongzhou because of their great talent, they still faced discrimination because of their backgrounds. Gong Yi Haomiao looked at the closed door in front of him. Since Ji Xian was brought back by He Ting, the door had never been opened. It was already late, and tomorrow they would go to Kunlun Ruins to find the Fuxi River map. He needed to rest his mind, so he decided to go back and sleep. Long Huayu, if you can't handle it, just step aside. Ziyun grew impatient, eager to see Mu Yun suffer. But Long Huayu was slow to succeed, and Ziyun became angry. The chief guard led Gu Yun through the garden. Although there were guards secretly appearing, the chief guard showed his token, allowing him to pass easily. Most people recognized the chief guard. The ancestor raised to stop Luo Qian. A bright light appeared at his brow, and a flash of light and shadow also appeared there. "Stop saying I'm in a hurry with you." Zheng Haoran's face twisted, and he trembled. Pretending to be a wasn't enough. Now, they wanted to castrate him? What kind of people are these? It was clear that the head teacher understood some of the situation from my reply. I didn't answer her, but instead sent a message to Lu Mingho, asking if there was another fight at school. When I said that, although these people still talked loudly, their meaning was similar. They all talked about guaranteeing completion and similar things. This place is really terrible. Just a short distance in, there are restrictions. This restriction is even more powerful than the previous one. As soon as he landed, Qi Shui began to curse loudly. It was truly fortunate that he had survived the 9th level calamity. That was no joke. For hands moved together, forming 4 large gray-white hands with cold demonic energy, surging out fiercely. Let's welcome Xiaofeng, who just arrived, to sing a song for everyone, okay? Sister Cece's words brought me back to reality. Under these circumstances, the Japanese army still launched an attack on the resistance position of the Suyu detachment under the command of the officers, trying to break through. However, the strong firepower from the reconnaissance battalion and guard battalion on both sides of the mountain road, along with several light and heavy machine guns facing the front, made it difficult for the Japanese to break through the resistance. Okay, I promise. Once she finishes her sobriety, I will move back immediately. I swear by holding up 3 fingers. When Emperor Shadow appears, a fierce gust of wind instantly sweeps across the mountain peak, and a kingly aura presses down on the wilderness and Elong. The speed of the ice dragon slows slightly because of this majestic presence. Wanner gently opens her water-like eyes, looking at her reflection in the mirror. Her face is stunning and graceful, like a fallen flower, with a radiant glow. She gazes at her beautiful, blood-red wedding dress, and a deep sense of happiness appears in her eyes. There was no choice. Working overnight, I finally finished and put down the last piece of paper at dawn. At the same moment, Lian Yushang seemed to only think of Li Tua now. Once he remembered, he felt very at ease. Then he loosened his tightly clasped hands, pressed one hand against his chest, and looked up at the roof tiles, as if he could see through the barrier of the ceiling and gaze upon the entire starry sky. Still need to register the company. Chunfei originally thought that as long as there was a place to produce and package, then sell, it would be simple. But he didn't expect it to be so complicated. Everyone's eyes unintentionally or intentionally swept over her, but Yang Yoha seemed completely unaware, sitting still in his seat. Throughout, the veil on his face remained unchanged in its gentle curve. Siyu sighed silently, and after squeezing out the only words that could comment on Wan Tianyu, he waved his hand. No expulsion, but any academy that was eliminated has announced they refuse to hire graduates from that school, Luo Fan said seriously. After a moment, Ning Lin stopped swinging his long sword. Brother, thank you. The core device is ready, he said, then threw the sword toward the young man in white robes and slowly turned around. Tang Mubai pondered for a while, then threw it behind him, tiptoed, and leapt into the air. Mo Nian changed into slippers, placed his bag on the sofa, then took out his phone and set it on the edge of the dining table. It's not very famous. Even in broad historical records, his name is hard to find, I replied. Why didn't Fuyang take action to sweep away the alien tribes? With his cultivation level, no alien cultivator could stop him. Ding Mian sighed deeply, like Liu Bei selling straw sandals and seeing the imperial decree on the city gate, feeling hopeless about serving the country. Wu Yingzhan has been following the meal plan he provided, so the kitchen prepared many medicinal ingredients, and Huabin handled it with ease. Thinking back to 2 years ago, Ren Wuxing and others did not know this person, so he was probably not from the demon sect. This makes his identity quite intriguing. No explanation needed. Anyway, I'm not someone who forces others, Gong Ruya said, then surprisingly left without further words. Fuyang stepped forward, and a burst of light shattered in front of him as he headed straight toward the nearest Dao ancestor to attack. At this moment, someone passed by and greeted Dong Yunru. Their eyes briefly looked over Yang Mu and his car behind him. Yang Mu, at this time, was fearless, so he straightened his chest and faced their different gazes confidently. Qin Ruo moved quickly, constantly striking with his right hand. In just a few breaths, he knocked down these people. In other words, he and Yun Haoyu are in a relationship where both rise and fall together. If he were gone, how long could she hold on? Starting is always the hardest. After saying the first words, fighting with the sword shadow behind him became much easier. My subordinate was talking to Miss Greenwillow, but she ignored me, he said with a hint of grievance in his tone. Her appearance resembled the man beside her quite a bit. Tian, one you guessed they might be siblings. As the passion gradually receded like the tide returning to calm, Lan Xingyan held Tian Wenyu and slowly fell asleep. His eyes were closed, lips pale and slightly cracked, with a pale complexion showing a faint flush. The figures of Qi Lai, Guansong, Qi Nuyan, and Yu Yin appeared one after another in the courtyard. The fighting outside had not stopped, likely because Hua Jingqing and Yan Mingdong were blocking others from the Mo family trying to rescue them. This is clearly imprisonment. It's illegal, Mu Feng shouted, but he was weaker and less skilled, so he was pushed back easily. Under the cover of night, Qian quietly placed the baby boy outside a family's door, rang the doorbell, then silently left. The next morning, all disciples of the medicine sect dressed in plain clothes, with soul banners hanging outside the sect. Qian, with bloodshot eyes, announced to everyone, the lady died in childbirth, and the baby did not escape misfortune. The medicine sect held a memorial for 100 days. Mu Aoyan quietly looked at Tian Wenyu without speaking. His eyes were deep and mysterious, like an endless abyss. The cold, enormous dog slowly exhaled several clusters of pure white cold air from its large mouth. It blinked its big, lantern-like eyes a few times, then nodded its heavy, clumsy head. What worried her was that the young man from the Tiantua group, upon seeing this behind the scenes, slightly frowned without leaving any trace. His gaze was not jealous, but rather playful. As long as I survive, I must reclaim the 16 states of Yenyun. Not only reclaim them, but I will also lead my troops to march there, fighting all the way to Huanglong Prefecture to launch a direct attack on the Khitan people. After Shun Jibai finished his report on the country's economy, he received praise and support from Luo Yongsheng and all the officials of the Great Chu. The villa clearly shows Qin Muhan's strong style. Its design is simple and cold, mostly black, white, and gray. There are no servants at all, making the whole villa feel very lonely and cold. After everyone finished their greetings, they each looked for a place to sleep. However, everyone tossed and turned, clearly unable to fall asleep. Lin Yuqing could tell that her grandmother also felt a bit reluctant, but only a little. Suddenly, she deeply felt her grandmother's coolness. Ji Mingshan initially nodded and repeated himself when he heard this, but then, as if he had a sudden attack of hysteria, he was greatly alarmed and looked shocked. Liang Shan was also secretly annoyed. He thought to himself that animals are animals. He had worked with them for a while, yet they immediately resorted to violence. This Red Lord had cultivated for 1,500 years, but still had a savage temper. Li Shongshan was completely defeated by Yi Yang's familiarity. Without hesitation, he interrupted when he heard the news. He hired a private detective, but no one found any scandals involving Lin Yuqing. She had very few friends with whom she was closely associated. She herself had the strength of a late-stage Xian rank warrior, and more importantly, Su Chun was by her side. Han Yi initially didn't believe that Lin Di could be so accurate, but after Lin Di analyzed the situation, he was speechless. Outside the door, strangely, Su Maching was not there. Suddenly, a loud noise broke the long silence, making it hard to breathe. There was a sign that read, Grandmaster Hall. On each side, there were 9 tall warriors in golden helmets and armor, but they were not living beings. They were the special enforcers unique to this Grandmaster Hall. Okay, wait here. I'll go in and get the money for you, said Li Jua. With the car owner looking puzzled, he pushed the car into his own bedroom, which was less than 30 square meters. This item is very likely to have spiritual energy, but not guaranteed. Even if they can buy it at this price, if the item lacks spiritual energy, they will suffer a big loss. Initially, White Wolf planned to sit back and profit quietly, so he temporarily held his position because he didn't understand the situation. Of course, he also believed that the Han army wouldn't fall easily. Before seeing the owner of the voice, she wanted to find out what the owner looked like. Guwon's room was a bit dark. Baosheng replaced the lampshade with a beige one and lit 2 lamps. He also added some firewood to the fireplace. The blazing fire made the whole room warm and cozy. Master Yan looked down at the 2 cultivators below, who were only at the early stage of nascent soul and foundation establishment. With their strength and spiritual cultivation, even if Master Yan didn't hide his aura, they wouldn't be able to notice him. A dark aura invaded his body, containing evil, death, slaughter, and other negative emotions, full of the most and turbid energy in the world. I glanced at you and saw that he was really asleep, sleeping very comfortably and peacefully. After thinking for a moment, I decided to go back to my own class. I didn't talk to Sheng, so I left the classroom and headed toward our classroom. Then Brother Yi's phone rang. He answered the call, listened to what was said, nodded, and after a few sounds, he hung up. However, the Xianmen is different. It is filled with humans, and the distribution of power makes the hierarchy very detailed. No one from the lower levels ever resists those above. To the lower class, the upper class is like an inviolable emperor, an exalted presence. Master Yan watched as 2 white glowing sleeve knives approached, a faint smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, countless golden rays shot out from the dull black pipa, accompanied by a loud roar. The world of gunfire seemed to shatter like broken glass, exploding into the air. After I hung up, Yang Yang and Wang Xiao looked at me and burst out laughing. The great way of chaos, the beginning of heaven and earth, yin and yang coexist, and all living beings are born. Their nature is neither good nor evil, but due to a flaw in their fate, good and evil are born. Tianyan spoke, his mind clear and empty. His words sounded like mountains pressing down on the wild mountain in his heart. Lin Jiren does not mind such things, since Wei Yan is now working as a bandit. It seems that no matter what he says, he cannot get past his own inner struggles. Heartache needs healing, and Lin Jiren does not want to force him to make a decision, as it might backfire later. The road ahead may become much easier. With an additional great general, Lin Jiren feels very happy. The senior sister of the Ascending Realm powerhouse is so formidable. If she is the strong, then the one called senior sister must be even more powerful. It seems today's escape is hopeless. Both of them feel a touch of sadness. Inside the Jinrong Hotel in Linjiang City, Cui Ying always arrives very early. She sits there drinking a beverage, waiting for Fusheng. She occasionally looks outside. When she sees Fusheng approaching, her face immediately brightens with a big smile. At this moment, Du Qingfeng's face is no longer pale, but rosy with vitality. Lightning marks on his eyebrows glow with a purple-golden light. His body and clothes are shattered by fierce lightning, turning into fragments. His skin is as white as snow, with tiny purple arcs of electricity dancing across it. Tang Weiwei thinks for a moment and nods. This is an equal exchange. The dean helped her resolve the white cat's identity issue. She is heading to Linqing Kingdom anyway, so doing some errands along the way is convenient. Weiwei slightly tilts her head. Although she had long noticed Sidi Qingqing, Ningxiang still pretended to be surprised. She knows about the grudges between the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Now that the Second Prince suddenly appears at the Crown Prince's residence, it's definitely not simple. All right, let's go inside, Weiwei says, leading everyone into the main hall. That's where the real treasure is. From Xian Yuaninglan's expression, it's clear she knows this well. Thinking of this, Weiwei carefully uses her mental energy to scan the barrier again. Every inch of it is checked from all angles, with no blind spots. The barrier seems to be only on the surface of the mountain, behind which stretches a dense forest. The battle with Ling Zuzi was extremely dangerous. If Xiao Mian hadn't been somewhat lucky, he might have been sealed inside the divine barrier himself. The elders group is shocked. They didn't expect Wang Yujin to reveal the truth. How do you know this? No one here should dare to mention it, The elder trembles and says. He shakes his head helplessly, casting a spell on an iron basin in front of him. He controls the blood to slowly decrease, beginning his long process of refining. The figure spoke coldly, then casually reached out and took a pair of eyes, placing them aside. However, Chu Nan thought it was more convenient. After all, he hadn't experienced this kind of treatment in a long time. "Senior, help me," he whispered. In the heavenly palace's martial light, the dragon turtle's low roar responded, shining with a glow on its shell. "Boss, after the green-eyed assassin hid inside, I planted another nail. I think I forgot to tell you that," Hanin said nervously. "You brought him here back then, made him call me master. I didn't want to accept him at first because, from the first glance, I knew he wouldn't achieve much in swordsmanship. His mind is restless, and he's too evil," said Shui Yiren. "Let's end this matter here. I will find a good place elsewhere for you two to settle the scattered clans, so you can continue the lineage of the Tushan spirit fox," said Qianji Mountain seriously, stopping Hu Yiji from speaking further. Wen Yu's admiration instantly disappeared. Her gaze pierced through the pouring rain. For a moment, the harsh truth made the entire world shake. He came specifically to see the lady, but she only glanced at him once, and even stopped him from calling others. With Princess Yongyi and the future princess consort supporting her, her plan for revenge might go more smoothly. Moreover, with Princess Yongyi and the future princess consort's backgrounds, her actions seemed easier to carry out. Wen Yu finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Then she turned and rushed outside the courtyard. She could only lie obediently there, compromised, unable to drink water even when thirsty, feeling a faint fear in the darkness. The driver she trusted most, wearing white gloves, turned around. He was the first to betray her. The deeper the accumulation, the harder it is to break through the golden core. This has been a well-known truth since ancient times. Qin Ming once told her that breaking through the golden core was several times harder than for himself. Usually it would take a long time to accumulate. Qin Ming violently tore open the engine hood of the Dragon Man Ambusher, medium-sized mech with a starry demon-slaying sword, then shone a golden light, removing the engine inside, which weighed 2 or 3 tons. That night, Shisan and everyone else left. He went to his parents' bedroom, wanting to take this chance to have a good chat with them. Kadonglai's spiritual soul had already been destroyed by Qin Yibai, leaving him no different from a walking corpse. From his mind, Qin Yibai also learned many secrets about the underworld. The sneak attack by Feng Wuqing was not confident enough to injure her. As for the Emperor of Daping, Feng Wuqing had no information at all. Originally, Sun Yi, who only came to improve relations, suddenly leaned in much closer. It was indeed frightening, but compared to the more shameless monster beasts of Mount Shuedi, this unknown spiritual master of the nether race died unjustly. Xia Sun naturally understood why Yi Qingqing said that. Wasn't it just to let him handle Xia Yaoshi?
He was quite satisfied with that.
Especially at Tianjin, he was in a terrible state, forced to keep hiding, with multiple injuries on his body. His 3 sons, Chu Qiu, Chu Luan, and Chu Wansan, mainly managed the Back Mountain estate. The Wanghu estate was temporarily managed by his second uncle, Chu Jin and Changhua, and Yu Gong worked there under his orders. Yi Chang'an finally understood why there was no one here. Was this person foolish? Still talking about magical weapons. Since the king of the Great Ghost Dynasty defeated the Demon King centuries ago, there haven't been any monsters on Fairy Sheep Continent. The picture finally responded. A lazy voice came from the Emperor's soul map into Feng Wuqing's soul sea. At this moment, outside, whether it was tall buildings or pedestrians, everything had turned into streams of data code, glowing and flickering constantly. That child now appeared alive, and just now, she shattered the fireball spell she had cast. However, this movie also inevitably received some negative reviews. Many criticized Luo Mo for dragging the pace, not understanding what he wanted to say in the first half, relying only on a song to carry the film. In an emergency, Guo Qipeng, afraid that Su Chen might cause trouble at this moment, spoke quite harshly. But Su Chen still smiled and looked at him calmly, neither angry nor retorting. Gao Yuan was truly defeated by his sister. If you say so, then I am the one getting the most benefit. After Miaopu's words, Luo Mo turned his head to look and waved to his fans, causing a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Could it be that the cultivation world also has overmining problems? Maybe it was caused by a meteorite from outside the sky. Xinyu smiled, walking toward a giant pit and looking down inside. The noisy sound of the piano began to play, accompanied by soft whispers and gasps. Don't ask about things that don't concern you. It's better for you to live longer, young man, said Old Foam calmly in response to the provocation. His words carried a clear threat that he didn't bother to hide, which made the third-level ghost scorpion snort coldly and dare not say another word. The bandits' hideout was raided at 4 in the morning, where many stolen goods were hidden. We can win. This time, we must win and kill Yang Zhuhuai. We can't let him come back to life again. Actually, before Zhou Dan called the police, many customers nearby had already chosen to report it. But because of Lin Hao's previous actions, all of that was rendered meaningless. It'll be fine. Your grandpa is healthy. He probably just got angry and fainted, Min Shuzhen quickly said. More importantly, among the 3 sects, only the Baiyu Palace claims to teach everyone equally. Both humans and demons can go to learn the way. Soon, in the sky, a person riding a colorful leopard slowly approached Lin Yi. Fortunately, Wei Bian didn't suspect his subordinates. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that his guess was very likely. He clenched his fists in frustration. Han Lingsha wondered how she could resist, to avoid being seen by a third person like Lu Mingli. Setting aside the gap in cultivation, her decades of diligent sword training might not be inferior to Xian Zhao's talent. Li looked at Ningfeng and smiled. The meaning was clear. If something was beyond his ability, he simply couldn't do it. It turned out that this person was none other than the third god lord of the New Moon Kingdom. He had also participated in the National Defense War, initially a peak-level true person, but very active in battle, cruel and bloodthirsty, with countless Middle-earth people's blood on his hands. All right, I promise you, but you must also keep your promise and let Mother Consort go, said the Crown Prince. As long as the 5th prince was in his hands, bringing her to see them wouldn't be a problem. Wang Tianhao smiled slightly, took a silver needle from a piece of fine cloth, and sterilized it with a lighter, while AIC stared at him without blinking. I felt a tightness all over my body, as if my soul was being squeezed. The power of the alarm bell was like huge hands pressing down hard. I immediately let out a muffled sound through my nose and showed a grim expression on my face. Yes, sir. The waiter knew Yang Yesheng's identity and dared not say more. He nodded quickly and hurried out. However, Zhang Qifu seemed a bit strange. He appeared to be lost in thought, constantly murmuring the names Wang Wu and Lin Qingxia in his mind. Just when the young man in pink thought that even if Jiao Yuzhen couldn't see what was inside the wooden box, it might not mean he failed the test, he was about to speak when he heard Jiao Yuzhen softly recite a poem. Si Huang was responsible for managing dangerous weapons in the human world, while he needed to handle the upcoming arrangements for Feng Huang Entertainment Company. Someone was ordered to bring Qin Shi in. When Qin Shi saw Li Sun sitting on the bed, she immediately threw herself into his arms and cried loudly. This is just too chaotic. How could Mu Yi possibly block second brother's fire arrow? Wu Ning couldn't help but say when he saw Mu Yi's decision. Second brother's mental strength was not something ordinary people could compare to. Mu Yi was just too reckless. I understand. First, put Song Kuei into the Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix diagram, but he must not realize where he is. Can you do that? Zhou Tian already had an idea in mind. When Yuko looked at the face before her that resembled her own, by 70%. Her resentment and coldness temporarily disappeared, replaced by gentle warmth and mutual affection. Gradually, the sky began to brighten. A 9-headed fire phoenix burst out of the water, its sharp golden claws clutching tightly onto the 2 people fighting desperately. The fire phoenix caught them and flew toward the shore. After Gong Gong Lin left, Lu Luo immediately brought a cup of hot tea over to Lan Romue, smiling foolishly to flatter her. Sun Tianbao wore a uniform of the inner courtyard disciples, but he still gave off a sense of wealth and grandeur. Since they came to help, I also needed to show my sincerity. After some thought, I used my bat transformation skill, turning myself into a blood-colored bat, and appeared before the senior. Rest assured, Madam General. I don't like second young master, and Joer has no intention of marrying again in this life. She witnessed Lan Romue and Yan Kanglin's love, and wanted to keep witnessing it forever. She had long given up on romantic hopes. Sure enough, a bright white light shot out from the bottom of the lake. The calm surface of the lake suddenly became very turbulent, and loud roars came from the water. Shinji knew that the Carvania had already evolved. The most powerful of all, the charming fox girl knelt on the ground, unable to speak, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Xiaoyan, who now had a cold expression. This storage room is Lu Lao's home. He was originally a cleaner at a nightclub. After an incident at the cemetery, Lu Lao disappeared, and the storage room was left empty. Perhaps no matter how much she did, it was not as good as giving him a father. His love for Min Yuchen shows how much he really wants a dad. Although it was only temporary, a grandmaster is a grandmaster, one level higher than Chen Ziyue.
How could she win?
Yi Bai once saw the Golden Crow pulling a coffin. Besides that powerful figure, he had never seen anyone else. He felt a deep admiration. When he swept through the X-weapon like a fierce wind, all the X-weapons lost their life force. The purple light pillar shattered, like water falling on a wall, turning into scattered black energy that merged back into the dark space. Meanwhile, the beautiful ice barriers also became riddled with holes under the attack of the dark energy. The room behind the iron door was small, about the size of a palm. At the end of the room, there was a wooden table with something like a painting on it. The painting was covered with a black cloth, so its contents could not be seen. Strange extended his arms in front of him, and a simple magic shield appeared in his hands, made of basic lines. Everyone was surprised and angry, realizing they had been tricked by Qin Feng. They had been too nervous and forgot that guns usually don't fit in pockets. Denial was not an option. Saying he wasn't a genius now would only embarrass everyone, especially Lu Sheng. This I'm not very familiar with either. You can choose a car for me, Luffy Yang said. In his mind, the type of car didn't really matter, since it was mainly a fighting tool. Today, Shimen known, you felt uneasy. It seemed that a terrifying presence was hidden inside the dilapidated temple, making him shiver with fear. She was worried about how to count the days in the illusion. How long had it been? Had the 10-day limit arrived? If she didn't return after 10 days, those guys would definitely do what they said. What made me feel even more powerless was that Jean C came up with such a fresh and elegant reason to trouble me. Zishi, sitting nearby, shyly glanced at me. She probably doesn't know I have a refined taste now. I like this girl very much, but I have no other intentions. I see her only as a little sister. If she misunderstands, what should I do? What about lilies? I don't know which to give. Lilies have a light, fragrant smell. Maybe lilies are best? I should choose carefully myself. How can I get clues? If I stay locked inside here, I won't be useful at all. Suddenly, I realized my plan has some flaws. He went straight to Qin Shi and watched her cut her wild boar meat to feed Du Tuling. I felt a bit sad for him. I sat on the sofa, thinking about the events and people involved from the start of this task until now. First, find the disciples who are scattered outside, then take back the Moon Hong Palace, Yang Yan said. What's this about 5 million taels a day? I never said that, Cardoli quickly corrected. Some women around looked at the interaction of the clan leader and his family with envy. Some bold women even asked their beast servants to cook meat for them. The witch grandmother's sacrificial power slowly connected with the beast god. The beast god's statue shone with a bright white light. Mo Yen and Mo Yun, watching nearby, couldn't stand it and covered their eyes. I silently called out in my mind for this eternity, but there was no response at all. Could he be sleeping? I turned my head and bumped into a face hanging on my shoulder. The face showed no intention of leaving, smiling innocently. But now she is pregnant. As a mother, her biggest fear is hurting the baby inside her. Fortunately, Xiaocao and Yuan already had a marriage agreement. Over the years, facing the pressure from the Wang family, Empress used Yuan as a shield, and the Wang family had no choice. Next, Liang Yi didn't stay long at the inn. After handing over the inn's affairs to Deng He no longer needed to worry about things here. Thud! Mia finally couldn't hold back her tears, and they flowed again. 2 lines of tears, full of sadness and pain, like a broken water tap. After pondering for a long time, Kane decided to go and take a look. As long as he stayed away from the staircase entrance, there would be no danger. On Mount Nine Plains, the wind howled loudly. Chen Lian and Wei Yu stood a few dozen steps away from Lu Bu, watching his mighty figure. They muttered to themselves quietly. Chen Zhou thought for a moment and agreed to Jiang Yi's request. He never expected that Jiang Yi actually had the intention to assassinate Lu Bu. If he had known Jiang Yi's plan, Chen Zhou would never have brought him into the command tent, even if it meant risking his life. When Qingye stretched out his hand, and a powerful surge of energy burst out. He struck with a single palm, sending a huge handprint crashing down. Even the distant Xian emperor stopped shouting. Tears welled up in his eyes as he remembered his childhood, feeling as if he had returned to his mother's side. The old master said, because Huang Yaoshi had already ordered that no one should approach Peach Blossom Island. The salt gang near the island obeys the island master, and all fishermen near the island are driven away. Time passed second by second. The fire mouse and fire eagle were completely toyed with by Xiaocao but couldn't even touch his clothes. This made Xiaocao feel very pleased. I clenched my teeth and held on, even though the pot lid handle was very hot and caused a sharp pain. I thought to myself, this was a rare opportunity. I finally managed to up the Demon King. Even if my hands got burned and useless, it was worth it. When they saw Wen Qingye, they were also very excited, especially Sima Feng. If Wen Qingye got involved because of his own matters, he felt he wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. Everyone seemed to think the golden coffin was strange. Plus, it contained a baby's placenta. They all looked panicked, worried that Lin Ruetian might call on them. Actually, without Lin Dan's words, it was mainly about helping the special operations team with some missions. Wen Qingye felt several sword energies cut across his arm, tearing his clothes apart. But after a few sword strikes, the energy suddenly retracted, and the fierce aura disappeared just as quickly. Bragging shamelessly. With your humble cultivation level, you think you can kill me? Wu Kaiyan scolded coldly. Chen Huang and the other formation masters were already overwhelmed with emotion. The 3rd level formation. It actually concealed 2 formations underneath. How did Qin Xiao figure this out? Qin Xiao had been feeling frustrated for a while. Everyone was showing off the value of their gifts. Is there such a way to give gifts? And some even use gold. My daughter, even the smallest amount is at least 30,000 taels of gold. The old master's jade is only worth 30,000 taels. How can I show this off? He turned around and glared at the countless ice sculptures below the stage, then suddenly released a burst of dark energy toward them. Zhang Ji had already sent troops to Wan City. At least, he wanted to hold onto these 2 cities, hoping Zhang Xiao would immediately withdraw his troops to defend. Although Wan City had more soldiers than Li Dian's surprise attack greatly lowered morale. Some soldiers had already fled, especially from the Western Liang army. Chao Mingxiao was about to speak, but Xia Tian suddenly took the wine from Chao Mingxiao's hand. Now, he had 2 bottles of wine, one from Lu Meng and one from Chao Mingxiao. When the straw hat was removed, the shop assistant blushed and his heart pounded. He stared blankly at Jing Rong's face. Even He Lei was momentarily distracted by Jing Rong's face. Just then, the shop owner's wife stepped on his foot, making him want to cry out in pain, but she shot him a sharp look. Li Longfei thought about this and quietly reached out to hold Shengguan Wan'er's soft waist. Before she could react, he used his energy to focus on her waist. She remembered that before her engagement to Xiao Maobei, She lay in bed beside him like a newborn baby. He looked her up and down with a charming smile and said, "My wife has a great figure. I think we will be very happy in the future." Seeing your changing expressions, Lei Tian's eyes flashed with a wicked light. He didn't speak, but his cold, intimidating aura made everyone unable to move. An icy chill instantly seeped into their hearts, causing the spies to shiver uncontrollably. "Hey, wait. I think it's your turn to take me." Liang Luo tightly held Ling Lanyu's arm, not letting go, as if clutching a lifeline. Wushuang couldn't control her emotions and suddenly coughed up blood, which flowed from the corner of her mouth. The once thriving Li Lingfeng's enterprise now seemed to be declining rapidly, as if aging overnight. Chun Xiaoming waved his phone at Fike and played the recording he had just made. When Fike heard the recording, his swollen face turned pale with fear. Hao Lianqing seemed to be talking to himself, while a large black snake curled nearby and nodded. Blue-clad, Imperial tutor Lu Yunxiu, Japanese Yamaguchi-gumi-styled chess, Qinggang by Yang Xian from Beijing, Fengyun Enterprise Li Lingfeng, Wakayama Wuyo, Indian Shiva family future head K Xiutua, plus 2 other unknown figures, are the top 10 threats to Languisent by Dongfeng Lingyu. This made Yang Yi very anxious. He always felt unlucky. He didn't have time to react to these things. After Xuebing finished speaking, everyone finally understood the full story. I suddenly felt like my intelligence was not enough. I looked at Xuebing, then at Meiying, and secretly felt lucky that they were on our side. If they had been enemies, I probably wouldn't even know how I died.
This is a good example of that.
The square-faced man was angry. The underwear he brought from France was bought at a new product launch of a lingerie brand. He wanted to surprise his wife. Even if this soul space belonged to him and he had the advantage, even if the Dragon Earth Taoist had died many years ago and his soul was no longer strong, Sun Wukong still couldn't fight back. The gap between them was like a huge chasm, impossible to cross.
Xuer was Lüing besiegte Zheng Xuan.
She was very happy tonight because Zheng Shuang cooperated actively with Jilin to develop the mountain stronghold. She was so excited that she wanted to reward Zheng Shuang well. At this moment, although they saw their leader, Cardinal Ceci, die, and a thick evil aura of black mist surged toward them, the knights did not panic. Each knight leader shouted to boost everyone's morale and charged toward the winter army. However, after thinking carefully, Maxim sighed secretly. He cared so much for the other side, but did Victoria appreciate it? And he was supposed to save his rival, Roland. He felt a bit reluctant inside. Indeed, in all the qualification battles, almost no disciple from Blue Light Gate had lost. Even if there were some, only 1 or 2. When he spoke earlier, many people were unhappy with him, but now it turned into enthusiastic applause. Either they wanted to defeat the Faceless Fist King like other challengers, attract the attention of the Star Punishment Sect, be recruited by them, and end up losing their lives. Miss Qianzhu. Suddenly, a cry came from nowhere, as if breaking through 9 layers of clouds. The ginseng doll seed, its medicinal power is not that weak. Xiaoming hadn't absorbed much before, but he didn't realize it. Gong Qianzhu listened to this chain of cause and effect, feeling surprised. Ling Yixiu coughed softly nearby, reminding Yin Luo that her last word choice was a bit inappropriate. After a long time, he finally let go of me. His shirt was wet from my damp hair, but he didn't look embarrassed. Instead, he seemed more spirited. Yang Qijin took another step forward in the realm of the great shaman. Although he's still far from the peak, with his knowledge of secret shaman techniques, he could fight against top experts like the 12 golden immortals of the enlightened teaching. Miss Gong, she softly called, like a pure, ethereal sound. Her calm tone carried the loneliness of someone guarding alone for many years. Zhong Kuei was a star deity, definitely a powerful celestial being. He wasn't as strong as Yang Jian and others, but he was much better than King Yama. However, Zhong Kuei's strength hadn't fully recovered. Only his soul was quite strong. You want to stir up trouble between Ci Yun and Su Muxin, but he's come to visit now, clearly wanting to make peace, I said. She was nervously watching the entrance of the holy hall, worried that the frightening aura that made him panic might spread inside at any moment. "They've all gone home," Park Ji said, slightly turning his head to adjust his clothes on his shoulders. As for the sudden suspicion of Qi Bin towards Zhao Junchen planned to ask the Zhao family members he had placed in Qi Bin's new army. He suspected that the problem might lie with those Zhao family members. It was fine in front of him, but in front of other men, how many could keep their composure? Now that the 10-year life-death contract was over, the Sun Luo Palace had investigated Qin Kai and found he had left the Zhuiying assassin organization. They were eager to act. Once they learned Qin Kai was in Jiang City, they hurried over to try to buy him. "I believe you can protect her," Gao Shun said, his eyes fixed on Wei Yan.
"See?
"Now only your vital energy and spiritual essence are left," it said in a muffled voice, like ventriloquism. As it spoke, it transformed into a sea demon from the Red Scales tribe. Someone pressed a button, and the array formations inside the room drew out the Fire Fairy's spiritual power. Multiple layers of formations stacked and compressed, forming a stable red energy pillar inside a chamber. Niu Tuzi was unwillingly kneeling on the ice, trying to support himself, but feeling his strength rapidly draining. The victory in the Battle of Changchi was not by luck. No one could simply put 60,000 cultivators into a sack. Wu Zhao was happy and not only promoted 2 officials, but also rewarded them with 2 large mansions in Zone 1, 500 yards of fine silk, servants, camels, and several fine horses. Bright red flames and golden lightning of the vermilion bird kept clashing in the sky, exploding and filling half of Mang City with fire and thunder. Even those on the tallest buildings could feel the heavy pressure below. Recently, Xiaocao felt that his influence back home was weakening, so he decided to take action. Jiang Qiui efficiently chopped scallions, garlic, and various ingredients, then started cooking the hot pot base. A fist struck an invisible barrier, pausing briefly before smashing directly at Ma Jun's stomach with a powerful punch. A sword pointed at Su Wuhan's forehead, making her feel as if her soul might be torn apart. Only a few low-level skills contained deep strategies, and only the people present from Xingxin could see these subtle confrontations. Yun Mo turned to look at Hu Nanyan, noticing fear in her eyes. In the end, Igua launched a furious attack, but was defeated under Weige's siege, and Jiashir lost another member. Feeling a bit sorry for Nier, Linda decided that this time, he would bring more people back from the world tour. The island was short of workers everywhere. Who knew that Zhang Quan, despite being clever, became stubborn whenever Yu Yan was involved, unable to adapt or compromise. Zhuge Mengmeng yawned, propped her elbow on the table, chewed on her bubble gum and blew bubbles. Hong Tailing listened awkwardly and nodded. "Yes, who are you really? How are you so powerful? Brother Hai even calls you the boss." His eyes looked at me with a dreamy, expectant expression. "Idiot," Lung Ao scolded, brushing her hand away from her forehead. The girl was really foolish to think he had a fever. Suddenly, the scene shifted in a dream. A man with eyes similar to that man appeared, Jin Haoshuan, the man I inexplicably liked after coming to this world. He was also the man I couldn't quite understand my feelings for. "Don't know? As you wear a stand-in girl, you actually don't know your master's situation?" Nangong Jin's face grew more and more grim as she spoke. Once she made up her mind, the man clenched the steering wheel tightly, waiting for Xiaocao to come close so he could hit her. Tian Chuer said that as long as the person didn't die and only suffered serious injuries, it was okay. He thought that even if they got caught, it would only mean a few years in prison, and in return, his family could enjoy a comfortable life for the rest of their days. The 2 of them lay on the bed, lifting their long robes that were already spread open. To my surprise, I saw that neither of their thighs was covered, and I could see everything clearly. I suddenly felt a rush of jealousy. I need to wash my eyes when I get back." "I'm fine," Xiaocao said, forcing a smile. It was rare to hear Yining care about her. Having a good friend nearby was truly comforting, but unfortunately, this time she even lied to Yining. Although Sun Guifei didn't know exactly what Mu Biwei discussed with the Empress Dowager in the Yining Palace, Mubiwei had stayed there for a few days, without any change. After leaving the Ening Palace, she went straight to the Qinian Hall the next day. Who would believe that she didn't have the Empress Dowager's permission, or even a hint? No one knew how Wang Zichen managed to do it, nor could anyone imagine what he did. At this moment, they seemed to have lost their own thoughts, completely led by Wang Zichen's magic show. So, when she watched her teacher explaining the knowledge she had already learned, she couldn't help but yawn. Zhang Sun's move was effective for others, but for Fan Tianlei, who was known as a cunning fox, it was useless. He was someone who wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Zhang Sun didn't care whether Zhang Sun gave him face or not. Besides Sarutobi Hiruzen chasing after him, the two Hokage, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, stayed on the roof watching Chia roar. When Chia, who was overestimating himself, charged at them, the two wooden men watched calmly. The cat demon swung its front limbs, with sharp, black claws that made a screeching sound as they sliced through the air, aiming to smash Chia into a bloody mess. What exactly happened to Sheevil? Why was she here? And why was the demonic energy inside her appearing in such a state within the Heart Lake? Bashirmala Lorlei's words made the magician from the Department of Law and Politics twitch his lips. What do you mean by nothing to do? We are busy studying magic too. The clear instruction on the mission card was to open the lock using demonic methods. So the question is, what exactly are demonic methods? It was already late, and the guards who had escorted them away from Tianjing had been gone for many days. They probably had returned to their camp by now. I see. Lin Huira nodded, suddenly feeling curious about what the man had said. According to the investigation, the enemy used a delayed poison, which was likely administered before they arrived. Seeing these corpses, Bai Li Yunzheng became even more worried about Li Chuxia's situation. Look at Third Sister's face. She's already guessed everything. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to be too clear. It's better if others don't speak of such shameful things. Huangfu Xiaoyuan originally didn't want to say much, but some people liked to gloat. Since they did, he wouldn't hold back. Remember, the family head only has one son. If something happened to him, the entire family might be turned upside down. Everyone agreed with this. The soldiers clenched their fists tightly, eager to rush out right now. As long as they were willing to learn, students' grades could improve rapidly under the intensive third-year exam tactics. The materials she provided might help, but mostly, success depended on Hai Tao's own effort. I told Zhu Yanyi, your medicinal herbs in the herb field are good, but they're not so rare or expensive that they're worth that much, Elder Wu said helplessly. Compared to this, Li Yu's reaction was very calm because he knew that the swallowing demon pot was almost like the old body of the ruthless emperor, still holding some vitality. Once fully awakened, it could restore the emperor's former unmatched glory, far beyond ordinary imperial weapons. Outer disciples usually have two ways to earn spiritual stones and pills needed for cultivation. The first is to take on tasks for the sect, which is safe but yields fewer spiritual stones and pills. Cold words came from a man sitting on a chair nearby. If an ordinary person had spoken, it wouldn't be a big deal, but since it was spoken by Emperor Qianqiu, it was another matter entirely. Questioning Liang Haiyan, the golden core cultivator, was impossible. Even if there was some secret involved, Wang Yuan could only swallow the bitter pill now. Later, he heard the sect leader Liang Haiyan say that although the promised foundation-building pills couldn't be fully delivered this time, the sect contribution points would still be distributed to everyone. Riding on the back of the Shadow Tiger, Li Pingyang swung a heavy punch. The Shadow Tiger roared in pain and struggled to shake him off, trying to throw him down. Especially the members of the Special Investigation Bureau, who looked at the scene with a mix of excitement and respect. Zhuge Wuyo explained that this was also that man's territory. Why was she still on his land after running around? Ke Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. Just as he was about to act, Xiao Nian quickly grabbed his arm, trembling as she spoke. Then, in the eyes of the two surprised, she put a whole piece of stinky tofu into her mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. Tang Lihong suddenly rushed in front of Xiao Nian, holding her leg and crying loudly, like a ghost crying and a wolf howling. At the entrance of Chongqing Mountain Range, Mei Xianling woke Mei Xinrong, who was practicing, and started handing her things, ceramic bottles and paper packages. Initially, the rules were the same as the Fire family. Everyone gathered for dinner every night. But over time, they stopped, and it was only on the 1st and 15th days of the month. The Fire family, however, kept their traditions unchanged for many years. While comforting her, his hand unconsciously explored her body, touching her gently to ensure her safety. "Anything you need, Lord Badak, just say it directly." As for Badak, he was like a second father to him. Even if he wanted him dead, it wouldn't be impossible. Zhongli Shua remembered Jing Se pulling out the dagger that pierced his chest. Her rosy lips, her angry eyes, and her strange smile, all vivid in his mind. Even now, thinking of it gave Zhongli Shua a chilling feeling. Anyway, they were brothers. Wang Xiao didn't hide anything, including everything about Xian, from his brothers. "Are you not planning to go with her?" Shen Zhao's eyes lit up. He asked this casually, but inside, he was already happy. Now, perhaps because of the team, Lung Feng didn't explode. But after this training match, things probably wouldn't end there.
Wang Jie saluted Lei Tsiui.
"Your Highness, Wang Ting, and I need to go home. It seems there is a problem in my hometown and my parents are still there," Wang Jie said anxiously. He carried 4 large bags with both hands, taking up quite a bit of space. As he entered the school gate, some students and parents looked at him with curiosity. When he reached Mo Yuan, he paused, his white deer-hide boots stopping abruptly. He raised an elegant eyebrow, and a mischievous smile played on his thin lips. His delicate features shone brightly, like a clear sunrise, making all the flowers and the new moon blush with admiration. This was the first meeting between the two families. Originally, they planned a grand wedding, but Jiang Sei's attitude changed it into a simple meal. Compared to the other side, Yisheng didn't think he had any advantage. Many of his previous strategies had failed against the divine team. Suddenly, with a sharp, the man's table was smashed to pieces. The tavern was quiet, but this noise drew the attention of a few curious customers. Strangely, they only looked briefly and then turned away, showing no real interest. Because Suyu had already covered all his robes with shielding moes, it was hard to see anything. This made the person trying to catch him feel a little annoyed. They stepped forward to pull Suyu. "Enough with the formalities. After we leave, stay alert, especially around the warning lines, to keep everything running smoothly." "What's going on? Shouldn't this be a case of beating a drowning man?" Senwazi asked, confused. But this was based on weak evidence and guesses. Clever people could easily mix lies into the story, so the truth could still be turned around. After following the carriage for a long time, it finally stopped. In the darkness, Awu's figure was hard to see. On less than 10,000 square meters of land, there were many remains of Japanese soldiers. On the defending side, over 200 soldiers were injured or dead. It was the largest loss since the defense force was formed. At this critical moment, the principal wanted to personally lead the fight. Usually, the leaders of different departments would try to stop him, but surprisingly, Vice President Wang Tianhai, who usually disagreed with him, voted in favor. It was even possible to make the feelings in dreams feel as real as reality. In dreams, one could control and shape the dream's content freely. Due to the large wave of surrenders at the end of last year, many officers under Yan Laoshi of the Second War Zone's Jin Sui army defected to the Japanese. This caused his already small territory to be divided by rebels, forcing him to withdraw from Shaanxi for safety and transfer his forces to the Central Army under Hu Zhongnan, stationed in Shaanxi and Gansu. When they were young, Li Yunfeng, the battalion commander, and Lu Tianyan walked side by side toward a foreigner with blue eyes and blonde hair. Li Yunlong followed behind them like an assistant. Since his own child was not present, Ling Di, although busy with many matters, still felt bored. When Guo Zhenfeng arrived at Jidu Mountain, the Diyu Palace officials had already reached the destination. The two men did not know each other before, so they exchanged greetings first, then went to meet their respective people. On a busy street in Southeast Asia, Shen Tong was holding Xu Ming's waist as they strolled, observing the lively scene around them, each with their own worries. She knew how many sleepless nights Ivan had spent for this plan. If she was eliminated because of her, causing the plan to fail, she would be a complete sinner, and even Lan Yu would not forgive herself. Old Yi, what is your real purpose in seeking this heir? And Yi Xian still didn't quite understand why the wise man was so eager to find this heir. Currently, color photos could not be seen on the continent, so Lan Yu picked up a photo and examined it carefully. Over the past few days, she repeatedly tried to contact the headquarters, but no one there knew her identity. Finding clues through local departments was even more difficult, and she failed several times. Shen Menglong led more than 50 people fleeing toward Wanfengkou, with Chu Junyong's brave general, Xiang, chasing after them into the deeper parts of Wanfenglin. The apartment door opened, and Shen Tong entered alone. Lao Chu was waiting for Shen Tong on the 12th floor. It seemed I still lacked the ability to handle emergencies alone, or I wouldn't be so flustered and at a loss. Replay it, listen carefully. There's no time to waste. Lan Kuan didn't believe they'd just caught the live broadcast by chance. Upon closer look, he was right. The words replay appeared in the top right corner. I'm really bored, he said with a gentle smile, slowly walking forward. To others, he appeared to be taking his time. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream erupted inside the cave. The sound waves bounced back and forth, creating a strong echo, causing dust and small stones to fall from the ceiling. The white cat quickly hid her head in her arms. She wasn't afraid of death, but she didn't want to try the elixir again. Her once restored appearance was precious, and she didn't want to be harmed again. Following Song Shi, Yi Bai once again arrived at the teacher's office building at the affiliated school, entering the office tower. What wind blew you here? It's rare, Long Kun joked, since he was his own father, and some things shouldn't be taken too seriously. That sword really ended up in the Magic Cube team's hands, Songjung thought silently, without much emotion. Over a month passed, and Wang Ergu called to say that the villa's main structure was completed, and Qin Xinghai should go back to arrange the garden. Great! Li Run was excited and kept attacking with streaks of blood. Sparks flew as the fiery blood sword clashed with the air, making a constant clanging sound. Li Ren kept chasing, and each strike of the fiery blood sword posed a threat to the enemies in the air. Seeing his son return, the family was very happy. The old man was now acting normally, with a healthy red face, which eased everyone's worries. 3 days later, they reached a mountain ridge. A towering peak blocked their way, reaching into the clouds. With little spiritual energy, climbing this steep mountain took a lot of time and effort. Chu Lanyue was speechless. Just a normal year, and both families had to stay in the hospital. Was it because her son was so charming? Yu Xiao wanted to return to his seat, but Hirua chased him away, joking and playing, which made everyone laugh. The fatigue from the morning training was forgotten. Yang Wu combined his spear with the spiritual barbarian of 17 others, but they weren't fully integrated, and their synchronization was low, causing some dispersion. In the back of the car, Lu Qiu was squeezed between 2 police officers, and Li Chuan was also seated between 2 police officers. 6 people sat facing each other, with a corpse in the middle. Qinji noticed her constant smile on her face, feeling warm inside. Along with a silent sigh, he wondered when he could openly express his feelings. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong nodded, but he was still somewhat dissatisfied because no one explained what exactly had happened. Today, those who went to support the Jade Emperor Palace had once worshipped Master Duyun. Now that the Emperor favored Taoism, everyone followed suit. She didn't need to flatter anyone, so she didn't bother. The city of Iran has become a bustling place with merchants gathering everywhere, a big city full of outsiders. Enin suddenly lost her composure, knocking over her water cup and spilling half the water onto the man's pajamas. Everyone listened to the box's words, and their initial curiosity quickly faded. Wind Yi could only smile bitterly, leaving Lu Zhong here to take care of things while he went to handle the hospital procedures. Yin Yiqian's mood was of little concern to Li Ck. He was not someone who cared much for delicate feelings. He quickly realized that Yin Yiqian was not sincere. Her reason for becoming his concubine was simply to seek his protection. This is all we can do. You need to work harder. Xianyuan Hualing's voice was no longer as strong as before. Even so, with the awareness of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, he sensed the abnormality behind him. But at such a short distance, he couldn't dodge, so he could only pour all his energy into the protective jade talisman. Did he just openly refuse? Given Ji Ying's personality, she would definitely say, "What are you thinking? Do I look like I have a crush on you?" That's too narcissistic. The two would then become very awkward. When he finished speaking, Lu Yutian also stood up, slightly waving to the students behind him. The pride and aloofness on his face were obvious to everyone. Zhao Yan rolled his eyes. Chu Ping, once a bloodthirsty and violent demon wolf, had completely taken a different path. Whether it was good or bad, he wasn't sure. This was a set of cards he carried with him, made of a special material that reflected a cold, mysterious glow under the light. King Lu Xian of Guilin was not in the main hall. Everyone seemed to remember that this prince was in Jinling, but had forgotten where exactly. Bone fire connecting the sky. Lu Liang simultaneously drew 5 arrows, shooting a sea of fire that surrounded Zhao Yan. The latter was calm, waving his hand to release a fire-resistant ring, creating a safe zone for himself and Dian Wei. Xiao Yingying was filled with shame and anger, looking at Xia Jingshan, who was eagerly watching the show. Meanwhile, everyone in the flower hall was paying attention to her. Tears welled up in Xiao Yingying's eyes as she suddenly sat back in her seat. Ahem, his original plan was just to use a doll to interrogate for information. Despite many setbacks, everything was ultimately returning to the right track. During the 2 wars, 57,000 ordinary awakened individuals were injured or killed. If Zhao Yan's decapitation operation hadn't taken place, the remaining survivors would have been very few, which would have been a good result. 14,000 ordinary people suffered losses of 50,000. The main damage was caused by Vesta's plague meteor. Currently, several thousand people are still under observation. Lung Kaier took out a small golden bottle from her bracelet, held it in the air, and let the milky white medicine inside fall onto her perfect figure. She felt the brief warmth as the medicine touched her skin and couldn't help but let out a satisfied moan. Kai Qing carried a stack of notebooks to find Shi Jigu. Although she had full authority over almost all affairs in the valley, some important matters still needed Shi Jigu to review. When she heard it was her mother-in-law calling, Sang Ji's eyes immediately lit up. She quickly snatched the phone and answered. Grandma Zhao wanted to help the princess speak, and she also regained her composure. She looked at Yi Gunyang and almost said that the girl wanted to learn from her. Indeed, this matter was pushed forward by the Empress Dowager. She had lost money and was worried, but in the end, the Empress Dowager took advantage of the situation. After speaking, she strode towards the house. But as soon as she entered, a strong aroma of food wafted into her nose. My needle technique doesn't have a name. I came up with it myself, Hu Kaimao said calmly, still without any emotion. Back in the office, Shen Xia sat down and directly called her lawyer, sending a legal notice to Wang Ren. The loud shouting from Xiao Ting was very clear, even without the speakerphone. Everyone nearby could hear it. He was used to it, of course. Although his father was no longer at home, his mother treated him very well, and he had a good younger sister. Your awareness is good, but I'm curious. Knowing you're no match, why do you still try to stop? Aren't you afraid of dying? Tianxiao burned brightly on Naruto, but Naruto remained calm and asked. We have some clues now. Trask took out some blueprints from his briefcase and handed them to others. The drawings depicted a robot-like device. After a fierce explosion, the roof above was pierced straight through by 2 black beams from Likuan. Luo Li shouted loudly, and the wanderer swung his chain sword with his left arm, aiming to coordinate with another mech to attack its wings. Now, he was just waiting for time to pass, focusing on completing the Divine Doctor competition. Watergate faced Jiraiya. Orochimaru confronted Tsunade and Meitarumi, Bai went up against Raikage and Anoki, while Kakashi and White Fang decisively sought out Toby. Qin Yang briefly reviewed the previous situation. It turned out that Jiang Shue's location was right next to them, which is why they encountered her. According to the history of the Xiangyang sect and his brief contact with Luo Tianning, after emerging from the Shangqing lineage, the other side did not immediately establish the Xiangyang sect. 5 minutes later, the system indicated that energy was fully replenished. Amaterasu sneered and looked at the left-wing fleet, issuing an attack order. I guess Lu Yanqun must be desperately drinking water right now. Wei Xiaolei joked from the car. Many rocks on the mountain are very sharp and jagged due to the special environment. The mountain rocks are black as ink but also very hard like iron. Early in the morning, before dawn, Lin Yu carried the body of Qing'er to a deserted area outside the imperial city. As an ordinary person, he tremblingly dug a deep hole, showing his deep love. The restaurant is across the street. Just park the car here, Ma Yong said after observing the terrain. They usually choose ducks that are about 4 or 5 months old to ensure tender meat. Before roasting, they marinate the duck in a special secret sauce made from various local spices for 45 minutes, giving it a unique and delicious flavor. Ma Yong has been on a roll recently, winning several battles without serious injuries or hospital stays. He was very angry when he found out his cousin was hospitalized because of him. This time, he caught the culprit, Gao Liang, and he definitely wouldn't let him go easily. Qing Ying felt helpless. If they couldn't earn their trust now, the shadow might be the next to be excluded from cooperation. However, among the 8 shadows, his position was lower, with the red shadow just below the leader, Bai Ying. On the way, Fang wanted to improve their diet but had to order the soldiers to stay quiet and then go out to explore and hunt. During that meeting, Anna was heartbroken and threw herself into his arms, recounting how she saw the destruction of Keha with her own eyes. At that moment, many familiar people had perished. Seeing Anna's tears, Isto was deeply affected. After multiple treatments, Liu Bei was saved. However, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei remained in life-threatening danger. The doctors could only temporarily keep them alive but couldn't save them. The current situation is very delicate, on the verge of erupting into a big war. Although everyone is holding back and trying to find a balance, it seems that the Abrasax dynasty's diplomats are not interested in stability, based on their recent actions. At the end of the deep valley, there is a waterfall that falls from the sky, creating a clear pond below. Above the pond, a beautiful rainbow stretches across the sky all year round. On a large rock to the left of the waterfall, there is an ancient temple that looks over 500 years old, full of old relics. Didn't you just say you wanted to step on me? So now, who is stepping on whom? Lin Qin said coldly. Li Qingfeng is now very powerful. Only mythical beasts can match him. Ordinary evolved animals are no threat to him. Great. With your help, Wuji, how can we not succeed? Xia Wuji was overjoyed and couldn't hide his excitement. Building a manor is also a good idea. It's not just about living somewhere. It can also give Li Yongla something to do, so she won't be so bored and worried. Mofin worked hard to improve his strength because he was afraid this guy would break free from his restrictions early. Zhang Sanfeng's face grew serious. He said in a deep voice, "All right, I agree. Since he is your son, he is also my grandson. I won't just stand by and do nothing. Suishan, get up. We can discuss this slowly." For some reason, he felt a strange premonition in his heart. Zhuang gently adjusted her waist, then moved again, continuing her practice. Fortunately, she was close to Wang Su, so she could speak freely without fear of revealing secrets. Li Yao stopped his car in the underground parking lot of the cinema. He got out and politely opened the front passenger door for Lin Xia. If what the ink man said is true, then this ring's value far exceeds that of a simple inheritance. "I'll take you home." Huiting looked at Zhuang gently, then strode forward. Li Daiji weighed his options, but decided not to mention Li Yao's and the gods' battle to the death, to avoid making the old master intervene. In the end, farmers refer to the lower class. Discussions about what category these farmers belong to usually happen during peacetime, when there is no war. As for Ming Chili and Hyuhin, Ming Chili's upright attitude often made him uncomfortable. This method is truly the best, achieving multiple benefits at once. It can boost our reputation, making Lu Nong's influence evident even before reaching Shanxi, and it will also shorten the marching distance. At the same time, Jiang Chun had to think deeply about the bloodbath that had happened to the top leaders of the Huashan sect. "Brother," at this moment, a familiar voice came excitedly from afar. Now that a major figure in the heavenly person realm has emerged from seclusion, it has caused a stir among such people. This means the situation has become very tense. "What?" Conan's pupils shrank, and he looked at Kurosawa Jin with a surprised and helpless expression. The six-sided snowflakes shimmered clearly, drifting gently with the wind, silently covering the osmanthus trees and whitewashing the rooftops. Looking around, Jiankong Palace looked like layers of soft clouds, with the red pavilion losing its color and the green clothes standing out brightly. From the balcony, one could admire the view. The autumn moon still looked beautiful, though its color was a bit paler. In contrast, Yu Qingya was very calm. She was confident in her boyfriend and wasn't afraid he might fall for someone else. Friends coming from afar is always a happy thing. Lu Nong's expression became serious. He rolled up his sleeve and strode out of the manor to greet the guests like a shooting star. Although Lin Yu and the others usually kept their private spaces and didn't usually invade each other's privacy, they were cautious. If tonight Yu Qingya accidentally found this message, the careful planning of the program team would be wasted. "So, how do you want to die?" Wulong stepped closer to Wang Yu, with several henchmen behind him, all looking fierce. The weapons used by Wu Du were not learned from formal training. What they learned was not useful. When there was no trouble, they mocked foreign weapons as strange tricks, thinking they didn't need to learn them. When trouble arose, they exclaimed at foreign weapons as mysterious and magical, thinking they couldn't be learned. Did Li Zhongtong say something wrong? Therefore, the IM team fought quite comfortably. After all, they had a wealthy and well-connected boss supporting them. Ling Yun hadn't attacked him these days because he was waiting for the mercenaries to gather together and then attack him collectively. Ling Yun thought this would give him a better chance of winning. "Forget it. He's just an ordinary person with no background, but he's very calm," Zhang Xian complained. "Why did you join the army?" Xiao Sinard looked at Andre, who had just enlisted not long ago but showed extraordinary talent, and asked. Before Shi Yuzhu returned to her room, Han Lingshuan specifically added, "In the future, if you have free time, I will cook the meals. So, don't overeat just to cherish his opportunity to cook." After Ge Yu's low shout, those ghostly creatures stopped their actions and all turned to look at Ge Yu, their faces full of anger and confusion. They didn't understand how anyone could see their existence. When Ge Yu first met the 1,000-year-old demon snake princess, he was almost powerless and couldn't fight back. It only took 1 or 2 moves for her to overpower him. Li Ping'an sat in the main seat but clearly wouldn't overlook the face of Lao Taishan Wang Zhongqing and his mother-in-law. Wang Zhongtian was also a senior, and Li Ping'an often spoke appropriately with him, making Wang Zhongtian feel very comfortable. Looking at his kind mother smiling at him and thinking about what just happened, I silently held back the words I was about to ask and sat quietly on another chair beside the Queen Mother, lost in thought. In China, any cultivator involved with evil cults is considered unforgivable and a death sentence. They are usually arrested and sent to Shenlong Island for detention, and some might even face execution. The next morning, when I woke up, I was hit by a very strong bad smell. I wanted to find out where it was coming from, but unexpectedly, police officers suddenly appeared in front of me. "Let's go." Chu Feng glanced back. The monk missed the morning class, and now it was already late morning. It was probably time for him to come and ask questions. He was eager to finish his experiment and didn't want to waste time here. Later, Yang Smile also wanted to go, but unfortunately, he couldn't get very far. The fire formation was beyond human reach. Jian Feng was rescued by Jian Mo's parents during their travels years ago. Not only was he saved, but they also carefully helped him recover. Jian Feng was not ungrateful. Near Yanfeng Chili, Chi Siba, was hiding very well because he was a killer and skilled in concealment. But compared to assassins, he was still not as good. Yan Jiao didn't listen to what he said at all. She just leaned into his arms and kissed his chin naturally. Xiao Yang nodded. Now staying at the hospital was useless since Mang Nan was still unconscious and wouldn't know anything. A golden light accurately struck the dust brush with A, breaking it into pieces, and even the wooden staff in hand shattered completely. Xiaoyang thought that instead of letting Mang Nan blindly seek revenge, it was better to create an opportunity herself. Actually, only Water Inchan, this simple-minded person, didn't know that on the northern and eastern continents, this island sea is very famous. Many wandering cultivators choose uninhabited islands here to practice, making it a holy place for cultivation. Finally, after carving the last big hole in the stone wall, the group saw a beam of light shine in. However, because the entire territory of Yenzhou was occupied by Gongsun Bai, who took advantage of the drought to firmly control the people's hearts, it almost cut off the connection between the two states of Sili and Yuzhou and the eastern Qingxi region. After Tan Shihui died, his son, and Lian took over. Lian was not talented and lacked justice, indulging in greed, and many Xianbei tribes rebelled, and the country's strength declined rapidly. Lian was shot dead while attacking Beidi County. His son, Jianman, was young, and his nephew, Putu, was appointed as the Xianbei king. It became an awkward number in the cycle of rebirth, impossible to eliminate no matter what was done, like a troublesome stone stuck in the logic machine. Gongsun Bai slowly entered the side room, where he saw many kneeling people, including Zhu Shou, Shen Pei, and members of the Yuan family. At this moment, amid cheers from the crowd, Fen Ruiz, the chief of the Thunder clan, had already left his position and was slowly walking down. Tuaba Jifin had already led the army to arrive quickly. Taisher Ci raised the great yellow crossbow high, gently pulled the trigger, and the arrow shot through the air like a shooting star. Bold Zhao Zishuan, seize him, a nearby attendant shouted, thinking Zhao Zixian had angered the emperor. Take this, Manda decisively threw the exquisite water crystal, blood jade fruit, and ancient stalactite into his space ring. In late July of the year 200 AD, Gongsun Bai mobilized all his elite cavalry to march north against the Xianbei. He left Zhang He with 40,000 Taiping troops to guard the southern bank of the Yellow River in Jizhou, Tian Yu with 20,000 troops to defend Binhai County, and Tian Kai with 10,000 troops from Yu Prefecture to guard the southern part of Bingzhou. The previously surprised man was even more shocked. From his tone, it seemed this monk was actually a master at winning girls. Upon hearing this, Bai Shouqing and Bai Jingfeng both sighed in relief. The confident and arrogant look on their faces just now returned. Why did the master help his disciples speak just now? Rongzhe asked, his eyes shining with hope, reflecting his curiosity. Tang Lichuan recalled the sword technique used by the unrefined young man earlier. Was that the extreme light sword? Chen Yin was startled by Shen Lang's sudden attack. She then realized she was humiliated, kneeling by the bed, while Shen Lang was already lying on it. The dishes of braised abalone and papaya soup with palace swallow nest are Sun Jinrong's favorites. Since Sun Yanling got married, the old lady followed the second household and no longer helped them as before. Life in the main household is not as good as before. Such precious foods as abalone and swallow nest have been removed from the daily menu. Venture capital companies rely on their vision. Out of countless companies, choosing the most promising one truly tests an investor's insight. Yang Qingluo suddenly raised her head, her gaze falling on Luo Jingyang's slightly tired face. She felt both happiness and pity. She believed that Mo Han wouldn't lie to her. Does this mean she misunderstood Brother Luo? Looking at today, thinking of yesterday, everything has changed. Sitting again in this Western restaurant now, she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Gradually, she stopped resisting and obediently let him carry her, walking steadily forward. She stubbornly pursed her lips. When her eyes met his, her pupils shrank, her gaze unfocused, as if he wasn't really himself and she was trying her best to climb somewhere. Normally, Since he has higher cultivation than me, his domain power should be stronger. It should be his domain suppressing mine. He raised his hand and grasped the air as if holding the wind. A sharp, unmatched sword energy suddenly shot out from his fingertips. She looked at Wu Tingmo, who was once lively and active but now lay weak and pale in bed, sleeping. Tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. Although she couldn't sense the other's strength directly, the foul, dark aura emanating from him confirmed he was definitely a ghost cultivator. Like soul cultivators, ghost cultivators mainly refine and control spirits, which is quite different from soul cultivators who cultivate with spiritual energy. At this moment, Jiu Tu Shixiang Lu scratched his head. His ice-cold, hard nature was still restrained, but the progress slowed significantly, and the time he could sustain this state increased more than tenfold. Liaoxian quickly flipped his wrist, and a dagger appeared in his palm. It was the same dagger used by Ling Yushuan to awaken her demon soul and to stab Liaoxian. She kept it for self-defense, and surprisingly, it remained with him after falling into his hands. However, here, Meng Dai's abilities are much weaker. Ordinary earth power can't really affect those people. Lin Chen said this, and the surroundings began to change. Cold air slowly spread from his side, and at the same time, the entire divine land started to shake. Even so, this spiritual tool, made by Huang Xianling, is second only in power to the wind reversal spear among spiritual weapons. Huang Xianling kept this weapon for future use. The two spiritual beasts look ordinary, but their strength is real, at the early stage of the nascent soul level. Each one's fighting power is comparable to an early nascent soul expert. When combined, they can even withstand attacks from mid-nascent soul level fighters. But by Zheni is right, who is truly fooled first is uncertain. Maybe the next one will be Yihan. Yifeng, don't you feel a little scared? Yang Shui asked curiously, watching Lin Yifeng sit there smiling silently. In front of him, his eyes kept shifting between black and white. Behind him, black and white wings floated, and the black and white impermanence spirits were anxiously circling. My name is Qi Daji. I came today because an elder wants to see you, the visitor said sincerely, but didn't reveal who the elder was that wanted to see Qinyang. This was worth it, especially after acquiring Guotai Bank. Shinping's luck seemed to have improved a lot, or perhaps he was turning his luck around. It doesn't matter how many times you've used it. Your talent is too poor, will seem determined to give Xia Qi a little. A short sword was placed in his hand, with silk threads falling on it, but they instantly snapped in two. It was so sharp, going in, coming out, tearing flesh, blood gushed out with a splash. It was the perfect moment to catch a thief. He took the key, opened the door, then rolled his eyes. Li Bianbin was lying across Shinping's knees, his buttocks raised, shaking with the sound of slaps. Watching Li Bianbin squinting with a smile, begging for mercy, Fan Bianbin only felt that the sister was really playful. Basta, the foil fencing master, was not willing to fall behind. He also had his subordinates bring in 4 or 5 treasure chests, but instead of treasures, they contained various weapons, including swords and guns. The Loch Ness monster, suppressed deep under the sea, is about to appear, Furulus said seriously. Sun Luoyai didn't understand why Grandpa Jia was different from others. If someone truly liked playing chess, they would definitely find others to play with, right? When they were inside the mine, it didn't feel dangerous. But now, after leaving and looking back, they could see the huge mountain shaking and on the verge of collapsing. Dust filled the air, loud noises tore through the silence, as if something was about to crawl out. Big sister-in-law's idea was something Qinyang fully supported. He had always wanted his family to live on Biluoshan Mountain, but had never been able to make it happen. Wang Zhenju finally saw her brother's tough side as the leader of the club. That was the real boss talk, not her brother's usual honest and straightforward manner. The club leader was the one who made the rules. In the martial world, there are rules, but he was the one who set them. Grandpa, Sister Xian, what are you talking about? I can't understand a word, Yu Xia, standing nearby, said confused. Seeing so many sword energies flying toward him, Lei Tianwei suddenly swung his judgment staff. A golden half-moon sword energy appeared instantly, blocking all the incoming sword energies. Yi Xiong also stood by the street, watching as Su Guo quickly disappeared behind a few houses. It's rare to have a free meal. Do you still want to go back and foolishly pay? Langya hugged Hanya and said with a smile. Yuan Qing, does that mean you have to deal with Taiwanese businessmen every week? Langya looked at him playfully, knowing that Su Yuanqing had a talent for the military. She didn't expect him to be equally impressive in politics. It's really cheap. I want this double-handed sword. Bold brother was excited. He rushed toward the cash register like a 100-meter sprinter, afraid that if he hesitated, others would at first. Feeling the location of the heavenly sovereign suit, Lei Tian wanted to go forward and investigate, since the divine spirit inside the heavenly sovereign suit hadn't appeared yet. Suddenly, a bright white light burst out. With a loud boom, the night seemed to be illuminated, as bright as daytime. Soon, Hao Bai led his army to the southern mountain pass of Funyo Mountain. After gathering the troops, they saw it was getting late. They decided not to chase further, but to set up camp at the foot of the mountain to rest and prepare for the next day's march and a fierce battle. The rebel leader, upon seeing the first arrow, realized it did not harm the blood-eyed golden-winged eagle at all. He shouted loudly in anger. Suddenly, a man about 40 years old, wearing a black coat and holding a large sword, stepped out of the woods. His true age was hard to tell, as highly skilled cultivators often look much younger than they are. Senior sister, what happened? Chang Shixiang hurriedly ran out with a snowflake-shaped iron sword to see Miao Xian. She looked at her junior brother with gratitude. Her graceful figure, wrapped tightly in a fitted water-repellent dress, showed stunning curves. She swooped down like a big bird in the air. The forest floor was covered with thick fallen leaves, indicating no one had been here for many years. However, this place was not far from the king of the barbarians' capital. They decided to visit Lu Xie first, so this elite group continued heading toward the former barbarian capital. What's that sound? Li Shishir, hearing the clap-clap noise faintly, rubbed her eyes. Next to Jing Liken, Qin Xiang looked at his boss with a teasing smile as she carefully chose a gift. Wang Yilong found it hard to explain to Dong Nana. He believed in enjoying the moment now and worrying about tomorrow later. The master and disciple returned to the hotel. Big sister, you're not dirty. Su Yibao ignored Su Yinan's words and hugged her tightly. Wow, I feel like this is the peak of life. Precious jade in my arms. Lin Han finally understood why men liked visiting flower houses. But now, he had failed 5 times, each time claiming he was out of luck, and Fu Jinghang had to keep trying again. It's okay, you eat first. I'm not in a hurry. If it cools, it won't taste good. Fu Jinghang quickly held back Lin Han, caring for him. Thanks. But I don't want the new phone. She pushed the new phone away. Just looking at the box, it seemed very expensive. It was the latest AI phone model. Before leaving today, Fu Chen specially asked her to wear the jade mandarin duck hairpin he gave her earlier. She looked at Fu Chen several times with deep eyes. Qiuyu did not quite understand what Wang Tianmu was trying to do, and her eyes flickered with confusion and uncertainty. Okay, Su Lingzhu stood up. Qin Xiong thought she was going to pay the bill and tried to stop her, but she suddenly called out to the door. Yu Gong trusted Yu Fei very much. As long as Yu Fei spoke, he would no longer be cautious and obediently walked to the void. Zhao Fujin slapped his forehead and said anxiously, "Oh, mistress. Speaking of maritime trade, I just remembered there's something important I haven't reported to you, because the master and mistress kept talking to Chen Xian and others. He hadn't had a chance to mention buying a ship. Moreover, Fang Zhonghai and Xiong Peng were good friends, and he saw this as a chance to strengthen his relationship with Xiong Peng. Niu Qingfeng also agreed, saying, "Tomorrow I will start building the factory. It's easy to build, and since it's not for living, it doesn't need a special layout. It will be done in a week. In a few days, I'll send over an old accountant for you to get to know. Once the factory is built, we can start processing." Mo Ning felt a wave of fear, and in his eyes, a terrifying killing intent appeared, similar to that of the Flame Demon King. Stop, Yen Su silently thought, as the blue cursor's flashing slowed down gradually, lighting up among the faces. Elder Kong, I have poor eyesight and cannot recognize a master. Please help me get through this difficult time. As long as I can solve their problem, I will give all the essence of tears to Elder Kong, he secretly transmitted, trying to win Yen Su over to fight against Bai Mingbing and others. These people had seen Fong Yusin and Fong Yuyang's strength, so they dared not oppose them anymore. However, once Ji Qingtian fell, everyone became nervous, fearing they might be next. They looked at Fong Yusin and Fong Yuyang with great caution. After discussion, this special energy cultivation method was finally classified as a top secret, and a select group was chosen to practice it first. In the future, only those who had passed many tests could learn this method. Every practitioner had to swear not to share it before starting. The unlucky person who was grazed by a bullet on his thigh screamed and quickly covered the wound with his hand. The others, including the captain, turned pale and looked terrified at the man holding the gun. Hu Lingwan tentatively asked, worried that Wang Qing might refuse to sign the contract. She has been interning at Gaoyuan for nearly a month. Finally, she managed to secure a deal. As the contract was about to be signed, she truly didn't want to give up. When she realized her feelings, Tang Song was even surprised himself. He wondered what thoughts she had about him and why he felt such secret happiness. After all, he is just an ordinary person. Being threatened with a gun and facing danger to his life made him a little afraid. These are just guesses. And now all of them have come true, Yun Che sighed. Whether in physical strength or in the power of his cloud energy, he was on a completely different level from them. After speaking, the team members dispersed to rest on the sidelines. Zheng Yi was about to leave, but Allegri called him back just as he was about to step away. These people were the few immortal warriors who could fly on swords but were not chosen. Before Changsheng could thank them, they said things that made Changsheng very angry. At this moment, Yilang frowned as he looked at the strange city in front of him, feeling an odd sense of unease. At this time, Saito Kanemitsu only felt his legs go numb. With one strike, the ground and walls cracked, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Master, luckily you didn't go out. If you had, Kong Mu would have searched your space ring, the Blood Forest Emperor said bitterly. Ling, who was already experienced in this area, was like a teacher guiding Xia Chenxi step by step, showing her what to do. However, what worried her was that her own child was now in Yunyun's hands. Naturally, she dared not act rashly. The three of them felt as if over 3,000 mountains were pressing down on their heads, making it hard to breathe. Just as the other workers stepped out of the gate, 5 mountain ghost spirits floated in. The 5 ghosts surrounded us in an attack formation. Zhao Ji had told me before that disguise techniques could slightly change the appearance, similar to makeup, and shortening age was not a problem. But if you could understand the thoughts of the poetic immortal Li Bai, you would see that within this magnificent sword technique, there is great defense and destructive power. The voice of Guanzizi was gentle as water, neutral and ethereal. With a stunning face, Song Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. It's better not to go to Estelle's house after all, Aika said with a serious look, staring at Ling. At this moment, Lu Xian had already told everyone that once the 2 monsters fell, they should rush to grab the crystal cores from their bodies. Following Fatty's reminder, they also prepared several buckets to collect the blood of the king worm. Clearly, the others were also curious about how Qin Guyue, with strength below the star rank, had managed to catch Wang Hong, a star soul rank expert, off guard and slap him in front of everyone, making him lose face completely. Under this powerful will, the true fire that was meant to burn away the remnants of the demon clan slowly began to fade. Even without using any system abilities, he charged through the first 10 levels with unstoppable force. When dawn broke over the Sea of Bitterness, the sky turned gray and dimly bright. Song Yun swept his spiritual sense across the island and, finding no casualties on Lotus Island, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Island's tired expression, the older woman beside her, Beyoncé, walked over and gently kissed her on the cheek. Of course, you can completely relax at home. Are you tired? If you are, go rest first. I'll watch some TV, Biyun said softly. This was a place only the most successful nobles could enjoy. Even the simplest flower pool banquet here cost no less than 100,000 demon crystals. Some people worked in the blood spirit mines for decades, just to one day die peacefully in the flower pool. Tu Ming's sly merchant-like expression left everyone stunned, and Zheng Sanpeo's face turned pale. As soon as Jiang Xie spoke, Hou Yangping and the others thought he must be crazy. The other side's gate was crowded with people, while his own was completely empty. To still make a bet under such conditions, wasn't that madness? The sunflower pressure technique with the blood pearl allowed control, the thunder roar cannon provided attack power, the meteor fall was a powerful ultimate move, the spirit step offered quick evasion, and the demon slaying art granted self-healing through physical strength. This combination was nearly perfect. It was Jiang Xie's first time seeing a weapon-type manifestation, and he was eager to witness its power. He sheathed his black sword and unleashed a cross-shaped flame to test his opponent's growing strength. With 3 certified magicians leading the way, Locke had no worries about getting lost. His main role in the team was to clear the path and stay alert for danger. Whether it's traveling together or offering protection, it's all appreciated. Have some tea, Bai Luhan said, taking a cup from the old servant, sipping it lightly, and then instructing the servants to prepare food and wine. The blood-colored wilderness is divided among the Blood Wolf, Iron Bull, and Hamster clans. The Blood Wolf clan is the nominal ruler. Besides them, there are over 30 other minor and major clans. The top-tier blood sect is among the best, with a long history, great strength, and deep roots. He flew close to the sea surface, moving forward. When Hong Mian told him to turn left, he turned left. When she told him to turn right, he turned right. In this fog, he felt a strange chill. It was as if he had entered another world. He dared not fly recklessly, and only followed Hong Mian's commands. Their main job each day was farming, so they had no time to go into the city. Without entering the city, it was hard to meet them. They probably only knew about the fierce and lawless bug Jiang Xie in the imperial city and the newly crowned, weakest 6th Emperor Huang Min. They definitely didn't know what they looked like. As soon as the pure Yin child finished speaking, she activated her flying magic treasure with a wave of her hand. All the righteous disciples entered one after another and hurried toward Mount Mao. If she had known the truth and had gone all out to find the other person at that moment, would she have felt better? The jeep found that the person in front, driving a sedan, was already dead, and surprisingly, it drifted to a stop sideways. A few hours after Li Xian left, the powerful Baidaran, who held sway over the court, was attacked and died. The whole Dongling city immediately erupted in chaos. After failing to steal the sword, Old Huang was in a completely passive position. Zhu Yuanzong, who returned, was seen by Old Huang as his only hope for survival. His ugly smile didn't matter. If he could stay alive and avoid trouble from Xiaofeng, it was worth risking everything to contribute his part. Many space arenas were far apart. On each arena, 2 extraordinary experts stared at each other quietly, waiting for their match to begin. No way? I haven't even married Snow White yet. You want me to marry her to the king of this continent? Chun Mo asked in surprise. He thought he still had to find a way to arrange Snow White's marriage. In fact, Huya, as one of the earliest leaders of the streaming platform, had some insight. Just as Xiaofeng had a new idea, Long Yuner immediately slapped him down, even if the slap was not direct. Following Li Yixing's gaze, they saw a woman in red standing at the corner of the blue stone path, quietly watching them. Polly was momentarily stunned, then suddenly regained her senses. She wanted to speak and defend herself, but Jing Qiongyu waved her hand to stop her. Big tools and good skills. Yan Ingnan was caught off guard. When he finally reacted, his beautiful eyes showed anger. At this moment, the ground trembled violently, cracking open with huge fissures, as terrifying as an earthquake of level 18. Hearing a dull rumbling sound, Tao Tai was instantly shocked. It twisted its head like a wild bull, looking around. Why can't I feel anything? Could it be that its cultivation is higher than mine? Then, Old Zhu withdrew his left foot from stepping on Long Zhibai's back. His right foot followed, kicking Long Zhibai into the red sand river, splashing water everywhere. Before this, no matter if he stepped on other sheep, they wouldn't stop moving. The Great Elder is right. I saw a man in black enter that in earlier, but I didn't see the lady's figure. Maybe it wasn't that man in black. The third elder frowned and said. Looking at the mark on his wrist, Yimeng suddenly turned around after a long pause. She wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's neck, pressed her cherry lips to his, and closed her eyes at the same moment. Everyone heard a sharp scream. The guild leader chosen as the target by Taisher Ci almost immediately felt death approaching. He quickly stepped back, but the sense of danger grew even heavier. The room was a mess, with broken and shattered objects scattered everywhere. Guojia and Sun Yu had almost no space to stand. Xiaocao, dressed only in underwear, sat on the bed with his hair disheveled, looking like a madman. It really is you. Wu Yaolang stepped back in fear, his smile gone. At that moment, he finally confirmed that the person who had recently made a name in the 13 cities, Xianghao, was the same Xianghao he saw in Dongzhou. Xiao Feng also didn't want to be left out. He ordered the 4 elders to lead the formation, then leapt out of the Godou formation. With a move called Reckless Dragon's Regret, he charged directly at Helian Taishu. Remembering that she was the cheerleading captain for our sports meet, she was responsible for motivating us to shout on stage during that time. The night in the big world was very quiet, with no sounds at all because there were no living beings. But what puzzled Han Yang was that not even a breeze blew. The entire big world seemed like a sealed space. Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. But since your Majesty has said so, I am even more confused. Li Si's eyes flickered briefly, but he still looked confused, unsure if he truly didn't understand or was pretending not to. However, my feelings for Miss Mu are definitely not as strong as my feelings for Linger, Qin Yan said with a smile. The time in the bliss space is similar to the early 22nd century, during the population explosion of the last century, when Earth was overwhelmed with over 10 billion people. Over the years, all government agencies moved to bliss space, forming its administrative system. I wasn't looking to find anything else, but simply packed everything I could into the suitcase I found. At this moment, Han Yang saw that in the sky above, there were many cultivators wearing blue robes. These cultivators looked like high-level guardians. Thinking of this, Han Yang disappeared from his spot and reappeared inside a room on the 31st floor. On the way back with Ding Yi, who bought 2 cans of Red Bull, a classmate covered in dandruff and smelling sour passed by him. Don't spread false accusations. I am self-taught, he said, blinking innocently at her.
Enough.
Why bother talking about this? How someone dresses has nothing to do with us. It's embarrassing for the old head of the Shi family, old Master Fong said with a look of schadenfreude. After Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang entered Li Yunfei's courtyard, they immediately saluted and said, Then, how does one become an Yihan different-minded person? And how do we deal with them? Yi Feng asked a key question. The appearance of Wang Nan and Nian Xiang caused the Madman Gang to be completely destroyed, and they even used the gang's passion to raise their banner. Wang Han's house was not far away. It only took a few minutes to walk there. Wang Han was watching TV in the living room. When she saw me, her face immediately showed a hint of surprise. Especially when her arms were stroked, the warmth and stimulation from outside made her cheeks and ears heat up intensely. In our first high school, which is a key school, there are strict rules. Students from different classes can't switch classes, especially seniors. During free time or lunch breaks, they can't casually enter our first-year classroom. If caught, it would be a demerit. The head of the Long family watched anxiously from the stage. However, after such a long competition, no family leader or master had come down to check on their disciples. He felt a bit embarrassed to be the exception. Fortunately, he could still walk and move, though he looked quite miserable, which reassured him somewhat. The Half-Moon Cave was different from other bases, which were usually built on mountain peaks. The most spiritual area was halfway up the mountain in a large underground cave. The cave was filled with rich spiritual energy, and the entire sect was built inside it. The deeper inside you went, the more spiritual energy there was. The sect leaders and elders all lived in the deepest parts. When Qinyu saw that the other person insisted on this, he had no choice but to stop arguing. After this incident, their relationship grew closer, and they started talking more often. At first, Qinyu thought the lightning power was used to defend against attacks from within the body. But unexpectedly, it was actually gathering strength, waiting for a surprise attack and counterattack. Whenever it was mealtime, Old Man Qinguan would appear from somewhere, smiling at me. At this moment, Li Donglu looked very miserable. Besides his face being swollen and barely recognizable, his body was covered with blood scabs, making him look like a bloodied person. He deliberately glanced at Lu Su. Lu Su sighed silently, and Zhang Zhongjian also stopped speaking. Gong Xuanqiu's mood was getting worse the more he thought about it. It had been nearly 3 months since he summoned Yi Qing, but there was still no news from him. Gong Xuanqiu was anxious and worried. After Yang Lin fell to the ground, he was coughing up blood. Looking at Pei Yuanqing, who led the Golden Eagle Cavalry into Zhu County, his eyes showed resentment. Soon after, he lost his life, and the warmth from his body gradually cooled until he was completely frozen. The other two groups also seemed to realize the possibility of space fusion, so they weren't surprised by the man's explanation. Despite that, the level 5 peak Qiongqi demon beast was heavily injured. Its aura weakened significantly. After eating these, Lin Muzin thought that his third uncle still knew how to enjoy life, contrary to what he had imagined. If this young master was someone from outside, he wouldn't have started speaking an ancient language right away. After all, very few people in the 9 realms understand ancient language, so it's safe to say he was originally from this painted world, speaking the ancient language. Alright, that's enough for today. I'll arrange the future farming work. Lin Shan Yu and, Uncle Second, holding back his laughter, arranged the work plan and then let them go, leaving only Lin Mu's son and himself. When I slipped down to the central platform, I realized it was actually a cone-shaped building, with 6 flat surfaces on the cone, each with a large hole. I looked inside the cabinet below the TV and surprisingly found a motion-sensing gun. This is bad. Just as the tree was about to hit Xia Yi, Yu Hua immediately stood up and ran toward her. He hugged Xia Yi, turned sideways, kicked the tree, and both of them flew up. Suyu's mother never mentioned Lin Wanbai and Lu Zimo to Suyu because she knew her son still had feelings for Lin Wanbai. Yang Fan, besides resisting, didn't want to say much. He saw the hand around his neck was stuck and raised his arms to try to grab Lin Hao. Lin Hao instinctively dodged, but Yang Fan aimed to grab him, and just as their hands nearly touched, he caught Lin Hao's hand and pulled hard. This is the only luxury place in the capital of X country. Usually, foreign leaders or VIP guests come here for banquets and stay overnight. Although the strength-type black men had long been prepared, the quality-type black men were very steady. Once they caught someone, they wouldn't let go. Hearing this, Xian Wu, who was calm, suddenly changed his expression. Fortunately, he was facing away from Xian Yan, so if Xian Yan saw it, nothing could be done. Just as he was about to answer, he heard a voice outside the door. "Yener, you're finally back." The speaker was Xian Yan's mother. She knew his personality. Even though he no longer loved her, if she truly appeared like that, with his possessiveness and desire to dominate, he would fight with Su Dongba. When he took her back, their old cycle would start again. In fact, even the entire world might change. The emperor wouldn't be just a distant dream anymore. So, who is in the Yinju team? I mean, the really powerful people. Mo Yang tidied his thoughts, realizing that information about the Yinju team was more important. Wan Ting suddenly woke up from his dream. Tang Ling regained her senses and grabbed Min Ziguang's arm, heading toward the entrance of the teleportation array. "Phew, I can't go on. Let's rest for a bit." Emily was lying on the ground, exhausted after a whole day of practicing martial arts. Now, everyone was resting on the grass, tired. "Release." Long Jingtian's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils changing shape as he looked at the Nether King and the immortal lord nearby. Jun, though a bit shady, understood right from wrong. Yu Fei's reputation in the martial world was good, and he was a skilled swordsman. Jun admired him and hoped the two could become good friends. Liang Fei is pregnant with the Emperor's child, which is a happy event. Since I hold the Phoenix Seal, I will reward her. What does the Emperor think of Liang Guifei? When Yi's expression was cold, and her words carried a chilling tone. Seeing Ke walk away, Song Yunqian's heart finally eased. He showed disdain toward Ke, but deep inside, he was afraid. He worried that Ke and Wen Yi might secretly harm Wen Yi. Hua Yue was restrained by Zhou Wenchen, unable to move. She could only watch Yu Fei, waiting for him to act. Now, the Three Realms want to kill him. Xingzhou is the main base for the Three Realms chaos. I can't imagine what will happen if he goes there. Li Jingjing closed her beautiful eyes, unable to move or help him. Her heart was full of pain, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. The followers saw their leader run away and decided to follow. Suddenly, loud booms, boom, boom, came from the machine room, shaking the entire cave violently. Shi Hao was someone who had traveled from another world, while Qin Yu was a character from a different universe's fan story. I want to see what tricks you can pull out, Yunchen muttered with a sneer. It's unclear, said two generals nearby, both confused and shaking their heads. Shi Feng was a martial artist, but from the expressions and words of the others, he sensed something was wrong. Since the superior didn't want to explain, he didn't ask too much. He kept his doubts to himself. She worked well with old Zhang, one with a red face and the other with a black face, but their goal was the same, protecting their sect and its many disciples. On the road, a BMW 7 Series sped past at 240 kilometers per hour on a non-highway road. Jiang Ani felt worried. His chest wound had just healed, but he feared he might blood again. This habit was not good. The most important thing is that if I get into a fight with Jiang Jian, my identity will be exposed. If the Li family finds out I secretly visited Jishan Hall, it will cause a lot of trouble. Initially, Qin Yu had many bodyguards, but they all withdrew to the outskirts after her strong resistance. The outskirts refer to a protection zone within 5 kilometers. Sometimes, when Qin Yu goes somewhere alone, like Qinghe village where no one recognizes her, even the outer guards will retreat. Lu Zhen naturally wouldn't stop him. This is exactly what he wanted to see. However, he still has some doubts. Based on the intelligence and strategy of the two killers involved, it should be easy to see the limits of their mistakes. If that's the case, why does he still use such complicated methods to kill? Isn't it said that the bear will hibernate? But from the Abyss perspective, many black bears are running around wildly. Perhaps their food supply isn't enough, so they can't just stay in their dens. Is it inconvenient? Tang Yu pretended to be relaxed, with an innocent and confused look on her face, but her clenched fists revealed her inner tension. At this moment, with Hong Lajiao's words, Sun Yi immediately took out 6 snake gallbladders. Combined with Hong Lajiao's blood, this blood transfusion will definitely succeed. However, during this time, Hong Lajiao and her sister Hong Ji absolutely cannot have any problems. Lin Xian also covered her mouth and smiled. Compared to before, she looks more plump and full, no longer needing someone to hold her clothes when the wind blows. I don't get along with Nie Rui, and the Nie and Meng families are related by marriage. Also, the Nie family's harm to Nie Jingxian was investigated by your brother. It's not impossible that they might target me because of your brother, Hui Yubai said, hiding some important details. Love the person and the things they love. My second brother wouldn't do such a thing, Tangwa said. Her second brother is not unreasonable. Aside from everything else, Jin Hung has education, vision, and is especially handsome. Throughout the entire town, you can't find a second person like him. Tang Xian knows this very well. This address as master was spoken without any discomfort. Instead, it made him feel very peaceful and calm inside. Earlier, almost all the spectators from Xing who were on this mountain to watch the fight. They all lay in the grass, some with binoculars, watching back and forth, discussing eagerly. What? Bai Li cooperated very well, pretending to be curious, with shining eyes that looked like the morning sun when they met Tang Yu. At this moment, a huge rock fell from the sky. Under their frightened eyes, the rock crashed toward the insect race, proving more effective than those bombing charms. They were stunned by what they saw. After entering the South Sky Gate, Erling Shin quietly smiled at Xia Yang. They now called each other this way to hide their true identities, since Xia Yang's name was not yet known to heaven, but some people might have heard rumors. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, then used his energy to activate his skills. After exhausting his energy, he also used his shadow clone skill. He cleared his mind, grabbed the treasure chest, and threw it into his backpack. His body turned into a stream of air and disappeared into the shadow on the mountain wall. Then he directed his shadow clone to rush toward the cave entrance. "I won't say anything. I won't give in to you, you lecherous man." Li Yuding refused to back down. From Halua's location, a large yellow-white shield suddenly appeared, expanded, and covered all the buildings and area within a few hundred meters. Halua transformed into a giant wolf and leapt onto the two-story printing factory. The factory, made of steel and concrete, was instantly crushed into ruins. "Beat him up," someone shouted, grabbing a nearby tool, ready to attack the young man. "I need to go to the bathroom," Zheng Qi told Peter, then followed him. This last phrase was learned from Jiang Wenjie, who thought Lu Yihua's words were very classic. The second district refers to the villa area. Only vice ministers or higher can live there. Many people have this wish, but only a few can actually achieve it. Since you sealed the underground city's exit, don't you have space transfer skills? Can't you leave through another exit? Jiang Feng asked suspiciously. However, you, covering your nose to stop the bleeding from flowing out, were so excited that your blood was boiling. While she was complaining, Shizalong had already helped her peel the zongzi, used fresh reed leaves to cushion and hand it to her, so she wouldn't get sticky rice on her hands. The more they met, the better his feeding skills became. Earlier, the people who visited Ling Hu Han's family stood by the road, watching the carriage go far away before returning. From his tone, it seemed that as long as Lu Yi was willing to cultivate, he could definitely reach the 6th level within a year. Cloud Xiao was so moved by his words that she was drooling, thinking his desire to keep her was so sincere it made it hard to know how to refuse him. As one of the most important ministers in the court, the noble Prince Hichin held a high status, and this favor would surely not be lacking. Even though Sima Wei gained the right to handle special affairs, establishing such a large new financial company called Wei Jin would not be quick. The process is complicated and expected to take about a week before the company can officially open. Thinking of this, he quickly turned and left the city of Jiangling under the cover of night. Li Jinglong, however, left Hongjun at this time, sat behind Li Heng, and along with Yun, Mori Zhen, and Lu Su, followed Hongjun to the main guest seat in the hall.
Shan, I'm sorry.
"Please forgive me for letting go," Song Zimo said with tears. Lu Su immediately became angry and chased after him, but a shadow flashed past him. Mori Zhen shot 2 arrows in quick succession, killing the rebel soldiers. Lu Su hurried to catch up, stabbing the rope to free the monk. "My family used to be quite well off, but after my grandfather died early and my father didn't know much about business, he stayed farming at home. My second grandfather and his family were quite rich, apparently running a big company, but we rarely saw each other except during festivals. In this situation, do we still need to keep our promises with you?" the middle-aged monk argued. The two separated, each standing on opposite sides of the battlefield. After more than 50 rounds, both were exhausted. Sangwei was gasping and looked at Taisher Ci with a dark gaze. Old Go waved his hand to let Tang Yi leave, then closed his eyes to rest. Soon, he suddenly opened his eyes, looking fierce and murderous. Exactly. The gaze of Twilight has a large taunt range, and it taunts enemies as you walk. "It's not so easy to deal with," Huang Fu Huang also worriedly said. He knew Long Yifei was careless, so he reminded him on the side. "Imagine if people could fly like birds, soaring freely in the sky. That would be such a wonderful thing." Li Ziyuan also looked forward to it. Then they focused on the matter of the death straw. Without the figure of the death straw, is that really how the 10 extinctions work? And if they want to kill 10 Xian, why did it disappear so easily? Seeing her fifth brother suddenly change into this stance, Gu Xiaocao instinctively took a step back. Whenever her fifth brother was in this state, someone usually got hurt. Additionally, Zhao Feng shared the method to remove poison with the generals, instructing them to prepare soldiers. If all 13,000 soldiers urinated at the same time, the scene would probably be very spectacular.
What?
You all. Chen Kerson's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief and anger. But at this moment, she naturally directed her anger toward Fairy Lin. Impressive, in front of the screen, Rebus was momentarily stunned, considering the business potential of this virtual projection suit. The more he thought about it, the more he believed this device was excellent. Since Fudua Dodo insisted on persisting, Hong Mei and Mother Qin could only respectfully agree. If they had honestly followed Titanium's orders to fight the Purgatory Furnace, it would be like Titanium flicking at Gora Zake. But gathering intelligence on the undead and humans at this stronghold provided Titanium with valuable information to make further judgments in this situation, which was much more important than A. This lazy student wants to turn things around. Has the host changed the map? Wait, I think I saw something. Shen Yuqing had never spoken so openly and honestly with his sister before. He was a rough person, and Yu Hong was proud and spoiled. It was rare for him to sit quietly and speak a few words peacefully. Gao Jingjing's tears slowly flowed as she looked deeply at Bo Jinyu while speaking her last words. Bai Gui suddenly rushed over without a word, pulling Su Lingyu and leading her outside to another room. Back home, He Wei changed into loose clothes. Nie Jingchen wrapped his arms around her waist. As her clothes moved, his hand touched her skin. Nie Jingchen didn't keep her waiting long. That afternoon, after He Wei returned from the hospital, her pager received a message from Nie Jingchen. Come home. I will cook something delicious for you. Therefore, roses grow very well. Although there is only one flower, this rose is extremely beautiful, like a masterpiece carefully crafted by heaven. People who have adopted new ideas tend to seek Western medicine when they are ill, believing traditional Chinese medicine is not very effective. Mu Wanji's mission is to guide the entire world toward cultivating immortality, so she has set up scheduled email dispatches on her computer. After she leaves, various cultivation techniques will be sent to different countries. Maybe tomorrow she will have to drink medicine to prevent pregnancy, feeling both sad and humiliated, but she has already learned to not think about anything during her interactions with Mo Qing. Indeed, it is light. In Zhang Zhen's eyes, it seems like endless darkness or a black hole, but there is a strange feeling. Within the darkness, there is a light that cannot be drowned out. When Superman carried the patient into the emergency room, the nurses and doctors on duty almost called the police because Clark's outfit was too strange. If the 8,000 worlds are like a robot, then the world tree's fruit is like the central processor. It's true that fame can be dangerous. Once you're famous, unexpected funny incidents can happen. Lu Hai, sitting in a corner of the inn, watched the whole event with interest. Lin Ruofeng, who was very popular back then, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Now, appearing again in people's sight naturally excites everyone. Li Qingyuan was worried about Lao Kai and the others' feelings. After taking care of them for so long, leaving suddenly made him feel reluctant and a bit guilty. Although he really wanted to stay and fight alongside others to help his father, he knew his father's level was still far from his own. The Black Warrior almost lost his temper, but he controlled his emotions well, though his breathing became heavier. Before, the demon pool didn't know Feng Hui had a earth attribute martial vein. It was only when Feng Hui's yellow spiritual energy flowed continuously that the demon pool realized Feng Hui not only had a fire attribute martial vein, but also an earth attribute one. Unfortunately, this time, because of greed, Li Qingyuan was not openly mocked, but his attitude was superficial. He supported Su Tiansong. Student Bai Jing, your ability has advanced. Chu Chun stared wide-eyed at Hazy. Although her big eyes blinked cutely, her expression still showed surprise. Jean Wei also clearly said on the phone that the final decision on this matter was in Gu Li's hands. The victim could decide how to handle it. Seeing his pitiful look, not only Chen Chongsheng but even Su couldn't help but laugh. Sunlight shone on the pure white clouds, dazzlingly bright. Shauna squinted her eyes, lost in thought, her mind drifting somewhere unknown. They reached an agreement with the 5 supreme gods, gaining not only incredible combat power but also knowing the location of the seals of the 5 gods. The supreme spirit they possess is the key to unlocking these seals. He is not a hero from history but a fictional spirit, so he never had a past where he was defeated by Musashi Miyamoto. Yuan Fenglu, who is clueless and reckless, kept asking his older cousin, the old Taoist, about who he was, loudly claiming he was ready to fight fiercely. He wanted to dig out the scholar Guan and cut him into pieces, showing that the city belonged to them and no one could be more arrogant. Guyu took a gentle breath, steadied her energy, and slowly withdrew her consciousness. She kept fighting her opponent, like a lone antelope, defeating a huge white chess piece, which was like a magnificent dragon. It was a wonderful scene of a dragon-slaying game. Although the Liao people were dishonest and made it hard for them to find a place to stay, they still had to show respect. That's just how the Song people are. No need anymore. Let's go back. Su Jianxing smiled slightly. He had almost seen everything worth seeing in Qingjia village. There was nothing more to explore. Instead of wandering around, he preferred to return, enter the space, and gain more experience in refining tools. That had become his main goal recently. He still hoped to gather many people to bully and exclude Shen Duhumph. Shen Du, a big cheat and troublemaker, could only be bullied by himself. Bai Shi reached out and grabbed Shen Du's wrist, then turned around and headed back. So, missing out on how 123 was not important to Ning Yuan. The person Ning Yuan always wanted to recruit was Brother Xiaolong. The meat was dried cured meat, and the vegetables were either crispy or pickled with old-style sour vegetables. The chili peppers looked good but lacked spiciness, like street food, missing the soul of chili. She had snow-white skin, with a red veil over her plain face, showing a different charm from Princess Changle. If Princess Changle wore this new outfit, she would look noble and wealthy, like a royal. But on Morom Xiaohan, it looked like a water lily, pure, elegant, and unique. Just as Yao Shun was holding the bead, a sudden lightning struck her mind. A flash of white light made her faint. The old general, soaked in blood, fought fiercely with great ferocity. His army was relatively intact after the battle. She simply wiped away her tears, stared at the bloodstain on his chest, and suddenly trembling, tore open his shirt. She slightly raised her lips, with a hint of mockery. Humans, demons, monsters, ghosts, all exist, but there are no gods or immortals. After saying this, she looked back at the demon Zhen and the fairy purple bamboo with a teasing smile. Xiao Yichen was very attentive. Hearing this, he knew she hadn't finished speaking, so he remained still. Mo Qianxia sighed and looked at Xiao Yichen lying on the ground with complex feelings. Chu Yao looked at the blueprint, frowned without speaking, then brushed off the dust on it. Ha ha! Unexpectedly, King Ao Gang on the left wing suddenly burst into loud laughter after reacting. His voice was clear across the entire desert. A cheer rose inside the grand hall, and the sound echoed out of the hall, faintly resonating in the night sky above the tall eaves and corridors. It seemed to think that Bo Kai posed a greater threat behind it, so it gave up attacking Yufeng and turned to attack Bo Kai instead. Ask the bamboo worm. Qin Menglan stared wide-eyed at Yang Dong. Her big brother, who shared life and death with her, was good everywhere except for being a bit crazy. In the mountains, he often talked to animals to himself. She didn't expect that after coming down the mountain, he still couldn't change his habit. Zhong Shi was once again betrayed by the Hong Kong government, but he had no choice but to use this lie to comfort others. He didn't want to lose his composure at a critical moment. The soldiers occupying the palace still kept a wary eye on the darkness outside the palace walls, sensing the strong hostility hidden within. Be careful not to fall and hurt yourself, Yang Dong scolded the excited old man, looking up at the sky with annoyance. When these plates started to soar, he noticed immediately. But he didn't have many chips on these stocks, so he could only watch helplessly as they affected the entire market. Pointing at the smiling bodyguard, he wanted to say something harsh. Just as the young man with the surname Ma moved his tongue, he felt something foreign in his mouth. Instinctively, he spat it out, hearing two crisp ding sounds. Two front teeth rolled on the ground and stopped in a pool of red blood. Just one greedy move could allow a player to reach the maximum level, which is far more effective than any magic pill or level-up potion. The shattered continent surface is not completely dull. Deep inside, you can still see faint red or yellow streaks. These faint lights seem to be from still warm lava, or perhaps from something else still emitting a glow. With the diligence of the cavalry led by Serda, the convoy once again left behind the slow-moving civilians and entered the city first. Mo Jian shrugged, feeling a bit helpless. He didn't want things to be like this, but since both of them were nearby and mainly focused on earning battle credits, the chances of meeting were quite high. At this moment, Jiang Yu remembered that the bulging part in the middle was the belly of a giant snake, clearly having just eaten prey. Otherwise, it wouldn't have easily let her go. The Zhonghuan Group is located in the heart of Xinjiang CBD, a tall, modern, luxurious building with dozens of floors. He enjoyed immersing himself in studying. Over the past few days, he also reviewed some knowledge points he hadn't organized before. If it doesn't work, we can only retreat, said the true Dharma Master, looking at the person in the sky formation and speaking through a voice transmission. When he was forced to see the young man's face, Ban Jia's heart trembled, and his heart beat faster and more wildly. This time, Cord hurriedly left, only packing some essentials, leaving many things at his grandmother's house. Chen Baohua, after briefly praising Chen Yu's excellence, firmly took control of the conversation. He didn't leave the young child behind, which was not a careless remark. It was because his former brother-in-law strongly refused, and his condition for agreeing to the divorce was that the child must stay with the Xiao family. The believers were generally happy to release the fish, but some families couldn't afford it, making releasing fish difficult. However, buying 1 or 2 pieces of water was still manageable. But this couldn't tempt the honest Chen Yu, who had long silently vowed to oppose gambling and drugs. Lin's family, you are so supportive of the Su family. Is there some hidden reason? Shin Shufei's eyes flickered as she questioned. In this regard, Lin Bai was definitely a master-level expert. He got up, transferred both their phones, and explained his method. It's nothing serious. I suddenly figured out a key technical problem, and now I feel more confident, said Zhou Tiandao. However, she also heard something in the words of Hackage and Princess Yunjing, realizing her own strength had been exposed. But surely, they didn't reveal everything. Su Ruha's face stiffened. She wondered why this troublemaker had come. Previously, Gon Tang and Gon Ran had quietly visited once, but their purpose wasn't to see Su Ruhu. Instead, they were invited by Gon Ran to see a rabbit named Chushua. Liang paced back and forth in the room, unable to calm down. If he didn't go back soon, Shen Jing would worry. What if she found out what was happening here? What should he do then? However, Su Yong discovered that he almost had no permission to make purchases here. Bing Mingxue opened the door and asked if they wanted to play another game. Lui Chuan was about to reply yes when he heard Andy mention that Lui had returned. After the fox swallowed the item, it built a mental connection with you. The fox gains 2 points of spiritual energy and shares 1 point with you. The speed of gaining spiritual energy is 100 times faster than when wearing it. Given the princess's usual temper, even if she didn't kill her, she would probably be beaten half to death. Lin Handong thought that Lin Tianhao was Lin Tianqing's older brother and would likely protect his brother's reputation. After all, they were siblings. What are you looking for? Everywhere is full of snow blocks. Tao Fian felt nervous and stayed close to him. The wild wolf moved toward the dense bushes, but didn't notice the strange movement ahead. It stretched its neck forward again. Mo Chen was also very close to her. She mistakenly thought someone else was him, which only showed she wasn't paying enough attention to those around her. Now, she was hugging him and crying like a child, just like Shuai Hao. Thousands of divine shards, the Bagua formation, and the stacking of the 9 layers of Bagua created a huge energy field, covering the Sky Valley dojo. Even the most powerful master couldn't break through the barrier of the dojo. Because of this, in such circumstances, Haishin Group rarely interacted with banks. "How about we see the scene of the longevity ceremony once more?" I said with a faint smile. "Hey, Hanjun, do we even need to bother?" "Shaolin, I'll call you brother." "Hanjun, you might not know this, but in school, it's quite something," Haibai said, giving a thumbs up. After knowing each other for so long, he finally realized that Kim Tion's preferences were a bit different. Yao Ji was startled and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" "The one in the palace is the puppet you made for me last time." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and 2 Yao Jis appeared. One of them turned into a puppet, which Yao Ji then put away. If not for the Light Brain's record, Zhou Chuan wouldn't have realized he had fired more than 2,000 shots. Around him, the bodies of the colorful beetles had piled up into a dazzling wall, grand and striking. As for the red carp, Lu Juanhao had just opened the space when it started jumping wildly in the water, leaping more than 3 feet high each time. Thank you, Master." The middle-aged man trembled when he heard about the divine pill, then burst into joy. With this, advancing to a higher divine rank was no longer a problem. Only a matter of time. Deputy Incense Master Qi was one of the 8 incense masters of the Hall of Loyalty and Righteousness under Zhu Youfu. Both Peng Xiaohui and Zhu Youfu worked for Sun Wanghai, the leader of the Canal Gang, so Qi's subordinates naturally supported Deputy Incense Masterling. Hearing this, even Instructor Han, who was standing nearby, was furious and wished he could knock that scoundrel out. After all, Lu Guodong had personally invited him to assist and even promised to perform the surgery himself. As expected, while Yichim was listening to the gossip, Zhang Kai and a group of officers arrived with an armed team. A typical thrombectomy doesn't involve opening the chest or cutting the blood vessel directly. Instead, a suction catheter is inserted through a vein in the arm or leg and guided to the clot's location to remove it. He also roughly understood that in the late 1950s, Hong Kong's trade was booming and its industry was developing rapidly, which could easily lead to overcrowded docks. 3 years ago, something Zero had said faintly resurfaced in Tila's mind. Her memory wasn't very good, so she could only recall fragments, but the key part still came back to her. The black snake's sticky tongue seemed to brush against her face, making her tremble in fear. Her deep-seated fear of snakes was once again awakened. While drawing lots, she closed her eyes in concentration. Suddenly, an arm reached across the offering table and handed her a shriveled orange. Being cursed for no reason didn't make Xu Zhixing angry. She didn't know what the prince had misunderstood, but he didn't seem to mean any harm. Perhaps he was just worried and confused. Regarding disposable items, this is not a flaw but a good point. If your home has mice, you might want to use mouse poison. After poisoning the mice, you wouldn't know where their bodies are, and they might start to smell in the summer. In the misty rain, the Regent King's black hair was soaked through, clinging to his forehead. His handsome face was covered with sparkling water droplets, but his eyes remained calm and steady. The celebration lasted for half a month, with different activities every day. It was lively and fun. Jiang Se didn't speak. He just looked at him and smiled faintly. Now he was in a bad mood and often refused to go home, choosing to sleep in his office instead. If possible, he would even want to tear down his lounge or work somewhere without a fixed location, sometimes leaving home altogether. "My condition is simple, but I'm afraid you won't agree," Wu Ji said, pulling a small purse from his pocket and placing it on the table. Others didn't know how powerful the person behind the scenes was. They might doubt their own judgment. Even if they thought this wasn't an illusion, they would prefer to trust their first instinct. Without North Palace Yishio speaking, the old butler quickly signaled to some maids to change his bedding and even replace the carpet with a new one. Many boys holding basketballs passed by and couldn't help but glance at her more than once. And Tianyu looked at Qi Cici's calm face as she lied, and suddenly had a feeling that everything in front of her was secretly planned by her. That afternoon, Liena really went to get fruit wine, and her grandmother told her she could go back to her room to rest after finishing. She didn't need to serve the guests anymore. So, she missed Xianjia's performance on the flute. It turned out that so many years of deep love and sharing a bed was just an illusion. They didn't even trust each other at the most basic level. She opened the door and saw Gu Qing standing in front of her. Jiang Xiao looked at him with confusion. He immediately used a walkie-talkie to inform Zhu Ai Yun of his location. The message was sent to Grant Tank within a minute. Inside, the gunners began to operate according to the firing table. They had experience with Soviet 76mm guns and understood the shooting principles, but in the confined, tense environment, their movements were a bit slow. Hearing Qi Tong, her heart was filled with happiness. She was very curious about what gifts Xiuwan had prepared. Xiuwan said it was a secret. She promised to give him a surprise. Grandma said it was given by the Turkic Xiaocao. Xianjia held his wife's gentle hand and looked at the bracelet, lost in thought for a long time. And Bao paused briefly, took out a lighter, and handed it to Tang Bao. Tang Bao lit a cigarette, then returned the lighter. Zhang Liang's voice was a bit different from Qi Qi's. Her voice was sharp and clear, while Qi Qi's was softer, almost like it had echoes. Ningguo's puppet had already tightly wrapped and restrained the snake body of the Red Ring Snake King. Su Ran suddenly widened her eyes, looking at Yan Heng's face with disbelief. She couldn't quite describe the feeling in her heart. Su Wan sighed softly, walked to her seat, and pulled out her chair to sit down. But as she released her grip on the support, the chair tilted. She looked down and saw that one leg of the chair was missing. Sitting down without noticing could have been a trap set by them. Where is the young lady? Zizhu wondered why Shui Dai hadn't come back tonight. She hadn't heard of anything that would make Shui Dai leave, and even if she went to the underworld, Shui Dai would usually inform them. Feng Xian carefully ordered the dishes. After the waiter left, he suddenly sat next to Zhang Wan, even though their seats were 2 chairs apart. She looked at the geography and terrain of these 2 places and felt strangely familiar. Mei Qianrui had a strong sense of cleanliness. Sitting with these people was already her limit. Now they were still ungrateful enough to serve Mei Qianrui food, which made it hard for her to continue eating. Though surprised, she remained calm. She moved her mind, and her black phone reattached its case, wrapping around 2 daggers into a bundle, merging with Xing Shiji's right fist, which was covered in black armor. Yi Linghui still worried about Nan Tingchuan. She knew that Ling Changshi's actions would surely cause Nan Tingchuan great harm, but she still supported Ling Changshi. Until the company improved, she wouldn't tell Nan Tingchuan the truth. Go get a stool for Lord Song. In his palace, he wasn't afraid that Song Duan would come up with any ideas. Anyway, he would just endure it. Shen Lingfeng, is it true that besides eating and sleeping here, I have nothing else to do? Although he enjoyed sleeping until he woke naturally, it was getting boring after a while. Report. 2 groups of cavalry are coming at us. Please, General, make a decision, a scout said.
What?
How many cavalry? Yan Xing asked nervously. Yan Xing did his best. During this crisis, he neither fainted nor soiled himself, which was quite good. Hua Fuxiao's slender arms waved a spatula, making sure each fluffy grain of rice was coated with a layer of golden egg. She couldn't see Emperor Wushang's dark aura and couldn't help him predict good or bad luck. But if one side was destined to die today, shouldn't it be Emperor Wuhan? Definitely. Lotus, why do you think the immortal lord cares so much about a stray cat? The fairy lily's words carried a hint of resentment. Why are you glaring at me like that? If it weren't for wanting to walk with Lady Gu, why would you keep stopping? Bei Xuanma continued to provoke Huang Fu Gongchen. That year he was only 8. His sister, who depended on him, was kidnapped. He was alone in a broken temple, trembling with fear, waiting anxiously until dawn, unable to sleep. Yi Ling blushed with shame, her face turning bright red. She secretly thought her large were really too intimidating. Report to the leader, there are 2 tokens here. After inspection, each of the 2 fallen people's chests had a token inserted. Are you really going? Zhao Zixian looked at Wu Linger with questioning eyes, feeling reluctant. Greetings, young lady. I haven't seen you personally in several days. Shueshi immediately greeted with a smile when she saw Yanyu. Fifth Lord? Prince? Fifth brother? Are these all you think of my identity? Hong Zhou interrupted her, questioning. Concentrating the spirit-turning pill is similar to the soul-condensing pill. Because of its great effect, the herbs have already been. Qin Tian was about to finish but hesitated, realizing that since the herbs for the soul-condensing pill are abundant, the herbs for the spirit-turning pill might not be rare on Tianyu continent. Previously, Wu Bin and Jean Fair thought the place was too big and uncomfortable, but now they felt it directly. Some other things could also be found in Yenzhou City, which was why he thought a trip was necessary. A strong hand like steel clamps tightly around her throat. Lan Luosi took a step forward and easily lifted Elisa into the air with one hand. A different silver disc appeared before Li Yun, filled with dense spells, divine powers, and some strange tools. Recently, Wu Bin checked the profit of Miaoji himself, and the profit margin was much higher, reaching 12%. The Crown Prince's tutor is much more important than the Crown Prince's middle assistant because he is responsible for teaching the prince morality. Around that time, Li Linfu began to rise in official rank, eventually becoming the Minister of Personnel. It can be said that Li Linfu was close to Crown Prince Li Ying. Xiao Song said Li Linfu was nostalgic, but does that imply that Consort Wu deliberately approached Li Linfu, making him suspicious? However, even he and Boses only managed to cross that sea using the sky boat. An ordinary sea tribe, even if their strength reached the lord level, could not escape the pursuit of those ghost-toothed dragons. Li Yun did not plan to suppress his curiosity. He quietly activated his heavenly eye and looked at the monk Jiushan, who was tidying his clothes. Earth Origin Realm Monster. The sect leader Yan Tiancheng's eyes showed shock. These two huge monsters in front of him were definitely Earth Origin Realm, and each was stronger than him. Especially the Black Wolf Beast, which made him feel a shiver down his spine. Its strength was probably terrifying. Late at night, Qingya lay in her bed, thinking about how she could help Gori recover quickly. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that her voice sounded like leaves falling. Suddenly, she looked up as a black shadow flew in through the window. In other words, if Louis and Tony wanted to go back, they would need to reconnect with Su Rue, who might have been teleported, and Dr. Banner. How am I supposed to kill the plague serpent? Zhang Yang cursed loudly. This time, the village commandment of destiny remained completely silent, refusing to respond. Even under this pressure, Zhang Hongfa was struck hard and could no longer maintain his flight, crashing to the ground and creating a large hole. However, Beiliang's country acted arrogantly, and the people dared not speak out. Beiliang had no choice because they had to constantly guard against Beiqiu's autumn raids. This war was costly and exhausting. Yan Lingji snorted at Ing Zheng and said, "Who asked you to come looking for me?" Then she left Ing Zheng's room directly. Still, the boss is more impressive. Xiang Tianchen wanted to show off his achievements, but now he was completely defeated. He could be inferior to the boss in everything, but in bed matters, he was most proud of that. There was no room for compromise. What kind of look was that? She was living in my place, but I felt like she seemed very happy. Yes, Empress Dowager. I replied obediently with lowered eyes. I must ensure she doesn't see any flaws. Once at the scene, I will act accordingly. Since Lu Yuanhua is an outsider, if he simply enters the courtyard and bumps into the two princesses, it would be rude. They might not think much of it at the moment, but the elders behind them would definitely be displeased. A warm ray of sunshine drifted into the magnificent palace. It made the already splendid Kremlin shine even brighter, more majestic and grand. The rich imperial aura spread from here, creating a divine illusion that could easily captivate the eyes. Xian appears gentle and calm, and usually doesn't involve herself in court affairs. But both Feng Jiuyou and she know that Xian has extraordinary abilities. Xia Yongning felt dizzy and her eyelids heavy, unable to open them. She drifted off to sleep in the carriage. What's here? Yi, the servant, couldn't help but light up with curiosity, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. In fact, the environment of the basement doesn't change much between day and night. But during the day, it's easier to find various facilities. Prince Shun gave the order, and the servants responsible for guarding the courtyard with dogs brought the dogs to the backyard. They also lit all the lamps in the estate, illuminating the entire backyard. Seeing his serious expression, Nan Nan knew something was wrong. She nodded directly in agreement. Although they often teased each other, she was sensible enough to know when serious matters arose. No way. No way. He must have gone to the west to seek support from Western powers, and will come back to fight me. I will not let him go. Even if he is divine help, I will fight him to the death, Zhu Di shouted wildly. She would never forget someone's kindness to her, nor forgive easily those who hurt her or her family. It is said that the Prime Minister's household is a 7th-rank official, but he is actually a close attendant to the king. Often, his status is higher than that of the concubines in the inner palace. King's Guard, do you think he deserves it? Feng Hua asked quickly after not waiting long for Wang Da and others. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need you to help me get connections. Just mind your own business, Ji Ran said, then prepared to leave immediately. Spending one more minute with such a person would only insult my intelligence. Faced with a deadly storm coming from all directions, Tuanzong also learned his lesson. Unable to dodge, he immediately summoned several earthen walls, locking himself inside in a completely sealed manner. Do you know where Elder Mugu is? If you do, I believe the Heavenly Lord will help you, allowing you to break through from the fighting sect to the fighting lord. Fire Cloud Ancestor asked back. The sect leader turned to look at Suemo, seeing his cultivation fluctuate, sometimes at the 5th level of Qi refining, sometimes at the peak of foundation establishment. He couldn't understand it. With the establishment of the bank, Qin Muyu gained another way to get funds. Although it wasn't very useful now, as Qin Muyu grew stronger, more people would trust him and feel safe depositing their money in the bank. The fate of the mutated mouse was no different from the previous zombies, destroyed by defense towers into pieces. This way, even if the wind wall couldn't block Swakong's attack, he would have enough time to react. The air was fresh and full of lively spring energy. The scent of flowers nearby was pleasant, making people feel relaxed and happy. Even the soul felt a jolt of energy. Behind them, Qing Yizun's gaze was icy cold. Feng Huai looked lost and distracted, not speaking for a long time. Xianu snapped her fingers, and the two people floated to the high platform. They moved close to their emperor, explaining something. Tang Chen and the others didn't guard against them. One was weak and sickly, the other a rookie in the sacred realm. It was too difficult for them to rescue the two emperors in front of these two. This is the lowest level of the Spirit Vein Tower. But it's not the very bottom, because many powerful cultivators from the family's secret realms are still below this level. Yinan smiled slightly, sensing the strange change in Chen Yan. Two frog-headed leaders watched their subordinates being slaughtered, feeling anxious. But the humble human in front of them had an incredible defense, impossible to break through. In his 12 years of growth, his grandfather loved him very much. Even during busy family affairs, he would take time to teach him, helping him improve his strength and talent. His grandfather's love was even greater than that of his father. At this moment, a young man, looking like a service worker, pushed a cart and came from ahead, gradually heading toward Zhou Dong. Since you like Shanshan so much, I will take you to see her. Inside the room, Lin Feng was overwhelmed by the Reverse Phoenix's relentless pressure and finally agreed to take him to see Lin Shanshan. Cough, cough. Feng Qing cleared his throat twice, then chuckled softly. Seeing the confused and innocent look in the wolf child's eyes, he couldn't help but smile gently instead of laughing out loud. Shin Mubai held a steaming cup of red tea, feeling increasingly alert. Was this princess here to challenge her? But for now, the Reverse Phoenix was only temporarily giving in, which meant Lin Shanshan was threatening her senior brother, and she had succeeded. Xiao Mandong felt very nervous. She walked down the corridor to a fork in the road, then peeked outside. Her face suddenly changed in shock. What does Brother Chen really know? Seeing his sister with Brother Long, is he really okay? Shin Mubai was angry, but couldn't speak out. Facing this bizarre and aggressive behavior, she felt very upset inside. Trying to cut her tongue and die would normally be fatal, but this person's tongue was gone, and he was still fine. What kind of trick could the person behind him have used? Could it be the evil spirit, Qian Yihui? Meng Tianzheng Yu. You've recovered. Zhao Wuji stared at Meng Tianzheng in disbelief. He knew very well that Meng Tianzheng had been controlled by the Demon Lord's clone before. Normally, even if he reached the perfect spiritual stage, he wouldn't be able to escape the Demon Lord's control. Isn't there someone else taking care of you up front? I won't let anything happen to you. Pan Shixia trusted Wu Lianji, but she didn't deny that she had fallen behind. After advancing to the mid-tier of the heavenly level and raising his sword intent to perfection, Lu Tianming was confident he could defeat Sword 3 in 9 moves. Nighttime belonged to the sleepless, the extraordinary beings active during this period. By tonight, or at the latest tomorrow afternoon, they would have the final results of the investigation. Jiang Lang was a bit surprised, but didn't know how to persuade. In his view, Bai Wolin had no interest in him. Yet this time, why did she abandon her long-standing habit and stay by his side? If a race was born, survival would be very difficult, and even finding food would be a challenge. When Suan wanted to ask for the room number again, the front desk finally realized the situation and apologized, saying it was inconvenient to reveal. This decision caused endless cheers from everyone in the group, almost treating Su Zong's arrival as a savior. After calming his mind, Luo, who realized that although these two spiritual souls had immense power, they were not active at all. At this moment, Suan became more calm, knowing he had fallen into this man's trap. Before making this comment, the two had already expected such a result. They often played such games, so they were prepared and pretended not to see, directly ignoring Ouyang Shinro. At this time, the Eastern Emperor Sky was on a fishing boat, steering it himself. Although the wind was light, the sail was full, and the boat was able to cut through the waves and move forward quickly. Mutiny. Zhang Han was shocked and suddenly sat up straight. What exactly is going on? Did Ingbu and the others bully our people again? When Zhang Yang spoke, the two men who had been joking and teasing Zhang Yang just now were stunned. As for the others, they were watching with smiles, waiting to see how these fools would end up. This change made Zhang Yang both amused and speechless. He kindly swapped his spear for a long stick, but then realized he couldn't find a single long stick, so he put the spear back. It was quite frustrating. The idea of using a long stick now seemed unnecessary. This Thunder Prison Sword is made from Thunder Magnetic Crystal Stone, which is very rare. It can forcibly draw out a person's aura. So, this sword can also absorb a person's aura, creating the illusion that you are releasing your aura outward, Tao Tao said with a smile. Yu Yu was a bit confused when he just woke up, not very alert. He only asked if there was hot water in the bathroom. When she heard yes, she immediately was carried over, not knowing she was being handed over to someone to be cleaned and eaten. She's not that kind of person. Then who is? Bailey, I am your real sister. Over the years, when have you ever trusted me like this? Bai Xiang finally couldn't hold back and questioned loudly. Queen Nailin also knew that the biggest obstacle for her son returning to the capital was the crown prince Jun Yuhong. As the heir, he was most afraid of his brothers coming back to compete for the throne. In other words, people with kind hearts and good deeds tend to have yellow or golden aura clouds above their heads, while those who do evil have dark-colored aura clouds. Liu Zongxing finally calmed his mind and focused entirely on crafting the item he had in his heart. All right, don't just say a few. Even dozens, I agree. Without hesitation, Zhuang Junan immediately agreed. When the palace attendants arrived at the War King's residence, several people were seated in the hall. These were prominent wealthy people from the capital, some not even from the Santen family. Everyone fell silent. Where does Li Longyi's status stand? Not everyone can be the leader. Hao Pengzi also shows him respect. In contrast, Ding Hao, with a fake spiritual root of 4 attributes, absorbs the spiritual energy of 4 elements. This energy is refined into true origin, enters the Dantian, and the process is very complex. The speed of this process is astonishingly slow. After speaking, she looked proud, as if catching someone in the act, staring at Bai Maching, waiting to see his explanation. Everyone's eyebrows raised slightly at her words. The danger of Lucifer was well known. Until this threat was removed, including village chief Xiling, no one dared to go out casually.
Stop.
State your identity. The soldier captain guarding the residence saw someone break in and immediately approached like a threat, drawing his sword and demanding. Finally, Tony Stark, feeling somewhat unwilling, left S.H.I.E.L.D. alone with Chen Mo and returned to his villa. Then came the formal questioning. Xia Jinyuan, following Xia Jinxi's instructions, honestly said he was willing to marry Huang Fuyi. Before Chen Yizhi finished speaking, Lu Yong interrupted him and started teasing Chen Yizhi again. Next, Shan Kuei was beaten so badly by the ancient turtle's divine power that his body cracked, and with a loud crash like a mountain collapsing, he fell to the ground.
Huh?
How is this guy still standing unharmed? Did Wang Qinghu not settle accounts with him? Lu Yong was surprised after hearing Su Xiner's words. He didn't expect that Xiao and Su Xiner's relationship was now so good, and that Su Xiner truly cared about Xiao. Is this guy not afraid that he might push the stone door so hard it crashes into the wall and kills Jane Foster? Every one of these dangers could cause a young life to end. So, walking in this forest requires full alertness. Yangbo did not give the money to Hua Qiuping but instead called Luo Qing, asking her to re-register a company in Manhwa and inject funds into it. Humph, now you remember me? Is it a bit too late? Susan muttered unhappily. After a while, she went to open the door for Xiao Fei. Then, Wu Yu eliminated all the fierce beasts in the area that were stronger than Snow Air, stepped back, and hid in the void, watching Snow Air fight the beasts. Seeing this, Wu Yu suddenly moved into the killing array. The sword of extinction was raised high, and with the help of the large formation, he swung his sword at Li Gui. Tomorrow, I don't have time. I will arrange a meeting with your dad to sign the contract. Gu Bei negotiated with the landlord, and they basically agreed on the rental. After hanging up, he prepared to get the internet cafe license and buy the equipment. Hiroa smiled silently. Wang Shibi was a smart person. Since Suyu had returned, this army had to be fully controlled by him. It was very necessary and meaningful to let the soldiers know who the true leader was. The disasters relief spirit official of the Celestial Master Path, Shi Yuanda, perhaps because he was defeated by Zhu Rui last time, was too ashamed to appear today at Jibin Tower. However, as Wu Yu's inner strength grew stronger, a counterforce gradually increased, pushing Wu Yu back little by little. A few years ago, only 1,000 years before, several Q emperors on Penguin Continent and countless talented strong people had perished in the 9 Tribulations' thunder. And Zisheng and others watched the grandfather and granddaughter who kept expressing their longing every time they met, their eyes full of helplessness and smiles. As Ji Lingxian finished speaking, the bodyguards quickly regained their senses. They immediately split up. Some stayed to protect the CEO's safety, while others went to find a doctor. There was no pause in the middle. Gu Chan winced in pain, his low voice barely entering his lips and teeth. Array? Professor Lin frowned. He knew a little about formations but was not deeply skilled, so he naturally couldn't see the unusualness around him. As he spoke, the symbol was completed. Bach suddenly retreated, and the huge symbol, like a mountain, crashed towards Xiaocao. In the warm embrace, with a fragrant scent, Yi Yuan was slightly dazed. She silently wondered in her heart, why does this aura feel so familiar? She couldn't help but think of Feng Ji. Yi Yuan herself was puzzled. Why did she keep thinking of him tonight? Unlike a normal sword, this sword has 2 forms. One is its regular shape, and the other is folded, leaving only the hilt. Thinking back to a few days ago when Qin Jingru confessed to Huzhu, everyone felt more and more that something was wrong. Jia Zheng's family was crying loudly, tears streaming down her face. If someone hadn't pulled her back, she might have gone to fight. The moon god nodded. She didn't expect to meet a drunken troublemaker on the way, which also brought the top farmer's expert to their side. Luo Rujia and Wan Qixia happily said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then they hurried to prepare and immediately led troops to Yangzhou and Shaoxing. Even so, perhaps because the carnival left a deep impression on players there, many European and American players who watched the carnival woke up early, even though Lin Yao didn't spend much on advertising. Noah wanted to say that this wouldn't solve the problem and was just a temporary fix, but after thinking for a moment, she nodded slightly. After accepting Lysandra's power, he realized he seemed to have become a puppet under Lysandra's control. A fierce wind suddenly swept up, and just as Henkar squinted his eyes, he was struck by a real lightning bolt. Mainly because Lin Mu Studios' past achievements were too impressive, often attracting 5 or 6 million players. When Deng Yu fell to the ground, he deliberately rushed toward Shi Dingdong. He struggled to stuff a pill into his mouth, and then handed another to Shi Dingdong. Zhang Chuanji was very thin, with no flesh on his cheeks, but he looked energetic and spirited, clearly doing what he loved, which made him very happy. No need to worry. Since we've prepared for so long, let's enjoy ourselves. But the plan needs to be changed. Ginny put down her telescope and drove away. Qin Ming watched his old brother sharpening his sword. The wooden branch in his hand was thrown into the fire. Whether we can hold this time, I'm not sure. After all, the fortress only has about 4,000 or 5,000 soldiers, including the firehead troops and horsemen. How could the fire dragon Largos be pleased? He used the red-scaled blade to knock open the huge sword, then took a deep breath. Suddenly, a giant red dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. To block Su Yang and others, Largos finally revealed his true form. 2 months later, at a narrow pass outside the city of Finyang, 2 armies engaged in a grand battle. Su Yang took out his phone and noticed a faint shimmering magic on its surface, which was evidence of residual light element magic. He finally solved it. One of the 2-headed dragons, now with 2 dragon heads, looked at the strange sea scene below and sneered. "What's going on?" Director Wang was momentarily stunned. Although the student council indeed had this responsibility, in reality, Donghua University was not a third-rate school, and the situation wasn't that serious. Since he planned to join hands with Zhu now to rule the world, he needed to settle their principles early to avoid future conflicts. He just pounded the table to make a show, but he used so much force that his palm probably now felt numb from the pain. Head Constable Zhen peeked under the bed. Besides a piece of embroidered silk from Xiangrui's silk factory in his bag, there was nothing else. Xingxue continued watching silently, only slightly tilting his mouth, then his expression turned serious. And Rahai heard this and thought, so they signed and sealed it. He was relieved to have avoided a beating. He gratefully signed and was taken back to the cell. Xingxue was stunned. What did this mean? Was the person no longer being saved? He had just glanced at the mother and child. Why had they left? Skin, muscles, and finally blood splattered out, scattering like snowflakes in a hurricane, staining the entire eye of the storm. Mu Lingshan seemed to understand what was happening and opened her mouth wide, almost able to swallow a goose egg. "Luo En, how are things on your side?" asked a senior engineer named David, who was in charge here. "Hello, my name is Zhou Wudong. Zhou from the Shang, Xia, and Zhou dynasties. Wudong as in the parasol tree. May I ask your name?" Zhou Wudong waited a moment before turning his gaze back to Qin Lu and asked. Lu Hui and Shi Qingyu were stunned because they never expected that this thing was actually made by an ordinary student from their class. So, Zhang Feng didn't bother to eat or even take off his clothes. He simply crawled into Xiang Wan's warm bed. Chao Mengda's troops moved, and Zhou Yu acted. Chao Mengda's troops did not move, and Zhou Yu held his position, completely relying on Chao Mengda's forces as the basis for action. Currently, he drew his sword, and several sword energies shot into the air, heading straight for Zhao Wu's back. Hearing the noise behind him, Zhao Wu didn't dare relax. He clenched his teeth, and his figure suddenly doubled in size. In a blur, he only saw a shadow. The fierce beast bit its teeth and took a breath, then quickly caught up. Chao Mengda watched the battle with great interest. Although he was very eager about Zhao Zilong's talent, he knew there was no way to win him over. Besides being surprised, he couldn't think of anything else to say. The fight was very intense. This was truly a miracle and one of the few examples Lin could learn from. Wow, Zhang Feng really didn't notice when this old man put his hands behind his back. The unknown is the most frightening. When the unknown is gradually revealed, people's fears will slowly fade. Since Xian Shirsi returned to Chongning County, she didn't visit immediately. Moreover, her spiritual power connection changed from pure green to a faint white. The local spirit ruler already knew that Xian Shirsi, like those strange creatures before, had become rebellious.